67 qualifying heats later, we are ready for finals day for the IAME Warriors Final 2025 here at the majestic coastal city of Valencia. Just a few minutes outside of the center is the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero that this year plays host to that 2025 edition of the IAME Warriors Final. It's a fabulous layout that opened back in 2014, event record setting time qualifying by Gavin Adam in the S125 class. That was a 55.270. No one has gone faster than that over the course of this weekend. A closer look at the circuit though. The Lucas Guerrero track, what a place it is. It's got absolutely everything you can want from a karting track. It's got fast sweeping turns, it's got tight chicanes, it's got long straights, it's got quite literally everything. It's 210 meters down that start-finish straight, then backed by 130 meters down the back straight. It's around 1,428 meters in total track length. It's got around a 0.5 meter of an elevation, which means it's only missing that one thing, a nice up and down moment, but we forgive it because it's got absolutely everything else that we want from a racetrack. Turns in total, there are 19 of them, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin out there. Each and every one of these turns provides its own unique challenges. Many of them are overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 1, turns 3, 6 and 7, 11, 12 and 13, 17, 18, 19, I'm not just counting, I'm telling you the corners that are out there you can get an overtake on. Top speed drivers will reach that in towards turn number 1 as well. Dizzyingly fast speeds, especially when you get that toe, that slipstream down the main straight, especially with the headwind they've got today. 135 kilometers an hour. They'll average around 108 around the entirety of the lap. It is a fast circuit, but this weekend it is all played down to just these last few races today. Super heats and finals coming up. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. Andrew Mather is in and amongst the drivers as we speak, and he's going to be chatting to all of them. But Nicole, what a week it has been so far, and as we say, so many qualifying heats we've had to get through. I'm surprised we're still talking now.
Well, you said a moment ago then 67 qualifying heats, not including as well those qualifying sessions, practice sessions, and all of the testing that every single one of these 480 plus drivers have completed pre-event. This has been a test of the best, but this is the final day. This is crunch time. This is the point for these drivers to try and promote themselves into those finals. We also have Andrew Mather with us, of course. Anthony, Andrew is down there on the grid. Andrew, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the pre-grid. Just over a minute to go before we get racing here underway for IWF 2025. First thing I've noticed, guys, is the wind's back. That big headwind into turn 1 is going to give the drivers a lot of opportunities to overtake. As we say, the master drivers behind us, they're ready to go. Their super heats here today. Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, it's the Masters this time around that get the honours of starting the day's racing. And what a couple of days they have had. Pedro Ivars, who'll be starting this one on pole position, has been the dominant force, but hasn't won everything this weekend. Only one other winner emerged in the Masters category, and that was in the form of John Norris, who now joins him on the second row of the grid, on the front row of the grid, sorry, after being promoted from that second row of the grid. But it was still tantalizingly close out there in the points, and I can confirm even in this aspect, no drivers yet have deployed those tyres bar one. A little further back in the order, Sylvian Leome has deployed a brand new set, and once again, John Norris not getting immediately off the line. That tag button there, that touch to go button, just not playing ball with him over this weekend. There, race director Martin Bean on the gantry, ready to go for them. Jackets on, indicating that yes, it is quite nippy out there for the moment. The wind is strong right now, and it is a headwind down that main straight as well. And hopefully the drivers can deal with that. That's okay, because there's a couple of corners, so they may get a bit of a crosswind on. Let's take you through that full starting lineup, though, for this grid. Pedro Ivars on pole position. He has maintained that pole position spot over the course of the qualifying heats. He's joined now by John Norris. Gary Edwards and Tommy Nordvang go from row 2. They'll have Jack Dex and Thierry Del Rey on row number 3. Francois Xavier Venot and Eric Chapon from the front row of the grid has gone backwards to the 4th row, but don't rule out the Frenchman in this race. Martin Debleuf and Alexandre Benoit-Bessec go from row number 5. They'll have Antti Olakainen and Ludovic Francois on row number 6, with Thierry Sari and Edmundo Loya on row number 7.
Row number 8 looks like Tony Vilander with Yari Mayua, and from row number 9 we have Anthony Kataja with Shane Crosby. 10 will be Manuel Codrillo with Louis Diamond, and then from 11 we have Jerome Rousseau alongside Sylvain Lahome, who is the only driver in this field to deploy some new tyres. 12, Matthew Swanston with Miko Saxman, and then from 13, your penultimate row of your field is Francois Collet of France alongside Malaysia's Harith O. Rounding out your grid then, 14 rows in total, 28 X30 Masters is rounded out by Zhizhao and Federico Salerno, who we have got reports is missing from our grid. So we will not see Federico by the looks of it today.
Yeah, he's been missing for a fair while now from that grid, so hopefully all okay. There is race control, head of race control, Joanna Falcao in the middle, joined by David Manchester and Sam Fisher. Please do not confuse him with the fictional game character, even though I have played Splinter Cell. It's a fabulous game. But no, he's not the main character in that. They're keeping an eye on a staggering 43 cameras out on Circuit in Park Fairway, meaning you cannot get away with anything. And of course, there is many members of the media out there with their cameras fluttering around everywhere. So drivers well documented over the course of this weekend, including our fabulous broadcast cameras that has been brought to you by the magnificent team behind them. They've been working tirelessly hard over the course of the weekend. I may have caused a bit of drama yesterday when I mentioned a certain cat, and they all started laughing. Apparently all the cameras were shaking, but we blamed it on the wind, so it's fine. Anyway, here we go then. First race of the day. X30 Master Superheat. Can anyone topple Pedro Ibar's dominant force? Only John Norris has done that. Now, of course, starting on the front row of the grid. Look at that wind that is sweeping across the track there. It is going to be a mighty headwind and a mighty tow down that start-finish straight as we get ready for the first race of Finals Day 2025 for IWF. It is X30 Masters into the lines, lights out, fights on, down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Pedro Ibaz on the inside row. Gary Edwards has slotted in behind him. Where has John Norris gone? I think he's gone down to 3rd place now. He was unable to get that kart on the inside. The field come through in towards turn number 3 for the first time. It is a relatively decent start for the field. They've all got through that chicane for the first time, Nicole.
Well, Ivars then has been the driver to beat so far this week out there on the circuit. He's taken 4 heat wins, had a P3 as well. Him and John Norris, neither of them have dropped outside of the top 5 at any point during the racing. Norris, your champion from 2020 for their 2 of the stars within this grid, and currently you have got Ivars out there in the front. That's Louis Diamond in the back of the order, being hustled in the early stages of this one. As we go back down the final straight to complete almost what is your final lap. Through the chicane section they will go. Ivars has got an early breakaway there in the front. It is just under half a second that he has given himself. Gary Edwards is in P2. John Norris and Gary have swapped positions around for that second as Jack Dex fight out currently with Tommy Nordvang.
Indeed, we'll keep a close eye on this fight here as oh dear, bit of a step out there for De Bluff, who's trying to push his way back through the order. Back here with your front runners. Ivars doing what he's been doing so far this weekend here, Nicole, and is breaking away at the front. It's now a 6/10 lead from Edwards and Norris. They're going to continue fighting on, I am sure. Dex and Nordvang still going at it, as well as just further behind us. Also, we're seeing there Crosby battling away with home as well, so we'll keep a close eye on their progression through this race. There's one of the Haas cars trying to pull out of the slipstream. That is Antti Olakainen trying to get on the charge, but he's on a 1-place deficit so far in this race. Needs to step it up a gear if he wants to push himself forward. Here we go then, 3 wide in towards turn number 1, changes to 2 wide. That is Venon and Nordvang battling away. Dex on the move though, he is still there in P4.
Well, that switch for position between Norris and Edwards has been executed by John now, who goes purple through that previous lap. Let's not forget that Gary Edwards was on the podium back in 2022 in the IWF, so he's another name that could be on for a good result as we head through these superheats and to those all-important finals later on. Moves being attempted then in the back of the order through turn number 11. Francois, Massac and Elbeuf, all drivers who are trying to switch out for position. Tony Wielander then is a driver that's on a charge, 3 places so far, and almost breaking inside the top 12. Wielander, driver in this field who's got so much experience, but has moved over to cars in his late career, has returned to the IWF because of that love of the sport, and that's something we've been talking about this weekend. Anthony, these masters are drivers that have moved on from their junior and early senior careers, but still return to the field, still return year after year to IWF.
Yeah, indeed. And it is the love for the sport. It quite literally is. Every time you talk to a Masters driver, they're always happy to be there. They always say that, oh, I've not raced for quite a while and it's going to take a while to get back into the rhythm of it, but they do get back into the rhythm of it. And every time they come back off the track, there's always a smile on their face, just saying, it feels like I'm a junior or a senior again. So, it's always one of those, and that's why I love the Masters class. It really gives that opportunity for the drivers who were quick back in the day to show what they had back on the track again.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the drivers in this field, like Wielander, 45 years old, and to be driving around with this amount of pace is some impressive stuff. John Norris made a bit of a joke in one of his driver interviews. He's 33 now. He said it's not as easy driving around the Lucas Guerrero circuit as when he was about 20 years old. There's so much physical pressure that is put on these drivers, and when you're maybe not in the seats as much anymore because you're busy doing other things, that also makes the racing more difficult for these drivers. Now we go then. Ivar's still continuing to open up that gap to John Norris in P2, goes fastest on that previous lap and has just under a second now to his name. Every time Ivars has won a heat so far this weekend, he's done it by over a second. His first heat win being by 3.5 seconds in total. Yeah, indeed.
1.2 seconds is the current gap now. John Norris may have got that overtake on Gary Edwards, but has not been able to do anything with it. He is still losing time to Ivars, who is showcasing that rocket speed he has got here. There's Darren Clark in the middle of our camera there, out of the final corner. He's watching over the racing, but we'll keep a close eye on that second group of drivers, because Jack Dex, yes, is there in P4, but he's not been able to escape from the likes of Venon, who's still there. Del Rey just behind as well. Nordvang is just behind these two fighting for position, but they have not, as of yet, fully exchanged details right now. They are still line astern and still pushing each other forward. This is a little further back in that order. There was Melia and Kataya as well fighting away. They're still very close out in the formation. Eyes on some bigger movers out there. Biggest mover being Sylvain Leon. That is understandable. Those fresh tyres on board now have gave him a 6th place gain. He's up into P16.
Talking to the driver that's currently in P5, just shortly behind Jack's Dex there, who's passing across your screens. Thierry Del Rey didn't originally plan to compete this weekend. It was a bit of a wild card, last moment decision. No testing for Del Rey. The last big win for somebody who is a bit of a legend in this sport was back in 2018 in the IAME Euro Series. But he's jumped into things now and he's looking sharp, he's looking comfortable. Didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted, has really had to fight through the field, has really had to push himself forward, but now he's starting to knock on the door of some of the drivers who have been really consistent throughout the weekend. This is a nice little scrap then going on further back in the background. We've got Taja, Lom and Diamond now trying to fight for position. Diamond, I think, actually a little bit further back, but a nice little scrap going on there to confirm the positions in 15, 16 and 17.
Yes, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on the progression for these drivers. We're only about midway point of this race here, Nicole. This is the longest race these drivers will have done. Significantly longer than yesterday. Now 16 laps, these super heats. When they come to the finals later on, they're going to be pushing 20 laps around this circuit, and they will have no fresh tyres for that one. There's no extra set for the final. They just have to, well, look after the tyres that they've got. Andrew, we're talking tyres at the moment in the box, but what can you see from where you are?
I've been having a look, trying to answer the question of what makes Pedro Ibarz so quick around this circuit. Now, of course, we know he's very experienced around here. I've just been watching the drivers, and particularly the leaders, and how they're approaching the final chicane. We know from having been here many times, braking is so important. Ibarz's braking efficiency is fantastic. The way he's just dancing the kart, getting the most out of that braking zone into turn 17, using, we're talking millimeters here, guys, but it's making the difference, in my opinion. Using a bit of the curb, getting good rotation. It's track knowledge. Any driver who has pounded around a circuit knows where you can brake a little bit later than someone who's maybe not been here as much, and that's definitely the case with the two Irish boys behind in the shape of Norris and Edwards. It is a supreme effort for Pedro Ibarz. He's got that kart perfectly dancing into that crucial final chicane.
I will agree with you on that one, Andrew. However, the gap's coming down a little bit, 0.6 of a second, and as well as that, you're going to get a visitor into Parc Ferme very soon in the form of Louis Diamond, who has unfortunately just received a technical flag out there. So suboptimal end to his superheats, but again, knows he's going to be making it into that final. Yes, they are closing in, but it has now back to 0.7 of a second, so the gap's come down considerably, but it's fluctuating now between 6 and 0.7 of a second. This is still the Venant Del Rey battle here for 5th and 6th place on your screen. And again, these two have given us a nice little consistent fight over the course of this race.
We've been talking about that braking throughout the weekend then, Anthony, which is a big thing that comes into that tyre preservation and keeping that minimum speed round the circuit nice and high. Those drivers into that final corner, braking in a nice straight line, nice and late and hard, and being strong on the wheel. They're not sliding around on the kart, they're not rolling off the brake, getting things loaded up and then just really snaking through that final chicane. And that's what you see from Ibarz time after time, and that's what you're seeing from him now as he starts to extend that gap once more. It's now back up to 0.9 of a second. So maybe on the previous couple of laps, he's probably just lacked somewhere. He's probably tripped over himself slightly, but he's picked things back up again. He's found his feet, and there on the screen, he's just unbothered by the field behind him, the drivers like Norris and Edwards, who really just haven't managed to bridge the gap to him so far this week. And there he goes again, Ibarz finding his feet, finding those fastest laps. Then on your screens then, this battle going on between Norris and Edwards is still continuing, but Edwards actually hasn't decided to bite the bullet just yet. Still plenty more laps to go. I think he's really just trying to suss out Norris, see where maybe he lacks a little bit on braking confidence, or maybe where he slides the kart slightly, that when he does go for that move, it's not too risky. He can pop a nice little one down the inside. This is a battle for 5th and 6th, I think, down in towards the first corner. There you go, that run out of the final corner, using the toe down the straight, and a textbook move this week.
Indeed, Tony Varlander on the charge as well now in this race. Is up into 9th place. Other drivers as well going through. I think Diamond now has not been paying attention to those technical flags out there. He's just unfortunately received a black flag, so I'll be looking forward to rub that in when later on in the paddock when I see him. But no, that's very unfortunate for Louis, and yeah, hopefully back in that final. At lap number 12 here, Nicole, their race would have finished yesterday by this time. They're in extra time now in this race, and this is where it starts to be like a little bit more, right, okay, now we're going to think about what we're going to do for this second part of the race. And you can see, well, Ibarz has delivered that quite nicely. He's extended the gap once again at the front to 1.5 seconds. So again, he's just keeping that consistency there on the screen. Eyes on the rest of these drivers, because we're looking a little further back in the order right now. You can just see one of the Zankis there in the background. We're looking at around the Shane Crosby area of the grid, and around 22nd, 23rd and 24th out on track. They're all still having a good little scrap, but not in a competitive position at the moment. This is Ollie Ollikainen at the moment in 8th place. He's still behind at Nordvang right now, 7th and 8th place for them, trying to close in on the leading groups.
Well, this field then, one of the most experienced fields this weekend. But something that's unique, these drivers have not got to think about qualifying into those finals. Every single one in the field right now will make it in to our last race later on, which I think is actually going to turn up the dial when we go to later on. Drivers like Louis Diamond, who hasn't been able to finish this one, won't be too worried necessarily because we will see him later on, and actually I think is going to put on a bit of show because you're going to be having drivers out of position charging through the field. This is a nice little battle going on continuously then. Down in towards turn number 1, Tommy Nordvang being challenged and overtaken now by Ollikainen.
Indeed. So nearing at the end of this race now, last couple of laps left in it. We've already seen many overtakes in this race of drivers trying to push their way forward, but everyone in a calm and controlled situation right now. I think they're all waiting for that final to really showcase what they've got. There is a sense of a lot of risk in these superheats. You don't want to be attacking too hard. Yes, okay, if you were fighting to try and get into that final, yes, you would understand the attacking if there was the chance of being eliminated. But in the Masters here, there isn't. All these drivers are making it into that final, which means it's just a case of maybe, yes, if I can get definitely 1 or 2 overtakes in this, I'm going to go for it. But if I can just limit the risk and damage that I cause to the kart or the tyres, we can go into that final in a really good setup, and that's where we'll push for the racing. But right now, they're still doing a fabulous job of the racing, and Violander there on your screen still hugging the rear bumper of Besek just ahead. But not at this moment able to get past into the tight and twisted section. Now he's found the gap, just found the gap here as they go wheel to wheel. And as I say, they will not try to cause any damage. Violander says, what are you talking about? Let's go for a cheeky move down the inside, but it's not worked out too well for him because now he's got Chapon on the background. Francois is there as well. Well,
Violander then, an FIA endurance racing competitor, driver that's currently, in the Ferrari GT scene, out there in the front of this battle. A driver that's got over 330 races in his career so far, just showing us exactly what he's made of there in the higher end of your order. Now then, back on the screen arrives Pedro Ivars. Final lap for Pedro, half a lap left to go for him to tick off. And it's now 2.1 seconds to his name. Ivars, he dropped that pace, he dropped down to a gap of 7/10, but now he's opened things back up. He's put that torque down to tarmac, and he has just sprinted and bolted off from Norris, from Edwards, who have still seen no change for that P2. Only a couple more corners now for Ivars to tick off. Down the back straight he will go. He will enter into that chicane completely alone, unbothered by the battles unfolding behind him. There he goes through the curbs, 1, 2 and 3, down the straight, and we'll see that checkered flag as your X30 Masters Superheat winner. Oh, that's a nice little race to the line. Dex being challenged there, but confirms a P4. Pedro Ivars there, another win, this time a Superheat win by 2.4 seconds.
Pedro Ivars certainly showcasing why he's fighting at the front here and is at the moment the fan favourite here in Valencia to go for that IWF title in 2025. And it's just a case of bring that kart back, get it set up and get ready for that all-important final later on today. A little bit of pickup going on there to make sure that he's at the weight limit for the class, but we'll keep a close eye on that one. But Ivars, I think, very confident with his ability of getting to the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Smart driver around this circuit, showing us why he's a coach to younger drivers, why he has taken so many wins so far this week. Question marks will be thrown going into this final. Is he going to be challenged? Can Norris, Edwards, Dex, Del Rey, or any other of the 27 other drivers in this field challenge him? Ivars then, your race winner, ahead of Norris, Edwards, Jack Dex and Thierry Del Rey as your top 5. Then we had Francois Vernet, Antti Ollikainen, Tommy Nordvang, Tony Vilander and Alexandra Besak as your top 10. Ludovic Francois, Eric Chapon, Mathieu Delboeuf, Mondo Loya and Manuel Cadrello round out your top 15 for their superheats. Then it's Yari Malila, Matthew Swanson, Jerome Rousseau, Terry Sari and Sylvain Lom as your top 20.
Indeed. Well, here are the highlights from that race. Well, there wasn't many for Pedro Ivaz, apart from, well, lights to flag. Once again, continuing that dominant trend at the front of the field. Good race for John Norris and Gary Edwards. They held on to their positions quite nicely throughout the course of that race. Jack Dex was a good run in that one. Only a one position gain, but fighting right at the end there, nearly ending up in the top 3. Could be a podium contender later on today. Other battles happening in the background as well. We'll leave you with these highlights as we'll cut down to Andrew Mather in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with Gary Edwards. Gary, third place in that race, longest race we've seen so far this week. What's the biggest thing you took from that one?
We knew the position for the final was kind of pretty secure with third, so we just get it home, no incidents, no bumper penalties. So yeah, it was a decent race. I think the Spanish kid is very fast. He has a target on his back, so let's try go get it.
Has the track condition changed much from yesterday afternoon?
No, not at all. To be fair, we are on tyres that have done 5 heats in a super heat, so grip wasn't at its best, but new tyres for the final, so fingers crossed.
Thanks for your time, Gary. We'll see you later on today. Guys, back to you in the box.
Thanks very much, Andrew, down there with Gary Edwards. Yes, we look forward to seeing what he can do out there as the rest of the highlights here play on your screens. Can report as well that the S125s have headed out onto the circuit, and we will take you through that full starting lineup in a short moment's time. There was that last attempt from Jack Dex, though, there, Nicole, to just get that 4th place. Very close on the line. Looked like he was ahead from our other angles, but no, just behind. Pedro Ivaz coming away with another win and looking to be the man on that top step of the podium later on today. That was the Masters. We'll turn our attention over now to the S125s because they're out on track and on their formation lap. So let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Andy Rattel, pole position, but he was not a happy bunny yesterday. He was saying there were some problems there with the cup, and he got P1, so seemingly, hopefully, all is well today. Gavin Adam, the pole sitter from qualifying, starting now alongside him. Max Bouvier and Luna Carrey go from row number 2. They'll have Sebastian Vega and Mirka Votes on row number 3. Rian Dama-Dassa and Ewan Carroll go from row number 4. They will have Keanu Wellens and Francois Delati on row number 5. Jackson Sillerson-Harlow and Francois David Fontaine go from row number 6. They'll see Emmanuel Corona and Nat Johnson on row number 7. Kimi Alanko and Emilian Krasner go from row number 8 with Knut Nilsson and Robbie Buckley rounding out the first half of the field on row 9.
Your top 20 is started on row number 10 by Emmanuel Kamata and Manolo Sendin. And then from 11 we have Mohamed Menemna with Mick Blankspor. 12 will be Jeremy Montgomery Swan with Vita Varnanen. And then from 13 it's Joel Murphy alongside Charlotte Till. 14, Jamie English of Ireland with Omar Jorge. And then from 15, Manuel Itzkovic with Paco Sarmiento. 16, Antoine Dodo with Jagrat de Troja. And then on row number 17, we have Emma Carey with Owen Meyer. We are supposed to have then on your 18th row in P35, Tudor Ocean. No, but reports to say that Tudor is missing from this superheat.
Indeed, yeah, big shame there. So, right then, S125 here. Some of the fastest karts here this weekend. Nicole, the brand new, well, not brand new engine, but certainly new for the IWF. It's the first time we've seen it in the IWF. We've not seen it racing in IAME Euro Series. It's not over in the UK. It's been mainly pushed in France, I think, earlier on this season. And that makes sense with the French 1, 2, 3 and 4 on this grid. Let's see what happens for this one then. Anna Rattel on pole, Gavin Adam alongside them as they enter into the tram lines. It is lights out, fights on, down it towards turn number 1. And again, consistent start for the front runners, but keep an eye on Bouvier, who's trying to push his way through down in between the two of them, but he can't quite do it. Rattel holds on to the lead as they head out of turn number 3 for the first time, but look to the inside now. Bouvier's going to go for it. Max Bouvier. Has he got that move done? As a bit of drama in the background, surely
Johnson.
not. Is that Nat Johnson again getting caught out? An incident there is Kimi Alanko as well, the two colliding at turn number 3, and it was Max Bouvier in the lead once again, the Frenchman looking very strong at the start of these races.
Ooh, side-by-side squirreling moments on the rear end for the drivers in P4, 5 and 6. Drivers having to defend quite harshly as we go through this super heat, I'm sure. That is Nat Johnston there for the Mick Barrett Racing Team getting going again, but I'm sure with the impact he has just taken, turns 3 and 4, it's probably going to be a little bit of damage on board that cart. Down under the start-finish gantry they will go, and it is still France 1, 2 and 3 with Bouvier, Patel and Gavin Adam. Then we have another name for France in this field. Currently P6 is Luna Claret. Claret, a driver who's competed in the S125 in the IAME Series France and has had some success in this weekend. She qualified P3 earlier on, started on the second row and has looked really strong with the P3, 4 and 7 throughout her heats. A name that is seen often in the IAME Euro Series. Keep an eye out on the lady from France, as you're spotting a couple of things there, Anthony.
Gavin Adam under investigation here, Nicole. The driver who is sitting there in second place, the pole sitter from time qualifying. And I think Andrew may have a little update on that or on something else.
Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, I'm afraid it's not good news for Nat Johnston. The Mick Barrett Racing cart is running around with a quite hefty bit of damage to the side pod. Now, if it's still rigidly attached, he might be okay, but based on what we just saw for Louis Diamond in the previous race, don't be surprised if a mechanical flag comes out for Johnston in the next few moments.
Thank you very much, Andrew. As you were talking there, her send-in there went in a bit too hard into the turn 3, clouted the tyre barrier at the chicane of turn 3 and 4. Marshall's quickly there to readjust that framework, but there's been a coming together as well out on the circuit. Two drivers have not come through, and you know what, is that now the 702? It is, unfortunately. This is Joel Murphy, and I think Vetti Vannanen have collided out on the circuit, and that is a big shame for them. They will tumble to the back of the field. Rest of the field, though, looking strong here, Nicole. But we are still in the lead by 0.2 of a second, but of course, question mark over Gavin Adam, who is there under investigation.
Andy Rattel then under a double campaign this weekend. He's competing in the S125 as well as the Senior X30 grid, strong in both, looking like a contender in both, as we've got moves going on then in the second sector consistently then throughout this race. Got Kara, Solson and Nielsen trying to fight out for position for P7, 8 and 9. But going back to Rattel, he's a driver in IAME Racing that's always there or thereabouts. IAME Series France in a couple of years ago, he was in the high end of the order, inside the top 10. The IAME Series this year, he's been there as well, but he's not quite managed to grab a title for himself in the past couple of years. But this weekend, with how high up he is in both the Senior X30 grid later on for their super heats, as well as this grid, the S125, I think he's going to maybe be a bit of a star this weekend. For now, though, he's still sat there in a comfortable P3, just over 2 seconds behind Maxence Bouvier, who still hasn't been caught up for that 2.5 second Spanish real estate that he has got over Adam Gallin.
Indeed, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Still the lunges going on in the background. Loving these overtakes. Fontaine there on the move past Keanu Wellens. And that is for P10 at this moment. This is a little further up the order. Wouters, Nielsen and Claret in a trio right now. And Nielsen there on an 11th place gain. Really looking strong here. Carey in 16th place on a 17th place gain. This is the fight for P2. Gavin Adam there under pressure. Oh no, that's Berger actually, I should say, under pressure from Nielsen, who's trying to push his way through. Berger's gone through. Andy Rattel down to 4th place now. As, oh dear, a little clipping there. That is Sullivan Harlow from Australia, the VDK Racing driver, getting a little bit tangled up there out of turn 6 and 7, and a big kick of oversteer as well for Cara, who's got it squared away now. But these drivers surely showcasing that they are pushing hard here, Nicole, in this superheat.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on some drivers that have maybe pushed a little bit too hard and have been caught out. Kimi Alanko being one of those drivers. He's absolutely tumbled to the back of the order. Currently the last driver on the road. He's an IAME Baltic Cup champion, somebody who's experienced in this field, but for now is right at the back of the order and is actually behind Nat Johnston, the driver who we saw with that big damage by quite some way. Let's focus our attention though on the drivers who are still up in the sharp end of the field. Adam Gavin having that 2/10, still holding it well. He's not reduced it at all. He's not made any mistakes to allow Bouvier to close it up just yet. But 2/10 is nothing around this circuit. The circuit is a 19-turn technical roller coaster. The smallest slide on the kart, the smallest overclip of a curb will reduce it, as now 2/10 is doubled, goes up to 4/10, and Gavin Adam just doing exactly what he needs to do now. Fights further back then for P3. Changes going on as Nielsen goes down the inside. 14 positions for Nielsen so far to be the last driver inside your top 3.
Yeah, indeed, has pushed very hard in this race, and a lot of the drivers had deployed those tyres from the back of the grid on this one. And was Knut Nielsen one of them? The answer to that is no. He had no fresh tyres on board for this one. Other drivers, Kamata did. Mohamed Menemni had a full set of tyres. Murphy had a set on the left-hand side. A lot of other drivers as well with new tyres, but seemingly not pushing forward apart from Menemni. Change here, though, on your screen potentially. It has closed right in now to 1/10 of a second. That was that moment there, unfortunately, into the chicane. I think that was Sendin there who went in just that little bit too hard. Another Sendin on the kart running machine. Yes, 1/10 of a second for our top 2. Bouvier has been reeled in at the halfway point of this race, Nicole. Gavin Adam is there now, wanting to get involved, and if they do fight too hard on this one, I can imagine that the 14th place gain of Knut Nielsen of Denmark for the Haas Racing team will be all over the scene and would like a piece of this fight.
Well, I think that you could maybe say Gavin Adam is being clever here. He's just trying to hunt down his prey. He's trying to work out where Bouvier lacks to him. To manage that gap of 2/10 of a second, not fall behind by too much, is impressive. You know, to manage the marker in front of you and not go in a little bit too ambitious and end up outbraking yourself is a difficult thing to achieve, but Gavin Adam is doing just that. He's staying there right now. He's pushing away from Nielsen and Berger. He's making sure that when he does try and bite the bullets for that race lead, they're not going to get caught up by the drivers behind him. They're not going to turn it into a fight between 3, 4 and 5 karts. He wants this fight to be him out of just him and Max, and I think that's what we're seeing from him now as they go through turns 2 and 3. Bouvier, though, still out there in the front. Still deja vu from a couple of laps. Again, it's still just 2/10 of a second, as this is a nice little fight going on in the background. Shortly behind him on the XLs, getting all involved as spills then through this superheat. That's just what happens in that pinch point of 3 and 4.
Yeah, indeed, and very easily done when you push so hard. And unfortunately there, yeah, for the Eichmann's Grand Prix of, I think that's Keanu Wellens that's gone off the track there. That is a big, big shame. And yeah, Keanu Wellens tumbling down my order with Luna Claret, unfortunately, and that is a big shame. Still, no change between these two. However, Nielsen, 1.4 seconds is the gap. It's just ever so slightly eking down. But you have to remember that Gavin Adam under investigation here, of course. If that is for it was very early on into the race, so I'm thinking it's probably a start procedure. If he was outside the tram lines or anything, it could be a 3 seconds or anything like that. We're not too sure. This is that moment again. Luna Claret on the outside, and oh yeah, Keanu Wellens just on the inside as they just touch. That's heavy NASA panel damage to Luna Claret as well. She will be out of the race, and she'll know that she'll have to, unfortunately, bring that in to Parc Fermé. Well, Adam's not closed in on Bouvier enough on this one. He's not pushed too hard. However, Nielsen is closing in here. The gap, 1.1 seconds. Update, though, from Andrew Mather down there.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Sadly, it's another damage report. The 721 is out of this race. Very damaged NASA panel, was touching the front left wheel. Drivers did the right thing, pulling it in before the meatball flag comes out. Also, just a point on these new S125 power units. We've been loving watching them throughout the course of the week. But again, just watching how the karts are reacting through the final couple of corners. Really good pickup off of turn 17. That power delivery looks really smooth across the board for the drivers. I can fully see, watching here trackside, why the drivers are absolutely loving this new S125 engine.
Indeed, but they're not loving that final chicane there, Andrew, while you were giving us your report. Rian Damadasa and Mikko Vutters colliding at that chicane, and unfortunately they have tumbled down the order, and as well as the front here, the Bouvier, Adam and now Nilsson battle starting to heat up. Knut Nilsson here, no new tyres on board from our reports ahead of this race, but he has closed in quite significantly on this lead fight. I'm going to say Knut Nilsson possibly for a race win here, Nicole.
I think Nilsson is going to be sat there. Damadasa, Rian Damadasa, then the drive that we saw had a bit of a spill then at the final corner a minute ago, now goes no further. But talking about your top three, Bouvier, Adam and Nilsson, I think Nilsson's going to be sat there thinking, you know what, Gavin Adam has been taking far too long to try and challenge for a race lead, and now he takes P2 away from him. He will be looking at Maxence Bouvier and thinking, you know what, Adam was taking too long, I can give it a good go. Into the chicane section they will go. Pace on that previous lap is that Nilsson was faster than both of the other drivers inside the top three. Bouvier is now starting to get a little bit rattled into turn number one, defends slightly, hugs that tighter line to try and fend off Nilsson, try and throw a shield out, but it's not going to be enough because Knut Nilsson, where has he come from in this race? Well, he's come from 16 positions down and is now your new race leader. Maxence Bouvier, I think, will be looking at the number of 709 and thinking, where has he come from? I did not expect that at all. He was right out there in the front thinking about Gavin Adam. And now Nilsson in front, a bit of a shocker within this race, but what a climb through the order.
He's taken 14 laps, but he's gained 16 places over the course of it, and now is pushing away from the rest of the field. Berger, I think, has had a moment out there, Nicole, because that name is tumbling down my order, and that's the reason why the 724 grinding to a halt on the exit of turns number 9 and 10 on the infield straight. He is the latest retirement from this race, and unfortunately, again, will make it to that final, but albeit way further back than what he would like. There's a lot of points up for grabs in one of these super heats, 90 points, of course, in total, and unfortunately, just not seeing that. Here, though, the Bouvier-Adam battle now for P2 and P3, communication between the two of them to say, come on, let's go and try and close up to Nilsson, but Nilsson here is a rocket ship, and he is just driving away from the rest of the field.
And Gavin Adam then losing out on that P2 just a moment ago, actually loses him positions points-wise as we look further forward in the future towards our finals. Andy Rittel still out there in the lead with 278 points to his name. Maxence Bouvier P2, and then Gavin Adam P3 for the time being, but it could still yet to be changed as this race is still wide open. Nilsson clearing off from the field of Bouvier and Adam, then half a second out there he has given himself. He's not thinking about what's going on further behind him here as Benemna for Excel is trying to push his way through this crowd. 15 places gained, not the biggest hitter within this race because that goes to Jagrat de Troja, but has really, parted the way for himself and over the past couple of laps to be currently in P6. Final lap then for our drivers, and final moments means a battle between Adam and Bouvier still continues to rage on. Adam tried to give it a good go out of the second sector, but it's not enough. He points to Bouvier, maybe out of a bit of frustration to say keep pushing. But there, on your screens, an impressive drive by Knut Nilsson, 16 places in total to see the checkered flag and take a super heat win in our S125.
Well, that will be a nice chunk of points on the board from the 9th row of the grid. He is going to push himself up quite significantly now towards that final. But of course, he'll have the work to do in that one because everyone here, I can imagine, has saved their second set of slick tyres to deploy in that final. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Amazingly, Nilsson's not the biggest mover in that one. It's Emir Khadi who's taken that one, the Norris Carry Motorsport driver from Ireland. 25 places gained. It was 14 for Mohamed Menemni, 22 for Anton Bathou as well, and then Leopold Meyer as well, 23 places. Till 13 places, Troja 18, English 12 as well, and these are all people who did deploy those fresh tyres though for this race. Nicole, that one last hurrah to push them a little further up the order into the final and then hope they can make those tyres last for the rest of that 20-lap final later on to push them up in the order. There is your full provisional classification after the superheat for S125. Big shame for a lot of drivers there. Verga retiring, Darmadasa, Claret, Alanko, Murphy, Vananen as well, all retirements. Keanu Wellens having the drama as well as Nat Johnson right at the start of that race as well, also getting caught out. But there on your screen, Nilsson, what a drive for Team Denmark here, and what's a drive ahead of that final. And this is how it all transpired. Watch him come through from the 9th row of the grid. The start here, though, pretty decent for Rattel. He would drop back to 4th place, so maybe the gremlins that they were saying they were having yesterday have not been squared away into today.
No, he was visibly not happy after that last heat yesterday, so maybe the work done over the evening just hasn't quite managed to fix some technical demons. That was that moment for Nat Johnston that we saw him get caught out between curbs 3 and 4. We saw side pod damage for him, and then we didn't see him go much further. Side-by-side moments going on pretty much continuously, as this was a bit of a moment for one of the drivers straight over the curb, clipping the barrier on the driver's right-hand side. Lucky to get away probably without some front-end damage on that hub or track rod. These drivers really starting to push their way through the field. Drivers with those fresher tyres, like you said, Anthony, really trying to push that rubber forward. Jagret Troja being one of those. He had DNFs yesterday, and that's why you've probably seen him use that tactic to overall make up all of those positions we saw from him, 18 in total. This was that stage in the race that we saw the change for the race lead starting to light up, and this is when Luna Claret got caught out. Yeah, with Keanu Wellens there also. That was the moment at the chicane. So Wouters, Anri and Namadasa were not an incident together. They were two separate incidents there happening, and Namadasa there, unfortunately looking like it was just mechanical failure all the way throughout that one, and yeah, unfortunately was a later retirement in the race. Then the charge here, Nilsson through the field, managed to squeeze past those two with no drama whatsoever. Bouvier and Adam staying 2nd and 3rd across the line, meaning there is going to be a change around. Rattel starts it on pole. Bouvier back to P2 on that front row of the grid. Adam will start 3rd ahead of Claret. Nilsson bumps up to 5th. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our winner, Nud Nilsson. First question, Nud, where did that come from?
Yeah, we changed 2 tires on the left side, and it helped a lot.
You've driven X30 before. From the driver's perspective, what are the differences with this new engine? Do you like it?
Yeah, it's fun. It's a bit more horsepower, so it's good fun.
And how do you think that result sets you up for the final? Are you confident you can get on the podium today?
I hope so. We have to see now when everybody else gets new on. So, yeah.
Good stuff. Neil, we'll see you later on in the day. Best of luck for your final. Guys, back to you in the box. We move on to the minis.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Indeed, the minis coming up next as the clean-up operation underway out on the circuit. Quite a few of those karts, unfortunately, coming to a stop out there. Lot of tyres deployed in this one, Nicole. I can see you're jotting down those notes on the data we receive very kindly in the box. But yes, indeed, a bit of a shake-up here, and quite a few drivers at the sharp end of the field have pushed these tyres out there. Most notably, Nicolas Lopez, a full set of tyres, who is starting on the inside of row number 3. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one in this race. But it is Achilles Peruzzi starting it on pole position for this one as the engines fire up. But not all of them fire up there. The 553 of Miguel Martins, slow to get away, but does so now. There was another kart in the background there, looked like a possible PB kart not getting away. But they've all done so now. Let's take you through at that full starting lineup. It is Achilles Peruzzi on pole position. He's continuing his trend of 238 points to put it on pole position for this one. He'll have the likes of John Hand starting alongside Hugo Fuentes, and Miguel Martins hopefully will go from row number 2 as long as he can get back to that starting spot. Nicolas Lopez and Chester Fawkes will go from row number 3. Wyn Gottschalk and Mason Kwon go from row number 4. They'll have Colby Patterson and Riley Murrow on row number 5. Aurelio Logatano and Abraham Shelvis go from row number 6. Sasha Miras and Miko Chavez go from row 7. They'll have Valentin Lebreuf and Francisco Correa on row number 8, with Danny Dempsey and Johnson Stewart rounding out the first half of the field on row number 9.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 10, and drivers who could be in the danger zone then in this superheat. Ava Lawrence and Vincente Capella, both new sets for those 2 drivers. Row number 11, we have Luca Pavel with Alessandro Salas, and from 12 is Marcus Assen with Artur Konovold. 13, Baptiste Augustin is supposed to be starting from P25, but reports say he is missing. He should be going from alongside Mason Hibbert. Row number 14, Oliver Meredith with Atika Mir, and then from 15 we have Posh Kongchol with Corey Lyons. 16, Hamadad of Lonso and Nicholas Ilamio, and then from row number 17, new tyres for Shelley Sander alongside Gonzalo Vallejo. Rounding out your field then for your first X30 Mini Superheat of the day is Jim Wolf alongside Gustavo Oliveira. 36 drivers in total for this first superheat. There will of course be 36 in the second as well, but we have lost so many names already within this mini field. So many entries for these minis, and we only get to see 72 for these superheats.
Yeah, indeed. Such a shame for the entry of them. So many drivers from around the world, of course. But it is all down to, well, yeah, these superheats. And then, of course, the final. We're going to lose half of this grid as well by the end of today. Nicole, remember that cut-off zone here from about row 10 downwards. And drivers who are in that risky zone. Ava Lawrence, Vincente Capella in this one. All of these drivers in the back of that field, they've deployed those tyres. That's the main focus point on this one. It's everyone in that cutoff area. They don't want to be accidentally dropping down from being safe in that lean point to then falling back down the order. They do need to be careful with that one. But as we see here, the field is ready to go for this racing. And just a reminder of drivers who are in that risky zone at the moment. Of course, drivers in that background, like we say, Arthur Luero is there, 72nd place on the grid, but he is joined by only a handful of points from the rest of the field. Lights out, fights on in Mini X30, and we are away and racing. Peruzzi, good start for the line. John Hand, not a good start. Look, he's gone all the way backwards there to around P5. That's where he's going to slot in. A bit of coming together in the background there. 1 or 2 carts getting caught out. One of them being the 590. That's Alessandro Sales for the XL team. Has had a bit of a moment out there. He was joined by one of the Cali carts, I believed, and I think that was Arta Konovalov who was caught out there. I think Oliver Meredith also had a moment, but is still in this race. Eyes back to the front here, and as they break away at the front, it is still Peruzzi who leads the way, but it's the MDC of Hugo Fuentes who's in a really good spot here. Keep an eye on Nicolas Lopez, though. Lopez, with that full brand new set of tyres from the third row of the grid, could be a real contender in this race.
Well, Achilles Peruzzi then doing Peruzzi things. We've seen him time after time this weekend lead these races, but now it's going to be snatched away on the entrance towards turn number 1. Hasn't dropped outside of the top 2 so far this weekend, has Peruzzi, but now looking like he could be under some threat now. Hugo Fuentes is your new race leader. Just behind then we've got Win Godschalk challenging for P2, and he has made it stick. He has got through Achilles Peruzzi, who in the early stages of this one looks a little bit shaken up there. P3 for the time being, and now further behind his teammates, the other Fusion driver within this one of John Hahn, the 513, is getting pushed down the order. Like you said, Anthony just hasn't found that rhythm earlier on. Has been overtaken there, and we've got big promotions up the order already. Danny Dempsey being one of those. Dempsey up by 8 places.
Yeah, indeed. Not alone on that one. Ava Lawrence also up by 8 places, and this would be good for Ava Lawrence to see if she can make it into that final. So we'll keep a close eye on that progression. Back to the front, and Fuentes in control of this race, but Godschalk there now in P2, and that treble 5 machine looking like a real contender in this race. Definitely will be 2 drivers making it into that final as they go wheel to wheel across in towards turn 1. Godschalk now takes control of this race, and it's nicely done for the rest of the field, because now Peruzzi back up into P2. It is a bit of an MDC Fusion sandwich at the moment, with a little hint of Aurelio Longatano and a little hint of Calicart, with Nicolas Lopez just behind as well. We'll keep a close eye on these top 5 as they progress on. There you can see Colby Patterson all alone there with that group of 5 just ahead. He can manage to close in if they start scrapping. He might be okay here because they are continuing to scrap. Lopez now up to 4th place.
Yeah, you can see communications going on between these top 5 then as well to say push, get past the drivers ahead. Drivers like Peruzzi, who not many of the field have managed to challenge so far this weekend. Just further behind this battle, Kobe Patterson is starting to light things up and is starting to catch up, as Andrew Mather is down there with some more information.
Thank you, Nicole. You both know I love these super heats because of the tension in the midfield more than anything. A driver that I think you need to keep an eye on in the second half of this race, Sasha Miras in the 504. Sasha did not have a good start, lost quite a few places, went across the chicane, but looks, just from the body language of the kart there, the 504, to be really coming back through the field. Has made some good overtakes into the chicane through laps 2 and 3. So with this longer super heat, there's still a chance that Sasha can race through, get those positions back, and then get into the final. So second half, despite a tricky start, keep an eye on the 504.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed. Sasha is there. 21st place is in a risk, but still pushing through. As well, just as we cut to you there, Ava Lawrence having a moment there as well, dropping back down to 15th place. Still is on a gain here and still inside that cut-off, but I think needs just that little bit more to make sure to get into that final. Eyes on this. Peruzzi back to the lead, and that is a nice change into turn 1. Was, I think, fed up of being stuck there in P2. Peruzzi now in P1, Godschalk second. Lopez still there. I said keep an eye on Lopez. Those brand new tyres utilising very well as Godschalk's back down the inside. Peruzzi holds onto it. Now the other MDC comes back through. Hugo Fuentes back on the charge, gets through past the Cali kart of Nicolas Lopez and is back into 3rd place as well. Godschalk immediately on the defensive posture here at the halfway point of the race.
There's a name in this field that I've been looking at for the past couple of laps then, Anthony. Mason Hibbert. In qualifying, Hibbert finished 83rd overall. He's continuously had to pick off positions, started this one on your 13th row, deployed some new tyres to try and help himself, and now he's looking like maybe the end could be in sight, maybe a final qualification could be possible. Eyes on this one though, Achilles Peruzzi back at the front, but maybe not for too long because Win Godstrok into turn number 1 is still trying to get forward. The MDC 2 and 3 of Godstrok and Fuentes, I would expect them to try and open up that door. Peruzzi together try and push through as now down the inside Win Godstrok does go. That does look like it momentarily opened the door for Fuentes, but it doesn't. Achilles Peruzzi manages to hold on to things, and actually it's not good news for Fuentes, who has tumbled down into this pack slightly. Just shows how quickly things can change for these minis who maybe don't have the amount of power that our juniors and seniors have. When they get caught out on the outside, they will lose 2, 3, maybe even 4 positions, which is exactly what you're seeing right now as Kobe Patterson starts to arrive.
Yeah, indeed. And now this is starting to heat up to a little bit more of a 4-car fight here now, Nicole. I'm counting 8 of them here in this lead fight as they go across the line again. Lopez still battling with Fuentes, but they're at the back of this train now to the outside. Colby Patterson breaks loose of the train there and tries to go that long way round. That's not worked out too well. And now down the inside, Riley Morrow on the attack. Morrow now back up into P5. So this is a nice charge through the field. LaRova's had a bit of a moment. Ava Lawrence now has tumbled out to 19th place. So again, as quickly as drivers can make these places, it's so easily able to lose them, especially with the pack being so close. Abraham Shelvis now getting involved in this lead fight as they're still battling for the next, 3 or 4 laps in this one, Nicole. We're only lap 7 of 11 right now. Still a long way to go in terms of karting standards. Down the back straight, they hug the inside line. Godstrok is becoming a bit of a rolling roadblock at the moment because it's becoming more than just a group of 8 very soon. You can see the chasing pack behind wanting to get involved. Over the curb goes Aurelio Longatano. He got squeezed out of that train as they head down the start-finish straight now. Longatano's gone to the back of this train. That is suboptimal in his eyes, but he is still in a fight here as now Peruzzi, I think, has got squeezed out of the pack. As soon as you get squeezed out, you're in trouble, and he is in trouble. Over the curb at turn number 2, he'll tumble down the order.
Well, dirty tyres then for Peruzzi as now they all spill, they all fall over the road. Peruzzi absolutely caught out in that one again, back over the grass and will tumble down inside your top 5. Fallen all the way down the order has the driver who started from pole, has the driver who looked like he was supposed to be on for an X30 Mini Superheat win. Win Godstrok out in the front, ahead of teammates of Fuentes now, who's P2. Riley Morrow for the Danny Curl Academy driver is tailing round in P3. Win his countryman of Colby Patterson shortly behind for company. I'd love to see the smiles on the faces of the drivers shortly behind, like Longatano, Martins, Forbes, Pavel and Hahn. We've really caught up because of this pack of karts just fighting it out, just catching each other up. Look at this now, Anthony. This is a train. This is a squabble.
It's why I love mini racing, because now my timing screen cannot tell the difference between 1st and 34th place. Only 7 seconds separates the entire field. This is incredibly close here right now. It's like we're on lap 1, not lap 9 of a race. Miras under investigation for potentially causing a collision. That will be dealt with after the race. But at the moment, it is still the MDC 1-2 lockout at the front here of Godstrok and Fuentes. But Morrow, Patterson, Capella, Longatano, Martins, Hibbert, Forks, LeBeuf are all there, all vying for a chance. Disaster striking in the background. Miras out of the race in this one, has tumbled right down the order, joined by another driver there. I'll try and work that one out. Maybe John Han. No, I think it was Nicholas Lopez got caught out there as well, with Corey Loynes also out of the race. Down in towards that final chicane though, once again. This is nearing the tail end of this race. There is the 570 of Corey Loynes. We were talking about him going down the order. He has now. This is going to be very interesting here though, Nicole. Lap number 10, last lap board is out to the field this time, and still it's only 0.8 of a second that separate the top 6.
Yeah, and between your number 1 of Win Godstrok and your number 34, 13 seconds within it. Any driver that has received a front fairing and nose cone is going to tumble and fall down your order massively. Out in the front though, a trio has started to break away as the trio behind also battle it out. Godstalk still with that commanding lead over teammates of Fuentes, who has not attempted to go for that overtake. Maybe there's a bit of team tactic going off for the time being. In P3 then it is Riley Murrow, who is not within this team setup. He doesn't care what those two MDCs ahead of him decide to do. He's going to try and go for it. Out of the exit of the final corner, they will go to receive what will be that last lap board into turn number 1. Squabbling around, Godstalk holds that white line. Fuentes dances onto more the inner part of the circuit to try and get the run, try and keep that minimum speed slightly higher. Looks over his shoulder to Riley Murrow, trying to fend off. Riley Murrow down the inside, takes P2 away, demotes Fuentes. Now the new name on his mind will be Godstalk. Down the inside, takes the race lead. Godstalk would not have expected that. Riley Murrow becomes new race leader.
He's going to lose it. And as quickly as Murrow gains it, he's lost it again. Godstalk and Fuentes both go back through. This is incredible stuff, but is Murrow got enough left in the tank to try and squeeze something through? There's already been a breakaway at the front. Murrow can get back past Fuentes. He's back there in P2. Godstalk, though, is in the lead by 0.3 of a second, and that might be all he needs to try and take the win in this super heat. Side by side, Murrow and Fuentes, wheel to wheel through the chicane, but it's Win Godstalk who puts win in his name to the track as well. He crosses the line P1. It is Win Godstalk who takes the win ahead of Riley Murrow. Fuentes finishes third ahead of Vicente Capella. Hibbert P5 on a 21 place gain. Capella with a 16 place gain. If there was ever a chance of these drivers needed to do that to get into that final, that was it right there.
Well, we've got to, of course, see our second group of X30 Minis for their super heats to confirm who will be on pole position for our finals. But something we do know is that it will not be Achilles Peruzzi, the driver who has been consistently so strong throughout this weekend, who started on pole position, was muscled out, tumbled down your field and finished in P20, losing 19 positions. Like you said, Anthony, Win Godstalk did exactly what his name said, takes that one 2/10 clear from Riley Murrow, and then the teammate of Fuentes finishes in P3 and does take that points lead. We mention again, we've got to see our second group to confirm the setup for later on.
We certainly do, and there is your full results on your screen just appearing. And yeah, a very busy race there. A lot of drivers, I can imagine, will have to go back to the drawing board to see what they can do for that final if they make it into that final. So many drivers, of course, will be eliminated from the end of that one, and you can tell it's getting to that nitty-gritty part of the weekend here where a lot of the lead runners who did make it into today's racing, a lot of those minis didn't make it into it. They will be watching this one from the sidelines or from their campers or maybe even from home already. A lot of local drivers here, unfortunately, may have not made it through. But for the field here, there, Win Godstalk puts it on that top spot. Race winner for MDC Racing. 2/10 of a second clear from the rest of the field. Have we got time for another full race here? Because that's how many highlights I can imagine we'll see from this one, Nicole. Initially, the start there, Peruzzi, great start. John Han, we didn't see much of John Han in that one, unfortunately. Just fell back in that order from the start of the race, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him in that final later on. The next minutes I can already hear are heading out onto the circuit. We'll leave you here with these highlights at this moment. There were still a frantic results all the way throughout that one. Big movers through the field. Jim Wolf was one. Axion Racing, 17 places gain to get into that top section. Is that enough, though, to get into the final? I'm not too sure. We have to wait and see what happens after that next Mini X30 race. The fighting at the front here was 3 or 4 places. We'll leave you with these highlights. Andrew Mather now is ready, though, down in Parc Ferme.
I am indeed. We'll be quick with this one because the race, the next race has already gone out. Win Godstalk a win there in the super heat. You won here, of course, at Winter Cup back at the start of the year. Very simple question. Can you make it back-to-back here in Valencia this afternoon?
Yeah, I'll try this race. It will be hard, not easy. And yeah,
Who would you like to thank for all of your successes this year?
my dad, my mom, my brother, my mechanic, my coaches, MDC, and Grice, the engine builder.
Win, well done. We'll let you get back to your mechanic. Guys, back to you in the box for the next race.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. And yes, we're just watching the final highlights of that previous Mini X30 race that saw Win Godschalk put win by name, win by nature, I think, on that one for him across the line. A great little race there, 6 places gained. But like you say, we do turn our attention over to the next of those Mini X30 races. They're out on track. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup that will see Daniel Ferguson on the front row of the grid. Ferguson now has a real chance here, Nicole, of getting that pole position for the final. He has just seen that Achilles Peruzzi has had that drama, but let's see what happens. Charles Laurel will be starting alongside Elias Sammy and Alfie Davidson making an all-British row number 2 ahead of Aaron Budanova and Charles Clough on row number 3. Miller Maku and Matis Brageau go from row number 4. They'll see Nahil El Gahoudi and Leo Daviva going from row number 5. They'll have Mike Maynard and Effin Owen on row number 6. Mattis Pearsons and Max Cruz go from row number 7. With Julian Cortelet and Ollie Simstad on row number 8. First half of the field and in the cut-off right now to get into the final is Max Lufa and Aran Qureshi.
Drivers in danger then. Row number 10, it's Charlie Page alongside Santiago Barros. From 11, it's an all-British lineup with Bodie Batch and Albie J. Stubbs. And then from 12, we have Ben Eiton with Pablo Segura. 13, Noel Hallen with Cowan Farn. And then from 14, it's Paul Dessart with Jack Harney. 15, George Desmay of Belgium with alongside Milo Cornil. And then from 16, it's Danny Murphy alongside Marvin M. Bai. Penultimate row of your field, scraping into this superheat is Ruben Sagu and Harry Chapman. And then rounding out your field for your superheat 2 for your X30 Minis is Burke Benkivskool with Archer Lireo.
Indeed. So, grid makes its way into that final corner. Again, we saw an explosive race there for Mini X30 in Superheat 1. Will Superheat 2 be a very similar story? We're about to find out as they head into the tram lines. It is Superheat 2 for Mini X30. Lights out, fights on. It is lights on. We are going racing down in towards turn number 1, and it is again solid start for the inside row, but it's not good. It's that Elias Sammy who's got caught out. It looked like one of the DK Academy cards there that didn't get going. I think it was indeed. That's disaster there. Charles Laurel's got through, but who was caught out at the front? I think Charles Laurel was one of them as well. He got caught out as well as Effin Owen. XL Motorsport as well. OMS lost Aran Qureshi as well. It was right on that cutoff. And Albie J. Stubbs as well also got caught out. So that is a lot of names who are right on that cutoff now, who will be finding themselves a lot further down in the order and at risk of not making it to that final. 3 wide, still continuing at a spin. It's the Falcon that's gone round. It's the 577 that is going around there at turn number 11. Disaster striking for George Desmet. The Falcon Racing Team driver is clearly upset, but thankfully I think is okay after that bit of a clattering there at turn 11. They make their way out of the final chicane, back over the start-finish straight. Look at the lead that Ferguson has got, and that lead does put him into the lead of the intermediate classification.
Well, one driver's misfortune is another driver's treasure, and for Daniel Ferguson, this is great news with all that early lap drama. Ferguson out there by a second and a half in his own air. Nahil El Gahoudi then tumbling down the order, was a moment ago P2, now falls down to P5 as Charles Clough manages to find his feet because behind him we've got some teammate drama going on between Maku, Cruz, El Gahoudi and Controle as they battle it out. All drivers then inside of your top 18 making up positions within this race because you've got drivers who started right up there in the pack, tumbling down. Mattis Brageau, Mike Maynard, Alfie Davidson, big names you would expect within this race who have fallen down the order. Charles Clough then has been given a bit of real estate within this race, has been released slightly by the hands of Nahil El Gahoudi, but let's not forget this is mini racing and those gaps can very quickly be reduced as the wind heats up and lights up this circuit. Slipstream moments then into turn number 1. Motions going on. Nahil El Gahoudi looking fiery.
The problem that this second group has got here, Nicole, is that there's too many karts in this group to try and work together. There's too many variables here to close a 1.8 second gap to Daniel Ferguson. It's so unheard of to see one driver being able to break away at the front by themselves. If it's two, yes, it's understandable. They get the bump draft, they get the slipstream, but he doesn't have that. It's all alone. But because the pace is so much slower in this second group, because they are doing things like this, yes, Ferguson effectively has been gifted this one. If they get squared away, but 3 wide currently out of turn 14's not looking too squared away. 4 wide nearly in towards turns 15 and 16. Charlie Page in and around that area and joining the likes of Charles Clough as well. We'll keep a close eye on that one. But now you're seeing Nihil El Gahoudi and Max Cruz. They've sorted themselves out here. They are in a group of 2. They now could close in on Daniel Ferguson, who's broken away, because that gap's now down to 1.6 seconds.
Trying to find Ilyas Sami then on my timing screens. Anthony, the driver who had a trio of P2s in his heats, has fallen down to 32nd overall within this race. It was Ilyas that caught out in turn number 1 at our race start. It's looking likely, though, that he will make it into the final because of those good points he has already scored. He won't be starting, I'm sure, as far up as he would have anticipated to. Now then, good fights going on the screen and good promotions as well, as Sorel gets up inside the top 5 with 11 places to his name, matched by Max Cruz, who now gets inside the top 3 with also 11 places, using, I think, some Spanish promotion, home soil, home ground advantage.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on that one. Unfortunately, Santiago Barros is under investigation, so we'll need to keep a close eye on that one. But he is pushing his way through the field nicely. Big, like you were mentioning, they're big movers all the way throughout this field here. Time in and time out, this is driver with those fresh tyres on the back of the grid here, all trying to push their way through. Now, still here, well, this is not what they'll want to see. Down the inside, Max Cruz. Okay, so he's taken that spot away now. He stepped up into P2. The gap's down to 1.3 seconds, but again, they need to be careful because they're adding the element of more drivers behind now and not still closing in on Ferguson. When it was just the 2 of them, they were settled and they were closing in. They did close in by about 4/5 tenths of a second. But now, with that overtake, they have closed in still just that little bit more. But if more variables come in the form of Milan Baku, Charles Clough, Ollie Simstad, Courtelet, Page as well, they'll just start scrapping again to try and get into second place and not the race lead.
Well, okay, so Nihil El Gahoudi there in P3. Earlier on this weekend in qualifying, finished off in P36 overall, as that got a little bit feisty there through turn number 1. Gahoudi, though, P36 in qualifying, has pushed through the field. A moment ago, points-wise, looking towards the finals, was in P6, but now because he's lost out on P2 for the time being, he's not looking at that 6th overall for now, but he really has charged through the field. He's been one of the standouts for me so far this weekend in our minis. Still though, things are not confirmed. Charles Clough in this fight on your screen is trying to stay ahead of Conchale Sorel and Charlie Page, and we're seeing some similar setup from what we saw from our last group of minis, where that mid part of the race, everybody bunches up, everybody turns into this big snake of karts. You know, if you're out there in the front end of the order and you receive a nose cone, you're dropping all the way down to about P20 in this one.
Yeah, indeed. And Ferguson continuing to now reopen that gap. It's back to 1.3 seconds. Andrew, this race heating up, going into the second half of it. What can you see from you?
Well, I can see the same as you guys, that Max Cruz is closing in. I've got to say, yeah, it took him a little bit of time to get organised, but this is a good choice for a driver, if it is a choice, to put at the front of this pack. Max Cruz, reigning Spanish national champion in this category, so he knows these circuits, he knows this style of racing, he knows how to hot lap around this track. I think he's got a really good chance here of closing in on Ferguson.
Thank you very much down there, Andrew. Yeah, again, getting a real insight of what's going on, again, from your position, from what we can. I mean, we can see our TV screen, and then we can also see the start-finish line. But other than that, we don't see too much. Right now, as they head down in towards that back straight, we are still starting to see that little bit of disorganization from this top 5 once again. Cruz and El Gahoudi once more have broken away. Baku is under pressure from Clough and Page. Those two have worked together. Now they're not. Now it's down the inside. Charlie Page through past Charles Clough, gets that move done. Steps up now into P4 for the XL Motorsport driver as they go through. That is nicely done. 15th place gain now for Charlie Page to close in on those lead fights. But now, are we going to see Cruz and El Gahoudi try and close that gap up again? The answer is yes, because it's back to 1.1. But they've left it, I think, too late now in this race, Nicole. Ferguson is clear by 1.1 seconds still.
Well, Charles Clough then, despite being Charlie Page's teammate, doesn't care about that team setup. There are no tactics because he has just overtaken, as now Charlie Page gets him back through the exit of turn number 12. Down the back straight they will go, and maybe that's cost Page a little bit of time as he swerves ahead of Pison's Beku and to hide there to try and defend this position inside of the top 4 and try and defend his 15 places gained. Your superheat points so far. Daniel Ferguson, 313 points to his name for BMR. Out there with 1.3 seconds ahead of anybody else, has been untouched so far. It's looking like a light to flag. It's never over until it's over. He made a driver mistake yesterday where he ran himself off the road, so he's still got a couple of laps to just try and tick off these corners, as Andrew Mather has more intel.
Are we good? Are we good? Yeah, quick update again with the number of young drivers coming through. Charlie Page has got a good chance of making it through to this final. Bodie Batch as well, one of the youngest drivers in this category, only will turn 10 in December. It's going to be tight on the points, I think, once we get to the end of this race, but some really spirited drives from the new generation of those coming into X30 Mini.
You're all good, Andrew. Don't worry about it. Yes, indeed. And a good fight for these drivers. Bang on the money there. These drivers here who are in and around that cut-off area really needing to push forward have done just that. Usually when you see a driver who's about on the, let's say, okay, for example, the last row of the grid and they gain 15, 16 places, an incredible drive, but it's still not quite enough because you needed to have gained really effectively 35 places to get to that final. But from when you're in the mid-pack, when you're starting P19, you're starting P20, and you gain 12 or you gain 15 places, yes, it is good enough, and you can squeeze yourself into that top 36 going into that final.
Oh.
They're still kicking off. That's a 2 for 1 on the brakes there. That is Mason's there. Fusion Motorsport delivering a good run, gained the 2, did unfortunately lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places now on the exit of it, but yeah, but that was a really good on the brakes there into turn 11.
Well, it was bravery, but maybe it was just a little bit ambitious and went in quite hard, but just lost out, like you said there, Anthony, losing 6 positions after what was almost quite an impressive game. Look at this fight then for P2 between Max Cruz and Nahil El Gahoudi. There we've got visible frustration for El Gahoudi. Points and says, just keep going, because now Max Cruz through this final lap dances around the circuit on the defence. Around the outside, El Gahoudi will try and go. He will try and get the sweep, but it's not enough. He doesn't manage to get the run because Max Cruz has got that defensive posture about him throughout this one. They're not thinking about Danny Ferguson anymore. They're thinking about this P2 and P3. Cruz looks over his shoulder down towards the second sector, jumps on the defensive line, holds it, hugs it. He wants this one. That doesn't give position there to El Gahoudi on the exit of the sector as Max Cruz holds onto this one still, and it's looking like he's going to get a good run down the back straight. Is it going to be enough? He's visibly nervous. Is El Gahoudi going to try and throw a dummy like what we're seeing from the 2 XL teammates of Clough and Page further in the background? But out of the final corner as your number 1, it is Daniel Ferguson with a light to flag win, and then it is Max Cruz ahead of Nahil El Gahoudi.
There we go, beautiful stuff. Kids to win an MDC Racing there, P2 and P3. I think did they have a handshake agreement at the start of this season to pick a livery that looked absolutely identical between the two of them, but no, brilliant stuff for them. But Daniel Ferguson, well, that is, I think, going to be a real worry to the rest of the field here, Nicole. Not only is that of being able to break away by 2.9 seconds on your own in a category that requires effectively slipstreaming and bump drafting to be able to break away. And now with the points lead, 313, that man there on your screen is your pole sitter for the final. And if he can do anything like he did in this superheat, he is looking at an IWF title in 2025. There is your full classification at the end of that one. Ferguson taking it 2.9 seconds from Cruz, El Gahoudi, Page from Clough, Beku from Fan, Garcia from Batch, Pearsons from Simstad, Barros from Cortelet, Aiton from Lefeur, Davidson from Bordenova, Cornell rounding out the top 8. All of those drivers really pushing through the field and might have just done enough to get through into the final.
Yeah, absolutely. Some good promotions then through your field. Fan being one of those with 19 places gained. Bodie Batch, one of the youngest drivers on the field with 12 to his name, matched by Mino Cornell and Danny Murphy as well. Other drivers then inside of the top 15 include Ollie Stimstad, Santiago Barras, Julian Controle, Ben Aiton and Max Lufer. All some good promotions for those drivers inside of the top 15. But nobody has been able to better that driver on your screen. Daniel Ferguson walking away from your last X30 Mini Superheats with a win. And this is how he pulled it off. Into turn number 1 then, confident as you like. A slight look over his shoulder just to gauge where that anti-pole side was. And this is where Ilias Sami got caught out. It looked like to me maybe the front end was caught slightly there. Took a bit of a spill, took a pirouette, did regain onto the circuit, but finished quite far down in the order. And that's going to throw Sami off for his points going in towards these finals. Big spills there for the Falcon. One of them tumbling down the order, opposite direction to the traffic, and a bit of an impact there as well for the driver as they got hit for a second and third time. Cruz and El Gahoudi had a lot to say to each other through that race. It was moves between those two drivers that confirmed your second and third, and then you had Charlie Page and Charles Clough, the two Excel teammates, fight it out for pretty much the entire race. There you can see both of these drivers in that traffic, which at some points included Beku, De Hive and Pisons as well. Yeah,
indeed. So many drivers there getting caught out. So many drivers able to push forward in that race. This being one of them. The 2-for-1 overtake down the inside. Mattis Pearsons there delivering a good run in the latter stages of the race. Unfortunately, as quickly as he gained those 2 spots, he then lost the 6 of them, and that is again so easily done as soon as you're kind of out of the formation. This was it here. Looks to the inside, really good on the brakes into that corner, then into the next corner. He's on the inside line. One goes around the outside, he sweeps out wide, and then 1, 2, and then the rest go through. It's that slipstream effect that kicks in that is able to push that field forward. This over the line was the fight for second place. Kids to win, MDC Racing, Max Cruz and El Gahoudi second and third. But it was Ferguson in the lead, 2.9. That is a drive from someone who could come away with an international title at the end of this weekend. Well, there is your next races getting ready to go racing. That will, of course, be the juniors as the wind continues to pick up here at the Valencia circuit. As, like we were mentioning, it will be the Junior X30 race coming up. Superheat 1 out on track for 13 laps, 18.5 kilometre race distance.
Absolutely that then. So your Junior X30s, 2 superheats for them to go, and it will be started alongside on that front row by Daniel Miron and Evan Purcell. Both drivers have remained inside the top 5 throughout the entire weekend, both looking incredibly strong indeed. Purcell then was at this event in 2024 at Zuwera, had good success throughout time qualifying, and here has had success throughout our qualifying heats as well. Shortly behind those 2 drivers on that second row, we have an all-British lineup of Max Endicott and Aaron Richardson. And actually, out of your top 8, 6 of those drivers are Brits.
Yeah, this is a category, Nicole, that the Brits have dominated, of course, for the last decade or so. But I really think their reign is under threat here today. There are a number of nations who have brought some very strong drivers. You think, of course, your host nation, Spain, the Netherlands, have got some good chances in there as well. Good conditions here at the circuit, and air temperature at the moment of 18 degrees Celsius. Here is your grid then. Daniel Miron starts on pole position, is perfect through to this point. It's a very simple scenario. If he wins this race, he'll be on pole position for the final. Evan Purcell alongside on the front row. It's then Max Endicott and Aaron Richardson, row 2. Jarlath Sayer and Freddie Wood, row 3. Findlay Lyons and Alfonso Lopez on row 4. Then Stig de Rademacher and Daniel Oliver on row 5. Jacob Bachler and Max Ewell, they go from row number 6. It's then Yogarana and George Clark on row 7. We're getting into the point of the grid now where drivers need to go forward to defend their positions in the standings. Row 8, Alexander Point and Noah Grenier. Row 9, the last of those inside the top 36 overnight, Rock Pinera and Bautista de Ligt.
Row number 10, then we have Edgar Rodriguez alongside Jack McLaughlin, and then from 11, it's Kian Bernard with Porsche Anachkul. From 12, we have Flavio Cara with Denny Babacek, the driver who finished on the podium last year in your Mini class. From 13, Romeo Mello starts alongside Alejandro Campos, and then from 14, Veer Chopra will go alongside Neil McMouche. 15, Charlie Johnson with Bautista Panetta of Spain, and then from 16, you have Bing Fang Scheidel, who competed in the FIA Academy during this season. He will be housed on that 16th row with Leonor Roca. 17, Sierra Kojima with Mattis Mouche. Rounding out your field to kick off your Junior X30 Superheats, we have Christian Fay with Beatrice Costa.
So it'll be 13 laps for these drivers for this Superheat. If you're just joining us, this is where it really starts to get serious now. We will be saying goodbye to pretty much half of the drivers in this race if they're not able to break into that top 36. Preparations of the materials absolutely paramount now for the drivers. What will be going through the drivers' minds at this point, Nicole?
Well, for the drivers, you know, sub-row 10, they're going to be thinking, I need to qualify here. So I think there's probably been some tactics tyre-wise for many of those names. Names like Kian Bernard, because they need to really try and pick off a smattering of positions in this one if they want to see themselves in that final later on.
So here we go then. Longest race of the week so far for the X30 Junior. Superheat 1 in X30 Junior is underway. 13 laps here at Valencia to find out who is going through to the final. It's a good start for Miron on the inside. Will lead off of turn 2 here on lap 1. Max Endicott's up to second place straight away. Jarlath Sayers at a decent start. Evan Purcell's got to be patient on this first lap. Opportunities will come later on. There's drama in the background. This is what can happen sometimes in a superheat. Lino Roca is involved and Veer Chopra as well. So straight away, Nicole, drivers towards the back of the field. It's to be expected. You need to make early progress. To do that, you've got to be aggressive, and that can lead to incidents.
Well, talking of early progress then, Andrew Mather, Jarlath Sayer on a charge already, has jumped into P3 as Evan Purcell is being hustled there by Findlay Lyons. Lyons then, another driver that started within the top 4 rows of this one, has time and time again throughout these heats picked off positions as straight down and missing the final corner. That's the number 81 who gets it wrong. Stig de Rademacher's absolutely missing that final chicane. Down the inside of turn number 1 and pinging for permission away from Evan Purcell is Aaron Richardson. As now retirement's already going on. That's the number 7 of Leonor Roca, who got caught out at that race start, going no further within not only this superheat but also the weekend. Yeah, that'll be the end of the game for the Portuguese driver. We're on lap number 2 of 13 here. Daniel Miron continues to lead this race. He's got an advantage just under 1.5 seconds, and a big part of that is because Max Endicott and Jarlath Sayer are having a big old scrap for second place. Endicott, who had a very good run earlier on in the year at this very circuit for the IAME Winter Cup, so he likes this place. He likes to use the style of driving that lends itself to good performances here. He's having to work really hard right now to keep Jarlath Sayer behind, pretty much driving down the middle of the track for the last sector or so. Evan Purcell checking over his shoulder. The point situation as things stand, Daniel Miron has all Stig de Rademacher now out of the race. So what has happened there for one of the favourites in this one, the Belgian who started on the inside of row 5? He'll be fine
for the final. He's got more than enough points to make it through despite a retirement in this superheat. But he's going to be starting a lot longer down back the grid now. He's going to, instead of starting around maybe the 4th or 5th row, he's going to be more into the second half of the field. Meanwhile, Evan Purcell down the inside of Aaron Richardson. That's a great move. That is a super move from Purcell, showing again the confidence that he has developed over the last 18 months. Nicole, he's up to P4.
Don't be fooled then, ladies and gents. The driver that's at the front of your screens right there, Max Endicott, is not your race leader. Is in fact Daniel Moron, who is 3.2 seconds clear from anybody else already. Is your fastest driver out there in his clean air, is unbothered, is unfazed about all the battles going on behind him, about this big scrap going into turn number 1 that includes Lopez, Bernard, Point and Rodriguez. Bernard with those new tyres. It is working for him so far. 8 places gained in the early stages of this one as Miron continues to go faster and continues to probably just giggle to himself at what is going on for drivers who could have been contenders like Finn Lines. Lines being shuffled down slightly, 2 positions lost for him so far as Fred Wood gets sore, tries to get involved there. Really heavy defensive driving going on now for some of these drivers.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that we've seen a red number next to Finlay Lines in terms of positions gained and lost so far this week. He's got one of them back there, getting past Aaron Richardson and back up to P8. Maybe Finlay Lines will start to come alive in the second half of this race. You mentioned Cian Bernard, Nicole, as there's a big scrap going on. Richardson's struggling a little bit in this race. He's having to defend from the likes of Wood and Oliver and Bernard. He was in good spirits, really good spirits this morning. He knows he needs only a couple of positions as Lines looks down the inside of Pinera, who gets out on the grass, and that's going to surely lose him time. Doesn't actually lose him position in that exchange, but Freddie Wood's going to have the opportunity now to break away. Cian Bernard, I think, kind of taking the spirit of this one, of all the experience and the different machineries that he's had over the last 2 years. He's a very adaptable driver as Pinera goes wheel to wheel with Lines once again. That's going to bring more drivers into play. This was the moment for Stig de Rademacher that we initially saw through the chicane, and then later on falling out of the race. Changes for those positions in the top 5 with Richardson. This is a little bit early in the race, of course, and there Stig de Rademacher out of this one. That is a real shame. But just to finish the point on Bernard, as, oh dear, the number 57 of Neil Nakmush has had a spin, falls out of the top 25. That might be game over then for Neil Nakmush. I'll get to this point eventually about Cian Bernard. The one-off races, the experience he's had through the FIA Academy races, remember back to his British Kart Grand Prix, that's how we lost Stig de Rademacher initially.
It doesn't look like he was overly assisted either with Stig there.
No, he wasn't in particular. Very good at the one-off events, is what I'll say about Bernard, and he can make his way through the field. We saw that at the British Kart Grand Prix earlier on in the year. Right, we're on lap number 6. We're at the halfway stage of this one, Nicole. It's looking pretty ominous for the rest of the field, this performance from Daniel Miron. 3.6 seconds clear of everybody else. Of course, he hasn't won it yet. It's a big race, that final. It's a long race for them to deal with. There's a change for 3rd place. Purcell goes through Pasea, as out of the race goes Lopez. That's Alfonso Lopez out of this one, and I think that will be game over for Lopez. I don't think we'll see that driver in the final anymore. But what do you take from this performance from Daniel Miron and the others? Because right now, I know races aren't won on the data sheet, but it's looking very ominous for the rest of the field when we get to that final of can anyone beat Daniel Miron? So far this weekend, no one's been able to.
I think with Miron, there's sort of 2 things that are playing into his hands within the races. You know, he has got that knowledge of the track. He comes from only an hour away from the Lucas Guerrero circuit. So I think having done so many laps round this circuit, it being his home track, where he started a number of years ago, as well as that new team change, going back to Fusion once more. He's confident there now, he's comfortable, and he's displayed that lap after lap, session after session. Let's focus on this one though. Endicott, Purcell and Sayer, the countrymen in 2, 3 and 4, 3 drivers who know each other very well out on the circuit, are steady and settled there for your 2nd, 3rd and 4th. but I wouldn't say it's going to stay like that. I wouldn't count on it. I think they're tactically trying to push away from the next drivers in your field of Lines, Bakala, Rana and Wood, and then we will see them fight it out slightly later on in this race. Nice little swap around there. That is Rana, Wood and Bachelor trying to get involved. Rana starting to light it up, 7 places to his name.
Yeah, Rana's kind of gone under the radar a little bit. He had one particularly bad race result, but that's the nice thing about this format, that you can recover from early setbacks, and you can sometimes see this in X30 Junior on a finals day, that a name kind of comes from the shadows up through the order. I just want to correct myself as well on something that we noted earlier on. I actually think Afonso Lopez will be okay, because he started up on the 4th row of the grid. So yes, again, similar to Stigler Rademacher, will lose a number of positions in the intermediate standings, but I still think will be in that top 36 off the back of the work that we saw from him earlier. At the moment, in those points, you can see them in the bottom right-hand corner. This is going to be a perfect 390 score for Daniel Miron, as down the inside, Bachelor gets through, past Rana. That is for 6th place. The 2 Jamie Green Racing teammates, Freddie Wood, the second of them, as here comes Rock Pinera. That's a great move from Rock Pinera. Got on the power out of turn 14, found a lane down the outside. There was nothing that Ronnie Wood could have done about that. Aaron Richardson is starting to come back into this game as well. Neil Neckmouche has had a 5-second penalty. On to lap 10 we go then, Nicole. 4 to go. This is a properly entertaining scrap.
Well, Bakala then in charge of this fight behind him. Rana, Pinera, Fred Wood and Aaron Richards still very much inside of the fight. Let's focus our attentions on this one. Endicott still in control of Purcell and Sayer for now. As the number 42 goes round very slowly. That is Kojima, who will tumble down. Some technical gremlins potentially, maybe even some damage to that kart. Let's watch Sayer here, now chasing around Evan Purcell. These drivers inside of the top 4 have all got a bit of a gap to each other as Max Endicott puts his head over his shoulder, ducks down that tailwind that is down the back straight as well to try and not allow Evan Purcell to catch up massively inside that toe. These 3 drivers have not swapped positions. They have not lost out to each other just yet as we go on to lap 11. But they are still very much going to battle it out. I would not expect this top 4 to stay like this for the rest of the race.
I just saw Sarah Kojima there, who's now unfortunately had to pull to the side of the road. That is Sarah out of the competition. But I've got to say, there's no shame in this category, and similar in the seniors, of going out at this stage, in my opinion, Nicole. It has been so hard just to make it through to this top 72. It's sad we have to say goodbye to another 36 drivers, but yeah, technical problem there for Sarah. Nothing they could do, out of the race.
Well, we've already halved our names today. We started this week with 150. Now we're at 72 throughout these super heats. So, you know, we've lost so many drivers already. It's an achievement just to get to this point. Now then, as we go through these laps, that's the number 78 getting caught out. Panetta will tumble down. Anthony Jordan is down there. I'm sure he'll be able to tell us a bit more.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, indeed. I'm just watching the performance here from Daniel Miron. We're seeing him continuing to break away the gap, now 3.9 seconds, and you're starting to get an understanding why. So smooth on the steering. I'm watching him coming through the final chicane, and he's barely putting any input into the wheel. Even under braking, the kart just doesn't move. It looks so planted to the ground versus the second group behind of Endicott, Purcell, Sayer. You see them going through, and they're all just that bit shaky under braking, and when they turn in, it's a drastic difference between the 2 of them, but it still looks absolutely fantastic for Daniel Miron, a real contender this weekend.
Yeah, and you know what I think could be playing into that with Daniel Miron is he's a smaller driver in the karts. He's got that lower centre of gravity. He's not jumping over the front end and chewing rubber out of that tyre. He naturally, I think, probably preserves a little bit more of that Comet out there, and that's why you're not seeing that lateral movement on the front end. That's why you're really seeing him settled and dancing around this circuit. And
it's those fine margins, isn't it? It's similar to what we were talking about with the X30 Masters earlier, with how efficient the front-running drivers are being this weekend. And yeah, down at that chicane, turn 17, 18, 19, you really do see that with the
the differences in lateral movement between the drivers. We're on the final lap of this one. I think we know who's going to win this one. 4 seconds is now the lead for Daniel Miron over Endicott, Purcell and Sayer, who look content on settling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th places in this one. Finley Lyons has got himself back into the green, up 2 spots, but Daniel Miron is still unbeaten here in Valencia. Will be on pole for the final of IWF in X30 Junior. Endicott P2, Purcell P3, Sayer P4. They will all feature in the high-ranking rows when we get to that final later on today. Finley Lyons fights back to P5. Good drive there again from Finley Lyons and the Piers Sexton Racing prepared machine of the number 76. Daniel Miron, though, will be, well, he'll have a little bit of a target on his back, of course, but he has now gone through every single qualifying heat, every single, or this super heat as well, won them all. He has beaten every single driver who will be on the grid in that final later on this afternoon. But he hasn't won anything yet. We have seen in these races before that just because you've got through all of these heats unbeaten, it doesn't guarantee anything. And of course, the final will be the longest race of the weekend for these drivers. There is your provisional result. We'll keep you updated with any more updates as and when we receive them in the box. But that is another win for Daniel Miron. Endicott, Purcell, Sayer and Lyons in the top 5. Wood, Rana, Bachelor, Pinera and Oliver will all be in the final with those top 10 results. Richardson, a little bit of a struggle there to 11th. Zeni Babicek should be through, I think, with that result. Up 12 places. Was only a couple of rows behind the cut-off point overnight. Great drive from the driver from Czechia. Alex Point, Bautista Dulik, Porsche Arashukal, all in the top 15. Kian Bernard, I think, will be through as well with that P16. 17th for Flavio Cara. There'll be a bit of a nervous wait, I think, for the likes of Grenier, Rodriguez, Chopra, Mello, all in that middle part of the order. But here are your highlights. Nicole, take us through them.
Well, best bits of that race then for the start. It was Daniel Miron that hugged that white line and just bolted off from the field, bolted away from the hands of Endicott, Jarlath Sayer and Evan Purcell, who exited out of the first corner and stayed pretty much settled for the remaining laps of that superheat. In the further end of your order, we had one of the victory lanes get tumbled down the order and have a spill. It is a pinch point. We see that time after time. You expect that to happen from these drivers. Jarlath Sayer gave it a good go. He started on that 3rd row and did get up in the order. Did try and challenge Max Endicott at this point of the track and was visibly communicating to his countrymen there ahead of him in the BMR, as well as the Ricky Flynn of Evan Purcell behind him to say, go, push forward, break away from this train of carts behind us, who actually had some big moments out of the chicane, big moments for Stig de Redemakers as well. Anthony Jordan will be down there in Parc Ferme. Anthony, who do you have for us?
Thank you very much, Nicole. Well, I've got to take our race winner from this one. Undefeated is a word that doesn't get used often in a karting paddock, but it's getting used right now. Daniel Miron, undefeated in the racing so far, but one big race left to go, and that is that final. Daniel, tell us, what are your thoughts going into this final? Because it must be still nerves around.
Of course, winning this today gives us a lot of confidence. We have the speed. I showed that we had the speed, so very happy, confident for the race.
Yeah. You looked out there so smooth. The kart looked planted on the road. What was it feeling from your point of view? Because it looked like you barely had to turn the steering wheel into all of those corners.
Yeah, very happy about the team, our work, the engine. Very pleased to be part of the Aston Martin Academy, and the chassis was so unreal this race.
Indeed. What's the plan now? You've got one more race to go. What are you going to do? Data or relax?
Some data, of course, very important to analyze the little mistakes I made, and analyze everything for the final to make everything perfect.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Daniel. We'll see you out there. Congratulations on the racing so far.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Daniel Miron, but like we say, plenty more racing to go. Guys, back over to you in the box.
Plenty more racing to go indeed then, Anthony. Thank you very much. And the next race to come out on the circuit will, of course, be your second Junior X30 qualifying super heat. Superheat 2 for these drivers then, identical to the race that we just saw before with those 13 laps. This time, though, we will be confirming who will be going from pole position, and that's first roll as we head into our final. Of course, Daniel Miron looks pretty confirmed out there, but let's watch this superheat unfold. Just Mulder will be going from your front row alongside Dan Alleman. Two big names throughout this week. Two names who have maintained top positions, who have maintained some heat wins as well. Just Mulder, results so far. It was a P16 in time qualifying. He didn't qualify where he would have expected to, but picked it up, stayed inside of the top 3 throughout all of his heats, as did Dan Alleman. Here we go then. These drivers spring into life off of the grid. Andrew Mather, our front row, Just Mulder and Dan Alleman, but talk us through the first part of your field.
Indeed, Mulder and Alleman on the front row. Alex Martinez is a driver to watch out for in this one. Starts on the inside of row number 2. It's an all-Spanish represented row number 2 with David Minchuna on the outside. Manu Nuvolini and George House both on row 3. You've got last year's X30 Mini winner at IWF at Zwiera 2024 on the inside. The new X30 Mini IAME Euro Series champion on the outside. Gautier San Juan and Nilas Malik on row 4. Priam Bruno and Aurelio Gustinelli on row 5. Jay Kostecki, definitely a driver to keep an eye on. Shone yesterday. Starts on the inside of row number 6 and is alongside Teo Polican. Jolina Denzel and Bruno Greeling on row 7. This is where we see Greeling start a little bit further up the order than we saw earlier on in the week. Ludwig Gonkis can move through from row 8. Is alongside Aryan Singh. The last two drivers currently in the top 36, so they at least need to hold position, probably go forward, Nicole, are Sukmani Kira P17 and Charlene Cordair P18.
I think there's going to be some nerves out there for the following drivers starting from row number 10 backwards. Laurent Sticot goes alongside Arturo Aglion, and then from row number 11 we have Archie Owen alongside Theo Guitelet. From row number 12 it's Archie Rogers Tyler with Nino Moulon. And then from 13, Didier Kreeft starts alongside Max Lacroix. 14, Utso Lakanen with Rasmus Koskinen. And then from row number 15, it's Egor Ivanchenko with Hernan Rodriguez. 16, Andy Stewart goes alongside Tony Cacciafero. And your penultimate row of your field is Orion Meta with Zoltan Koini. 18 rows, of course, for your 36-strong field. We have Leonie Martinez and Chad Le Mans going from the back of your order for your final superheat for your junior X30s.
So here we go then. It will be another 13-lap race. Great to see the crowds growing here this morning as well. It's a beautiful morning here in Valencia. A little bit warmer at this stage of the day. That will be a little bit of a thing to think about. Not necessarily a worry, but if it's warmer now, what is it, around 10 o'clock?
20 degrees.
11, much later in the day. The day's flying by. What's it going to be like at like 2, 3 o'clock, the warmest part of the day? Is that going to be a concern for setup reasons? That's all to be found out later in the day, of course. First bit of business that we've got to deal with right now is this second superheat in X30 Junior. The pole position is decided within this category. Who's going to start alongside Daniel Miron on the front row for the final? We are racing once again at IWF25. Oh, bit of a touch there between Minchuna and Alaman. Down towards turn 1. Mulder's not had a good start, and Martinez has taken the lead of this race. What a start from the Spaniard. It looks like Bruno Greeling's been off the road there on the exit of turn number 2, and there's a little bit of a pile-up off of turn 4 through the dust. Who's not made it? That's Aryan Singh. Aryan Singh, who was one of the drivers just inside that top 36 overnight. Nicole is now all the way to the back of the field. That could be an IWF-defining moment for Singh.
Well, out there in the front then, Martinez and Nuvolini exit out of the second sector. Both drivers who experienced some DNFs earlier on in the weekend, now out there in the front and unbothered by some of the bad luck. Down the inside we go. The Nuvolini of Victory Lane takes away that number 1 spot, and it actually opens up an opportunity there for his teammate of Just Mulder as well. Nuvolini, great experience at IWF, but his experience comes from the mini category. He was a champion last year This year, he wants to become a champion again. He wants to match Kenzo Craigie, what Craigie achieved for the Victory Lane camp, and he wants to match that championship that he took for himself in that younger category. Nuvolini still leads from Martinez. Martinez looking settled there, but looking under pressure by Just Mulder, who now pops one down the inside and gets into P2.
Well, this is going to be an intriguing situation now, Nicole, because the Victory Lanes have gone into a 1-2 situation. They've got some really good spirit in the French squad this week. Between all of their drivers, and yeah, you're absolutely right about Manny Nuvolini, not just trying to replicate what Kenzo Craigie did last year from a Victory Lane perspective, but as a Mercedes AMG Junior driver as well, was signed to that programme pretty much off the back of his X30 win last year. As Mulder looking down the inside on his teammate, not quite able to do so. Manny Nuvolini holds a nice line round the outside, makes sure that he gets a good exit off of turn number 2. This is a good scrap. These are 3 drivers, Nicole. Yes, this is a superheat at the moment, and it's only half the field. I would not be surprised with the addition of Daniel Miron from the previous race if these 3 drivers are going to be right at the sharp end in a breakaway when we get to the final. Off the back of the field, I think, was that Unto Olavi Lakkonen. Lakkonen has not come through. He's now come through sector number 1. Yeah, that is not a good moment for the Finnish driver. Needed to gain position, started 27th. Needed to probably be moving up, 12, 14 positions net gain. That's not going to happen in this race. There, very briefly on your screens, is the battle for 4th place. Bruno Michuna and George House in there. So it's 3 and 3 at the front of the field as we complete lap number 3. Nuvolini still has the race lead.
Well, still has the race lead, but for how much longer? Because there's nothing in it between him, Mulder, and Martinez. Mulder then will be steady with the overtake, I would say. He's not going to pull off anything too risky because they are teammates. He will attempt it. He wants the points on the board. I don't think he's going to be overly aggressive. I don't think it's going to be elbows out too much for Just. Martinez then just trying to suss it out now as we head into turn number 11, as Nuvolini still holds on to this one very comfortably. Further behind them, you said it, Andrew, Priyan Bruno, Devin Michuna and George House are a trio who are clearly battling it out because that gap between your top 3 and your second 3 has not closed up at all. Nuvolini then into the final corner, still holding on to things. These drivers bumping over those curbs as now Priyan Bruno gets shuffled down by George House. House now into P4. That opens it up for Minchuna as well, as Priyan Bruno was forced over the curb to cut the corner. Again, moments through the chicane section as Just Mulder just bumped into the back of Nuvolini slightly. Took a bit, maybe too much curb there, slightly unsettled on the rear, and has now actually fallen off the back of the Mercedes Junior driver ever so slightly.
Yeah, it was just the small margins again in this race, but Mulder has recovered quite nicely here. In a strange way, this might help him because it backed Martinez up also. Now there's a bit of a gap to cross and break away from Martinez, possibly. A little adjustment there from the Dutch driver. P10 last year at the Zwiera edition of IWF in the final. That is Just Mulder's best result in an IWF to date. This is the scrap further back. This is the George House, David Minchuna, Dan Alaman scrap. Bruno now down to P7. Alaman up to P5. The nice move there down the inside into the first corner, Nicole.
Absolutely. Alaman then said yesterday in his last interview after that heat win, relaxed, settled and confident. He's a driver that knows the IAME machinery well. He was a contender in the IAME Yuri series, and I think narrowly missing out then this season has given him a boost going into the IWF for 2025. Just Mulder then has sorted himself out after that moment a couple of laps ago through turns number 3 and 4. He is now knocking on the door of his teammate of Nuvolini again. But again, we've still got plenty more time to go. We're not even halfway within this race. George House still holding on to things there for P4 as the drivers behind continuously clip the curb. Priyan Bruno, that's again that he's missed that corner. I'm not sure if he's going to be put under investigation for that one because, yeah, that's, I don't think 2 laps in a row, but he's done that twice within this race.
Yeah, needs to be careful. Of course, the race officials have their eyes across the 40-plus array of cameras. This is, again, continuing that battle. Ludwig Gonquist trying to make his way up the order side by side here between Malik and between the 115 of Didier Krief. Didier Krief has had at times a bit of a frustrating 2025 international karting season. Here's a replay of that incident. So Gronquist down the inside, I think, has more than a claim to the corner there. It's another case of, in this scenario, Bruno Airlines over that chicane. But yeah, I take your point completely, Nicole. Although, I guess that argument is, has he retained or gained a lasting advantage through that corner? He definitely hasn't over Gronquist. And Polycan got down the inside into the next corner. They're going at it again, these three, through turns 1 and 2. This is great racing. Gronquist cuts the bit inside. That's a super overtake for the driver who was second in the mini final in 2024. Back at the front of the field, lap 8. 5.5 laps to go. There are your scores in the bottom right-hand corner. So at the moment, it would be Mulder on the outside of row number 1 has got a healthy advantage over Evan Purcell. So I wonder if the team game maybe comes in here in this case, Nicole, because you can see there is, Charlene Cordaire's out of this race. And that's going to be the end of Charlene's IWF 2025. She's had a fantastic season in the top 5 in the French series, in IAME Series France. Has been so quick throughout the week, Nicole, but so much bad luck for Charlene, and it strikes again. She's out.
Absolutely. Such a shame to see Charlene go no further. Going back to what you were saying a moment ago then, Andrew, the battle between Manny Nuvolini, fastest driver on the track now, and Just Mulder. With Nuvolini's DNF yesterday, he's fallen short points-wise as we look to the future for our final. So is it the case, team tactics, Just Mulder, stay in P2 because he can't better that now.
Exactly, yeah.
He can't get in front of Daniel Miron, but he can help his teammate of Manny Nuvolini. He can help his team of Victory Lane. He can split up Nuvolini from Martinez, and I think that's actually what you're seeing from him now.
You're absolutely spot on, Nicole. You're spending too much time in comms boxes with me and looking at intermediate scores. We do see this sometimes in superheats. Mulder, same as he can't get first position. He's got such a big advantage to third place and Evan Purcell. Even if there was some of that tactics of, no, I don't want to start in P2, I want to start on the inside of row number 2. Mulder would have to go a long way back in this race to make that happen, and it's simply not worth doing, to be honest. Manny Nuvolini, a new fastest lap of this race, 57.752, and is going to be one of those drivers who you would say is an outside bet, simply because he'll be a little bit lower down the order. But it's, again, one of the things I love about this circuit, Nicole, how much overtaking you can do round here, and it's not out of the question. Yes, we've had some dominant performances from the likes of Daniel Miron. Mulder's been very good across the week, but it's a final. It's a one-off race. You never know. It could be someone coming from the 5th row of the grid or something like that through to take the victory. Another lap ticks on by then, 3 to go, and now the 2 victory lanes, Nicole, pulling away from Martinez.
Yeah, I think they've been working together over the past couple of laps then to just break away from the hands of Alex, which they actually have achieved. Now, there's been no attempt by Just Mulder. He's just sat there steady. These 2 drivers have been fluctuating between each other. Who owns those fastest laps? I think they're staying just nice and settled there now in P1 and P2. Further back in the order, drivers behind Martinez include George House, David Mintuna, and Dan Alleman. Those 3 drivers are all, I think, for the time being, inside of the top 8 for your Super Heats points and going towards the finals. So I think all of those drivers have done pretty much just enough. The race hasn't come to a close then. We've still got more time, and if we know anything from what we've seen from our racing, especially through that final corner, it's not over until that checkered flag comes out. 0.2 of a second splits up France's Manny Nuvolini with Just Mulder. The 2 victory lanes out there in the front, doing carbon copy moves and the way they snake around this circuit, other than there, where Just Mulder clips a lot more of the curb there from Nuvolini. but pace-wise, they're just mirroring each other around this track. They're both setting those 57.35s, split up by 100th of a second on pace.
It's a really good team drive, this. Max Leclerc is under investigation for potentially causing a collision out there on circuit. Big thanks to Anthony Jordan for this information. Yeah, I think we saw it on the camera that what's taken Cordair out of this race, overheating. The radiator was not factory spec in terms of how it was fitted to the chassis, wobbling around a bit. So whether it's a bracket failure or something else on the radiator itself, that is what put Cordair out of this race. Right, we're on to the final lap of this one. You would think that this is going to be formation flying, but I've seen this too many times in karting. You think, two teammates? Yes, they're working together. Oh, what's happened here on the last corner? Nilas Malik and Jay Kostecki have got together. Everybody else doing a very good job to avoid them. Now, that might change things for either of those drivers. No, I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay with the advantage in terms of points they've got over those in the dangerous mid-pack of the intermediate scores into this race, but it's definitely not how they would have wanted to finish their superheat. As I say, we've commentated on enough races. We've had some in cadets, haven't we, back home, where you think, yes, teammates, they're going to work together all the way, and then they don't. But I think it is going to be the case here in this one. This has been a really smart drive from both Mani Nuvolini and Just Mulder. They will both be big threats in the final. Nuvolini, a flying photo finish. I'm sure the photographers will have liked that one. Nuvolini takes the superheat by 3/4 of a tenth from Mulder. Martinez, another solid drive there, Nicole. And don't rule Alex Martinez out, because apart from that retirement in, what was it, the 4th round of heats, Martinez has finished no lower than 3rd in any of the other races, and is looking good for a potential run for the podium, at least here today.
Well, Just Mulder as well then now confirms a front row start when we go into the future, into our final later on. He will be starting alongside Daniel Miron, and that tactical decision to stay behind teammate of Mani Nuvolini for every single one of those laps has promoted Mani into P7 on the points board. He has moved up the order. I would confirm that that's some victory lane smart thinking to get their drivers up into the sharp end of the field and try and replicate what they did last year.
It's similar to other teams that we've talked about this week. I really rate Victory Lane karting as a team, not just for their ability of putting a kart together, you know, having their good drivers and all the rest of it, but their attention to detail. At this level of karting, it is an absolutely imperative part of having success. So well done to Victory Lane Karting. They will march on to the final, looking to defend their title in the juniors, of course. So Nuvolini from Mulder, Martinez, Minchuna, Alaman, your top 5. Bruno, House, Gronquist, Kreeft, and Gustinelli will all feature in the final. They were in the top 10. Polican, Kira, Sugmani Kira will be through to the final with that result, P12. Gautier San Juan will be fine as well. Egor Ivanchenko, the good effort there, up 15 places in that race, Nicole. But I think Ivanchenko started quite a way down the order, so I don't know whether that is going to be enough for the driver of the number 53 to get through, but you never know. Of course, it's a bigger distribution of points in these superheats. Still very warm, still very windy out there. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last race.
Well, the run to the first corner then was commanded by Just Mulder originally down the inside, but Alex Martinez actually managed to snake his way through as Just Mulder actually experienced a bit of a bump into that back bumper, which pushed him down to around about P4. Drivers further back in the field did get caught out, did go over the grass, but nobody majorly experiencing any damage until this point between curbs 3 and 4. Throughout the entire race, though, it was actually quite settled between our front two trios. Overtakes were retrieved. Priyan Bruno being one of those drivers to really turn up the dial in the first lap, but of course we did see Bruno cut the curb twice. Anthony Jordan is down there then in Parc Fermé. Anthony, who do you have?
Thank you very much, Nicole. Shaken, not stirred. It's Just Mulder with me here after that second place on track. But Just, that is a front row start for the final later on today. That's a good start to the day. Tell us, how are you feeling ahead of that race?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good.
because I'm starting at the front. So and I know at my pace I can really challenge for a podium. So I'm going for that.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Just. We've got the next race out there, but congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Right, back over to you, because it's seniors now out on track.
It is indeed, and another big race is upon us here as we look at some of the more of the highlights from that last race in the juniors. That was the moment for Priam Bruno over the curb. Ludwig Gronqvist on his way to another run in the final for the Falcon Racing team there. There were some really good battles in the midfield in that race, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely was. That was the Falcon, like you said, getting involved. It was Priam Bruno that he was battling it out for. This was the stage in the race that we saw George House have to clip over the curb. Took that exit run to try and avoid any big moments, but it was just Mulder and Manny Nuvolini that commanded. Attention now over, though, to your X30 Seniors, because their Super Heat 1 is now out on track.
Right, let's have a very quick run through this grid then of 36 drivers. The same situation, half of them currently in the top 36, the other half trying to continue their weekends. Front row of the grid is Zach Drummond and Danny Carinini. If Drummond wins this race, he'll be on pole for the final. Andy Rattel and Matthias van der Kerkhoff on row 2. Toby Gale and Jack Buckley row 3. Roxanne Lantinga and Vivienne Guillaume on row 4. Then Tyke Buckley and Daniel Britz completing the top 10 on row 5. Caspin Hogman and Noel Sundbergen on all Swedish row 6. It's then Otto Prikkinen and Alois Girardet on row 7. Gabriel Still and Tobias Norman are on row 8. The last two inside the top 36 as things stand. Row 9, Daniel Motor and Max Radek.
Row number 10 goes alongside Marius Barryberg with Matthew Higgins, a driver that qualified 106th overall, finds himself inside the top 20. From 11 we have Arthur Huang with Patrick Ogrodovchik, and then from 12 is Oliver Stadler with Marlon Bayer. 13 sees Thomas Hansen and Alex Pinera, and then from 14 it's Donovan Bonilla with Andre De Bija. 15 Dylan Patel of Great Britain with Noah Mengel, and then from 16 it's Peter Mamelstead with Aaron Weeder. 17 Santiago Alves with Robin Happener, and 18 Sam Lewis with Adria Mastines.
A big grid, a quality grid here. You've got some race winners, big race winners in the second half of this field. Can Drummond secure pole position for the final? We are not going by the looks of it red on our screens. We have our first falsie of the day. It always happens, doesn't it, Nicole, when we've got to rattle through a grid and then it's a false start. So it gives us a bit of time to discuss the different prospects in this race. So Drummond, I say, it's the very straightforward scenario. Win this race and he'll have pole position for the final. It is a 12-point advantage, though, for Drummond over Garcia. So, you know, if he falls down the order, that could open the door for this year's IAME Euro Series champion. It's been a while, of course, since Zach Drummond has been on a finals day in an IWF competition, all the way back to 2021 when he was in the minis and he got all the way to the final in the top 10. He's done many things, of course, since then, including lead at a time in the early stages, a World Championship final earlier on this year at Kristianstad. So in terms of the nerves, I think he's going to be fine. Let's have a quick update, though. Anthony, what can you see out there?
At least it wasn't me with the commentator's curse this time about the false starts, but I could tell you that that's from the back of the grid. Just not formed up there in the mid to back pack. A little bit late on the old power, struggling to actually get the power down. It seems to be a common trendsetter this weekend for some of the seniors, but hopefully this time around it should be all good.
I'm sure it will be all good. Looks like everyone is ready to take this start. You saw Matthew Higgins pulling into line there. Done a lot of overtaking so far this week. Can he rescue his weekend? As you say, Nicole, was outside the top 100 in timed qualifying after problems all the way back on Wednesday. Steady pace into the tram lines then. Once again, it's a 16-lap race upon us here in a superheat in the seniors. Away we go then. Quite a steady start from everybody at the front of the field. Drummond will lead into the first couple of corners. Carinini knows what to do here. Slots into P3. That's not a bad thing to do at all. Tommy Hansen's in trouble. Hansen has had problems straight away, so that's a driver who was outside the top 36. He will not go any further. Oh, it's round there. He's one of the kids to win machines. That's Mustienes. Mustienes will not make it through. He had an amazing start because he was right at the back of the field going into turn 1, but then it's all gone wrong through turn 3 and 4. the Winter Cup winner here in Valencia from 2024 will not be in the final.
No, it's a shame for Martinez then, and it's going to be a shame for so many drivers within this field. All the drivers that started behind that 10th row have got to put some work in this race. They've got to leave everything that they have out there on the track. Out on the front then, as we've seen from him time and time again this week, Zach Drummond leads the way, but he is joined closely for company out there by Andy Rattel, Danny Carinini and Toby Gale. Van der Kerkhoff is on the back of this fight as well. He's right on the tail of that Birol driver, sat in P4. Toby Gale then has been consistent this week, was caught out with some bad luck, caught out with technical gremlins, but I think the help, the assistance of a big name in this sport, Pedro Hilbrand this week, has really helped to keep Toby in the sharp end of your field. Now, Drummond dances around onto that white line, holds on to things, actually gives Danny Carinini a bit of an opportunity behind him to go for the move on Andy Rattel, but Carinini slots back into a comfortable P3 for now. There's battling going on then, down the inside. Rattel tries to give it a go, clips the curb but has to think against it. That could have ended in disaster.
Sorry for cutting across you there, Nicole. That was nearly a very scary moment through one of the fastest parts of this course. Rattel is determined here to get down the inside because, again, if Drummond doesn't have a good finish here, the chance to be on pole is still open for a number of these competitors immediately behind. Carinini through into second place. Carinini does like this inner field, it's this infield section, this sector number 2, where it gets tight and twisty and technical, particularly through turn 7. So not a surprise to see Carinini particularly strong on this circuit. He took the checkered flag first of all when we started the year back at Winter Cup. Didn't keep that victory. A technical infringement meant that he was disqualified from that race. But that aside, we know he's got genuine pace. He's been confident all week. Here's the battle for third place. Gale now ahead of Rattel. That's a nice move from Van der Kerkhoff down the inside. Out of the race is Santiago Alves. Another one of Portugal's hopes looks to be gone, and out of this one. Started this race from row 17. Will go no further in this competition. Let's look at this. Carinini leads. Carinini's taken the lead of the race in the early stages of lap 4.
Well, Danny Carinini and Zach Drummond met each other on the front row when we went racing at those green lights. Now they meet each other once more through lap number 4. Otto Pukkanen trying to charge his way through the field. Pukkanen, another driver who did not have the good time qualifying that is normally required in an event like this. It was P45 for Otto, so that's why he down there in P20 is trying to pick off some positions, but for the time being has lost 7 so far as retirements go out there already within this race. Down the back straight these drivers will go, every single one still thinking about Danny Carinini out there in the front. Zach Drummond just has fallen off the back bumper ever so slightly through that past lap. I think he's trying to find a rhythm once more. Drummond is a clever driver. He's a driver that finished off his FIA European season in a strong P3. He knows that the task in hand now is push away from Gale, Van der Kerkhoff and Rattel, and then go for the race lead. Anthony Jordan is down there. Anthony, what can you see?
Well, I think you called it there just a second ago, Nicole. Santiago Alves there, heavy damage to that rear bumper. It had just flicked up itself, was rubbing on the rear wheel, and unfortunately for the driver from Portugal, there is no chance of getting into that final.
Well, you're going to see that for so many drivers. They will not manage to get into that top 36. Over 150 seniors entered this race, and it will be whittled down. But that's racing. It's a tough sport. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it's going to happen to so many big names. And big names in this one that could be in trouble. Gabe Stilp, because of qualifying, being caught out with a chain snapping, no fault of his own, is another driver that's going to be nervous throughout this race, currently sat there in P15. These drivers just replicating each other lap after lap, bumping and dancing over those curbs. Is now that's a bit of a spanner in the works. Zach Drummond, P2 on the road, P1 in your points, is now under investigation.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise to see. I'm not quite sure what it is for, but the officials have spotted something they would at least like to have a second look at. Just been doing some maths, as we like to do in this commentary box. Second place right now, obviously the UI notification hanging over Drummond at the moment. Second would be enough to take pole position for the final. He would be more than 90 points ahead of Garcia before Garcia goes out for their super heat. So 92 points ahead to be exact. So Drummond at the moment still on course for pole in the final, but we'll wait and see what happens with this investigation. We will give you news as and when we receive it here in the box. Meanwhile, 2 by 2 by 2 in the top 6 of this race. Jack Buckley on your screens there for the Big Barrett Racing team. 2 red and white liveries, one with a little bit more white on it in front, of course, for the MBR team. Monlau Motorsports' Toby Gale there in 6th place. I've been really impressed with Toby Gale this week. Nicole, you mentioned earlier, obviously he's got a good amount of coaching from Pedro Hill. Pedro knows this circuit very well, of course, and has had some wins earlier on in the season. And that training seems to be being put to good effect down the inside there on Buckley, up to P5.
Well, I've also been quite impressed by Buckley as well, a driver that's in P6, a driver that is, of course, part of the Mick Barrett Racing camp. He's been really consistent this week for me. You know, he's been a name that's been in the sharp end of the order. He's not really tumbled down the order at any stage within this one, and now he looks like he could be on for a good result, as could be Jack Buckley as well, who's currently sat P7 in your points. Ty Buckley is sat 12th on the road. Jack Buckley is P6 and is P7 in your points. Further down in the order, Roxanne Lantinga trying to get her elbows out to maintain that P7, as behind those drivers, Renee, Sundberg, Britt and Buckley, Ty Buckley, that is, still just trying to decide those positions inside the top 10.
Just noting as well, Higgins and Bayer both look on course for qualifying for the final. They're working together nicely, as here is a move for one of the CRGs. Through goes the 313 of Girardet there. French driver gaining another position, and we'll next set about the Irish Senior X30 champion Jack Buckley, who won that title again on the Emerald Isle earlier on in the year. We're on lap number 9 then of this superheat, into the second half of it. Danny Carinini still has the lead of this race. At the moment he's going up to second place in the points, which of course carried over from yesterday. Greater distribution of intermediate points in this race this morning. Rattel having to deal with Van der Kerkhoff now. Buckley coming back at Gale. Girardet and a 297 there. Now, I wonder if it's the 297. No, apologies, I got me Buckley's confused for a second there. That was Halgman behind Ty Buckley. So that was all over 11th and 12th positions. Lap number 10 then of this race. It's settling into a rhythm. No major dramas in the top half of the field, so pretty much everyone in that top 15 should be going through, Nicole.
Hagman and Brits then have switched positions, and as have the drivers there for P3. I've got this battle between Rattal and Van der Kerkhoff going through, and that is going to start to invite Toby Gale back into things as well. There they are then on your screens. It is the Victory Lane driver that is ahead of the KBK, who's on a double campaign, who has had to do twice the amount of work compared to anybody else in the field competing in not only the Senior X30 this weekend, but the S125 as well. Van der Kerkhoff then holds on to that P3 quite comfortably, with the overtake on Rattel. Has not thrown Rattel off the tracks at all. He's unbothered. He's still very much there. Going back to some of the battles going on further back, Matthew Higgins started this weekend 106th overall, was then promoting up the order, but I've now noticed he's tumbled down the field back to 32nd. He was looking like he could have been on a charge to get into that final to qualify, but now I'm questioning, is that going to be possible for the driver from Great Britain?
He's out, Nicole. Matthew Higgins, as you say, down in P32, started this race on the 10th row of the grid, was on course to get through to the final. It's happened for Higgins again on a finals day in an international karting competition. This reminds me of what happened in Kristianstad to him earlier on in the autumn. at the World Championships, where I still say he would have been a factor in that race if it had not been for a technical problem on that day. But Matthew Higgins, one of the early week favourites, has not been able to make it through to the final. Sadly, will not be able to repeat the strong result he had in Zweira last year. This scrap for third place is still going on, and a credit again to Toby Gale. Toby Gale, over the last 4 or 5 laps, has been able to rejoin. Sorry, I just got very distracted there. There was a fusion kart going
Patel.
for it was Bonilla. Sorry, no, I think you're right. It was Dylan Patel. So Bonilla's had a problem. Patel into 230. Oh, it's the teammates. Oh, dear me. So that's what happened. We saw the 230 out of our window, pretty much cutting off the whole of the infield, and the reason why was Bonilla, teammate, spinning off directly ahead of him.
Well, you know, rule number 1 is don't crash, but rule number 2 is don't crash with your teammate. So I wonder what's going to go on between Patel and Bonilla then shortly as they head back to Park Fermi and to that awning. Let's focus on the front end, though. We have got that change between Toby Gale and Andy Rattel. Is this the stage, and Andrew, you know, that for Rattel things start to become more and more difficult? Driver fitness is going to come into play with this one for Rattel. He's doing 2 classes. Is he now going to start to fade away?
I think it goes one of 2 ways. Well, it can only go one of 2 ways, can't it? There's the argument that we've been doing this all week, and being a Frenchman, I will compare this almost to the Tour de France, that when a cyclist gets to stage 10, stage 11, you're just grinding through the pain at that point, and you
become numb to it.
Yeah, very much so. But as you say, it is warmer out there today than it was previously in the week. The wind has died down a little bit, but it was strong earlier on today. I've had a report from one of our camera operatives out there that it's been windier than Snetterton Circuit back in England today. So
that's saying something.
That is saying something. We're on lap number 14. Here's your race leader, Danny Caronini, doing a fantastic job out front in the 222 Sankey Motorsport machine. And he's going to be given Aaron Garcia a bit of a job to do here, because this will be a gain of points, 90 points onto Danny Caronini's score. We spoke about him at the start of the week as when I spoke to him after his time qualifying, and he'd had a bit of a tough time. He was down in 27th, 28th place before the final lap of qualifying. Brilliantly brought it back. Had pretty much 1 lap to get it done, and recovered back to have those row 4 starts for the heat. And I just spoke to him and said, Danny, what happened there? He said, oh, well, you know, these things happen in a qualifying session. But he was very relaxed. I asked him, well, how do you feel? And he said, we feel really good about our dry weather pace. It's been dry across the continuity of this race weekend, apart from a little bit of rain at the end of day 1 of competition. And this is going to be another result, I feel, Nicole, that is going to just remind the rest of the field how good Danny Caronini is. He's a previous winner of this race, of course, back at Adria in 2021. And in a scary way for the opposition, he seems to be getting quicker and quicker as the week goes on. Retirement for P2 Malmstead.
Yeah, that's a shame for P2 Malmstead, who it looks like will be another driver we will not see out in our finals later on. We heard the driver in P2, the 313 of Drummond, say earlier on in this weekend that Danny Caronini is a name within this field. Everybody knows Danny in IAME Racing. They know that he is a big name in the field. And here he is completing this final lap as your race leader. Drummond, P2, Van der Kerkhoff and Toby Gale there on your screen, still having a look at each other for that P3. But for now, the victory lane of Van der Kerkhoff holding that 3rd position in his hands. And in the hands of the Italian of Caronini out there in the front. Heads down that back straight, looks over his shoulder to the Fusion driver, knows that he's not within lunging distance, knows that only 1 more corner is left for him to go out of the final turn, and Danny Caronini has done it. Takes an X30 Senior super heat win, has done it. They're out in the front. More points to his name, but more importantly, I think for Caronini, confident. he's going to go into that final later on knowing he is a name to beat.
Absolutely. Speed and longevity of that speed across the course of that superheat takes the Italian on the Italian kart for the Italian team through to a race victory in Superheat 1 for the seniors. Zach Drummond, as things stand, has secured pole position for the final. That second place adds another 80 points to Drummond's total, takes him to 371. His closest rival, Aaron Garcia, is 92 points behind that tally before the next race begins. So unless there is a change post-race for Drummond, he will be on pole position for the big race later on today. And talking of the big, that's what Danny Caronini said he was going to give us. We're not quite sure what the big is, but it definitely is very effective. Caronini wins by 8/10 of a second from Drummond. Great drive from Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Victory Lane have got another great opportunity for a strong result in the hands of the Belgian. Toby Gale 4th, Andy Rattel 5th, Alois Girardet, Jack Buckley, Noel Sundberg, Roxanne Lantinga and Vivienne Guyenet all in the top 10 will all go through, marching on to the final. Caspian Holgman in 11th place, just ahead of Marlon Bayer. Marlon Bayer, your hero really in that one in terms of trying to break through from outside the top 36, gained 12 positions up to P12. Started on where? Around the 12th row of the grid. I think that will be enough to get through. Here are some of your highlights. Quite a calm start in this one, Nicole.
I would actually say, considering it was a superheat, it was quite a calm race in total.
Yeah, in general,
It was actually that drivers slotted themselves into position, filed themselves together after the first couple of laps and pretty much stayed like that throughout the rest. We didn't see major incidents out there on the track other than, you know, here where we saw just the textbook moments of drivers having those pirouette spins through curbs 3 and 4. Now then, Drummond was originally challenged by Andy Rattel there down the back straight, but did hold on to it. And here I would think Drummond said to him, you know what, don't try something like that because I will get you back.
I wonder, is that moment that we just saw there of Rattel having to end up on the grass, I wonder if that's what the racer officials are looking at with Zach Drummond. We did see that he was under investigation. Really torrid weekend for Adrian Mustienes. Will not make the final. This was Van der Kerkhoff down the inside of Rattel on his way to P3. We'll leave you with these pictures, but with the sounds, we'll go down to Parc Ferme again and over to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew, with our man in second place of that one, Zach Drummond. Zach, great race for you still there. Good points on the board. You secure pole position for that final. Tell us your thoughts ahead of that last race of the weekend.
I'm feeling really confident. We have lots of pace. We struggled a little bit in that race. I don't know why. We'll have to figure that out with some data and stuff like that. But still, we've won 5 races out of 6 in the heats, so very confident going into the final. One-off weekends are always a big challenge. Are you ready for this one? Yeah, I'm ready for the fight. Let's do it. Well, best of luck and congratulations, pole position in that final. Thank you. Excellent stuff there for Zach Drummond. Karts have headed out for the next race. It's going to be a tough one. Can anyone dethrone Danny Caronini from the front row? Could it be Aaron Garcia? Let's find out.
Yes, indeed. Let's take you through the grid in a moment then. This is the second heat for X30 Senior. It'll be 16 laps. And yes, pole position, at least provisionally, looks set to go to Scotland's Zach Drummond. Oh, I think this could be an absolute firecracker of a second superheat. We'll take you through the grid then. Aaron Garcia starts on pole position. Can knock Caronini off the front row of the grid for the final. Has got Freddie Lloyd, the new British champion, alongside him. Lloyd in good form, won at Le Mans in the IAME Euro Cup 2 weekends ago. Gus Lawrence, the man who he took that British title from, starts on the inside of row number 3. And one of my tips for the final this afternoon, Ruben Moya is on the outside of row number 2. Mark Granada and Sebastian Mins go from row number 3. We know that Mins is going to attack. It's his style on the first lap of one of these races. George Edgar and Oscar Gouchot from France, they go from row 4. Kevin Backer and Clément Outron start on row number 5. Can Outron turn around what in recent years have always been bits of bad luck on a finals day for the Frenchman? Zach Green, won here in Winter Cup, what, about 9 months ago? Starts on row 6 alongside Xavi Lloveras. Daniel Brozovic and Yuka Po go from row 7. Kevin Lantinga and Hugo Marti is a big heavyweight row 8. Brodie Whitmore and Angelo Melli complete the first half of the field.
Lots of work to be put in then from your drivers behind row number 10, which includes Harrison Mackie, who qualified 98th overall this weekend a couple of days ago. He will be starting alongside Mathis Meir-Shah. And then shortly behind them, on row number 11, we have Louis Coman of France and Eloy Gonzalez, who's had a torrid week for somebody so fast. Row number 12 is Bertram Sash with Kai Burke. And then from 13, we have Isaac Sayer with Louis Aguiar. 14 will be Jonathan Landstrom with Sem van der Heijden. And from 15, we have an all-British lineup with Cam Nelson for his first Senior X30 weekend alongside Lewis Bird. 16 is Merrill Peldas of Estonia with Felipe Carres. And from 17, Martin Wallström with Harrison Whitacombe. Rounding out your field then for the final superheat of today, Oliver Meek starts with Amin Kara Osman.
So here we go then for the second superheat in X30 Senior. Lights are out. We are racing once again in Valencia. Quite a steady start again. Into the first couple of corners will go Aaron Garcia as your race leader. Gus Lawrence is up to P2 immediately. Freddie Lloyd slips into third. Nice and calm by a superheat standard through the first few corners. Just 1-2 carts. Oh, that's not calm at all. That's the 295 Houts Racing Team kart flying off the road there. That was Amin Kara Osman, similar to what we said with Musgenet in the first heat. Had a really good start from the back row of the grid, but is clattered out of contention.
Yeah, carbon copy then from what we saw in our first heat. Like you said then, Andrew, through the second sector, these drivers go trying to file themselves into position. Out there in the front, we will have those battles going on. Fred Lloyd being the driver, currently in P3, trying to weave his way through, trying to hunt down position from Gus Lawrence. And of course, your 2025 Euro champion out of the final corner. Great run by Lloyd, but it's not quite enough because Garcia and Lawrence do defend, as Lawrence is under investigation for working on the pre-grid. The driver who was on a charge to be starting right in the sharp end as we look to our finals, could quite quickly find himself in a lot of trouble.
Oh, that could be very, very bad news for Gus Lawrence and the PF International karting team. That will be being checked and verified on the cameras in race control as Lloyd's gone down the inside of Lawrence. If it is found to be a guilty case of working on the pre-grid, that's going to be a disqualification from the race. Now, yes, Lawrence, I think, will still be able to get through because he's got a lot of points from earlier on in the week. Oh, well, that is going to be a real defining point potentially for Gus Lawrence in this competition. Meanwhile, top two trying to break away. Garcia, Lloyd. Lloyd has a little think about it, has a second think about it. He's going to go for it, surely. It's Fast Freddy down the inside, takes the lead of this race. He loves a finals day. He loves the scrap. It's what took him to that victory in Le Mans a couple of weeks ago. It's what took him to the British Championship back in September. He's looking to achieve the Triple Crown here, of course, in Valencia. But keep an eye on the drivers behind. Garcia is still strong. Ruben Moya is still strong here. And Sebastian Mins. I've been impressed with Sebastian Mins this week, Nicole. He's had a difficult couple of years, to say the least, in international karting, but this has been a much more mature performance for me from Sebastian Mins. He has a little point there forward to Moy to say, yeah, let's keep working, let's keep pushing on. I'm not going to fight you, I'm not going to attack you at this stage. We've got a job to do, and it's catch Aaron Garcia.
Do you know what I think is coming into play with Mins' performance this week is a bit of a breath of fresh air for him. We don't typically see Seb in the Senior X30 grid. He's come into this, it's a win or lose weekend for him. He doesn't get anything, out of it. He doesn't compete in the IAME Euro series, and I think that's really what is helping him boost his confidence through this. I think he probably feels like he's not necessarily got anything to prove. He's got no pressure on his shoulders, but he does have pressure through this race. He has pressure from the driver behind of Gus Lawrence, who is a big name within IAME Racing, not only in Europe, but in the UK and in the States as well. Lawrence, let's not forget, under investigation, but he's still going to try and push forward. He's still going to try and get past the driver of Mins, who will be one of the youngest drivers in this field as well. A bit of a fresh face within Senior X30.
Garcia defends. Oh, as Mins tries to get down the inside of Moya. They touch through turn 1. Mins has got through. Mins, it's problems for the 207. Yuka Po is going to be out of this race. Oh, that's going to be a nervy wait. That's going to be a really nervy wait for the driver from Hong Kong, because he started on row number 7. So he was only a couple of rows ahead of the cut-off point overnight. He's going to lose a lot of points there. That might be the end for Yuka Po, and will not be able to make it through to the final. Good shows on the attack as well. Great move down the inside on Moya. Moya defends it well, uses the track to his advantage, but Good show's going to come back. Lovely stuff from the French driver for Dream Racing. That's a dream move up to P6.
Well, Fred Lloyd then still holds onto this one out there in the front, as shortly behind the drivers inside of the top 10 still going for it. Through the final corner then, cutting air, absolutely taken. Then once more for these drivers, completely up and over and bouncing back down on 4 wheels. I think you catch yourself wrong there on your ribs and go into the side of the seats. It's a point in the circuit that can be quite painful for some of these drivers.
Drivers potentially turning their weekends around, or at least keeping them going for a little bit longer. Harrison Mackie up 5 places in this race in the 3-2-1 machine. 14th place on the road now. Only needed a little gain to get through, because he started on the 10th row of the grid. So 5 positions will do quite nicely. Having said that, though, it's Harrison Mackie, isn't it? He's going to keep pushing on. He wants to get as high up the grid as possible. He's not here this weekend just to be part of the top 36 going through to the final. He's here to win. Came very close to taking the title at Zweira just under 12 months ago when he was in the junior category. But we'll keep an eye on the Eichmann's GP machine a little bit further back. Here's George Edgar going on the attack down the inside of Mark Gurnard. A textbook move from George Edgar. His first international weekend at a senior level. The gold medal winner in the FIA Motorsport Games just down the road from here, those Valencia Games in 2024. Another driver I've been really impressed with so far this week. Seems to have taken to the senior racing style like a duck to water, as we say. Yeah,
has indeed. George Edgar then on that previous lap, that move on Granada was helped because he was 3.5 tenths faster than the driver ahead, as now Zach Green is looking hungry once more and picks off the position away from Granada as well. So the 2 countrymen of Edgar and Green there currently in 7th and 8th. Don't count out Green this weekend, finished off last year in the juniors with a podium. Yep. He had a big win earlier on this year as well, like you mentioned earlier on, Andrew. He's probably in for a successful one this weekend, as we've got moves going on now down the inside in the sharp end of your order. And Anthony Jordan is down there with some more intel.
Nicole, yes indeed, looking as this race is going on, I'm watching it from that final chicane, and you're seeing of course Aaron Garcia there in 2nd place. It's still a very close race, as now I can hear an exhaust has come loose out on track. But yes, Garcia now of course, as you probably already mentioned, 3rd in the points. This actually might benefit him more going into that final. The inside behind Drummond, he might get a better run at the start of that final. It could be beneficial for him to stay there in P2.
Very good point, Anthony. And yeah, at the moment it's a 6-7 point deficit to Carinini. There was a driver I missed out in my review of who's potentially saving their weekend, and I'm very glad this driver is potentially saving his weekend. Eloy Gonzalez says, oh, Moya out over on the curb there. He's not going to be too happy about that. Gonzalez just at the back of this train that's got George Edgar, Green, Gonzalez there in the red and blue race lid, up 14 places in this one. Started a little bit further back than Harrison Mackie, but looks to be going through here and is hungry for more. Is Green down the inside of Edgar. 2 great British racing families going wheel to wheel there, the Greens and the Edgars. And it's 1-0 to the Greens in this case as Zach Green goes through.
Well, let's talk points-wise now then, as we head through almost halfway. That's a change. That's a mix-up there for not only your race lead, but your P2 as well. Fred Lloyd now leading this one. Seb Mins has got his way through on Garcia. Doesn't open things up for Lloyd just yet, but Steb heads through that final corner, now in charge of this trio. As you can see, Aaron Garcia maybe a little bit visibly shaken there by that move. Points to Gus Lawrence to say, hold on to this one and help me get back past the victory lane. So your Euro Series champion of this year, maybe a little bit rattled there out in the front. as we think points-wise, it doesn't do anything too detrimental to Aaron, but it is still Drummond and Karanini out in the front. I don't think within this one they've got the chance to be caught.
Yeah, not at the moment, but Gus Lawrence is still there in 4th place, and we know that Gus Lawrence has this tendency to finish races strongly, so that may be on the mind of Aaron Garcia as we're on lap number 10 of 16 in this super heat. You're watching live coverage of finals day at IWF 2025 here from the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Beautiful day in the hills here above Valencia, and it's a beautiful day for Aaron Garcia down the inside. It's got through past Sebastian Mintz before the braking zone of turn number 1. Brilliant speed from Aaron Garcia. MDC Racing will be delighted with that. Gains a few more points, closes the gap once again in the intermediate standings to Karanini.
Well, we've seen 2 Lantingers in the field throughout this week for your Senior X30s. I think one could potentially be in trouble. Kevin Lantinger has dropped 3 positions so far within this race. Now sits P18 behind Hugo Marti and could find himself very shortly in some trouble, as could the drivers behind like Whitmore, Burke, Sam Van Heiden, Melly, Landstrom, Karas and Peldas as well. These are some of your final moments and not many laps left to go for these drivers. Visible frustration there for Gus Lawrence. Points to Seb Mintz, his countryman, to say catch up to Garcia and catch up to Lloyd as well, because it's only half a second that he's got to his name. Down the inside after a good run out of the final corner goes Gus. Gus down at turn number 1 has fought his way through Seb Mintz. Seb Mintz is an aggressive driver. He's got some fire in his belly, but has he got it in him now to try and find his way back past the PFI branded carts? Gonzalez now, Andrew Mather, up by 16 positions there in P6. A torrid week for a driver so fast. Another driver like Toby Gale, like Daniel Britz, who's under that Birrell Art chassis and has really jumped through the field within this race.
Yeah, it's had some good results. Gonzalez started the week with a P2 in his very first race. It was really those 2 retirements that set him back in the scores overnight. But yeah, I'm very glad to see that Gonzalez is on his way through. Was a big contender in last year's Winter Cup finale here at Valencia. So always love a charge from Gonzalez. This is why I call him the Matador. Flying the flag for the host nation. Good scrap going on. Oh, it's out of the race. Is that Kevin Backer? Yes, it is. Kevin Backer for the KCR Racing team is out of this race. Might be okay. Was in the top 20 in the standings overnight. So we'll be dropping down, of course. It's going to be a nervous wait to see if the Dutch driver gets through. Anthony Jordan is down there. We'll be down with him in a few moments' time whilst we watch Lloyd, Garcia, Lawrence. They are dropping Mins. Now we can go down to Anthony Jordan. Anthony, what do you have for us?
Yeah, Kevin Backer there, ground to a halt right in front of me. Definite mechanical issue. The engine just gave out. It didn't want to go anymore, and it was visible frustration from Kevin. He got out the kart, he kicked the NASA panel in anger. I think he actually broke it even more than trying to fix it, but clear frustration, but definitely not optimal ahead of the final.
Yeah, just having a look at the replay there of Backer coming to a stop. That's a real shame from a driver who's had a strong week up to that point. 2 laps to go then. After this one, we're on lap number 14. Lloyd starting to come under a bit of pressure now from Garcia. Remember, 90 points if you win one of these super heats, 80 for second place. At the moment, Garcia is 7 points behind Karanini, but that point that Anthony made earlier on in the race, Nicole, which is still very prevalent right now. Does Garcia want to do this move? Because then he would have to start on the outside of row number 1.
Well, from what we've seen at these race starts, if you're starting on that anti-pole side, it actually becomes really difficult to slot yourself into position. We'll watch how this one unfolds then, because Aaron Garcia is right on the tail of Fred Lloyd now. Lloyd decides to go defensive into turn number 1 as under the back of Fred Lloyd. We just saw Garcia just get a bit squirrely. It doesn't give up too much for Gus Lawrence, but over the curbs these drivers will go. Lawrence taking that slightly wider line to not fall into the position of that domino effect where they end up going nose cone to back bumper. Lloyd now trying to go steady. Is that Sebastian Mins? Mins is off the road. Mins was in his own air. I don't know how that has happened, but Sebastian Mins for victory lane, who is on course, who is on path for a P4, is out.
Oh, that is a big, big shock for Sebastian Mins. He'll still make the final, but will be again a long way down the order. But what a scrap this is. These three drivers, they've all won their respective national titles in their career. Lloyd, this year's British champion. Garcia, last year's Spanish champion. Lawrence, of course, 3 years on the trot as the British champion before this year. Lloyd had that win in the Euro Cup 2 weeks ago. Garcia, winner of the Euro Series Championship over 4 rounds this year. This is 3 drivers in peak form heading into this week on the final lap. And this is where I've been very impressed with Freddie Lloyd so far this year, Nicole. He's always been fast. We've always given him that nickname of Fast Freddie. But if there's one thing he's really stepped up with in 2025, it's his nous, it's his racecraft, it's his positioning to keep a lead like this when he's under pressure. The likes of Gus Lawrence, Zach Green, Harrison Mackie have all had him under pressure this year in the British Championships. Garcia has him under pressure here at the end of this superheat. Can Garcia find a way through? Lloyd to the middle of the road. Oh, Garcia's got round the outside. Oh, he's taken over the curb, so he won't gain the position, but that was a one mighty go from Garcia. Lloyd takes the win ahead of Garcia. Lawrence finishes third, but we should remind you it's under investigation for possible work on the pre-grid before the start of this race. Zach Green fourth, Eloy Gonzalez fifth. That is an A-grade top 5. They will all feature heavily, I am sure, Nicole Sutherland, when we get to the final later on this afternoon.
Garcia then gave it a good go through that final corner. It was close, but it was not close enough. Him and Freddie Lloyd lucky to get away from that one, I think, unscathed. Let's not forget then, with the way that this race has just concluded, Garcia and Lloyd will meet each other again on that second row for your final. This is not the last time that they will see each other. Lloyd, though, he has ticked off this superheat. We will see him later on. We will see him on that second row. Your drivers then in your top 5, Lloyd, Garcia, Lawrence, Green and Gonzalez with a 17 position gain. They're then followed shortly behind by Oscar Godshow, who finishes in P6. We then have George Edgar with Xavier Levares, Ruben Moya and Mark Granada as your top 10. Harrison Mackie, Bertram Sash, Clement Outron, Hugo Marti and Kevin Lantinga finished in your top 15. And then the following drivers we maybe could be saying goodbye to. This is sort of the danger zone. Kai Burke, Daniel Brosvik, Brody Whitmore, Sam Van Heiden, Angelo Melli, Jonathan Landstrom, Mero Peldes, Philippe Carras, Amankara Osman and Cam Nelson, who rounds out your top 25. But the job was clear. He knew what he had to do. He knew that he needed that super heat win. Fred Lloyd has just done that.
Yeah, and at the moment it's Drummond and Karanini on the front row for the final. Garcia and Lloyd row 2. Lawrence and Van der Kerkhoff row 3. Here are your highlights from that second superheat. Again, quite a calm one at the start. There were a couple of spinners and those in trouble. The likes of Brody Whitmore, I think, had a bit of a problem in the early stages of this race. We also saw out Matis Mir showed in the early stages. Lewis Bird, by the way, did not take the start in this race. That was the moment where we saw some dramas off of turn number 4. The 295 there of Amankara Osman, who did actually get back into the race and ended up gaining 12 positions. What a roller coaster race that was for the German. Sadly won't make it through to the final, though, was too far back overnight. Other exchanges in the early stages. Moya passed Lawrence for 4th place. This was the move from Freddie Lloyd down the inside of Aaron Garcia to take the lead of this race. Moya bright in the first half of the race, but not so much in the second half, Nicole. With these races being a little bit longer, of course, on finals day, the bad news, Moya went backwards, but the good news, probably something on setup being the cause of that, and they now have the data to fix it for the final.
Yeah, tyre pressures may be coming into play for that one for Moya, but he's an experienced driver and he will be able to tell the team and the mechanic just that. George Edgar has been impressing me this week, finished off in a strong P4, and we saw good moves from Edgar down at turn number 1. Moya then, this was the moment where he cut over the track at that final corner. And this was the stage in the race where the two countrymen, the two well-known drivers of Green and Edgar, had a bit of a battle to confirm those positions inside the top 5. Side by side went Lloyd and Garcia for a moment, and that really did open up a door for Seb Mins as we were on that 9th lap. Down the inside of Mins, down at turn number 1, Garcia went, and really aggressively we saw Mins cover that one off from Gus Lawrence. It wasn't enough, however, though, because Lawrence managed to weave his way back past, as we had Kevin Backer there at that final corner visibly be devastated about that result, as would have been Sebastian Mins, who we saw took an unexpected DNF, who we still cannot confirm was caused by what. Over at that final lap then we saw Garcia clip over that curb, did confirm a P2 overall, but it was Freddie Lloyd that took your last superheat of the day. A number 1 for him, and it will be second row going into later's finals.
So that's it. All of the heats, the qualifying heats, the super heats are complete. We have 5 finals for you this afternoon to find who will be our champions for IWF 2025. We will kick off at 2 o'clock. We'll have all the build-up, of course, as well ahead of the first final of the day. But 2 o'clock here in Valencia for the X30 Master final. 2:30 Spanish time for the first ever S125 IWF final. Then back into the X30 categories. The minis go from 3 o'clock. That could be a contender for race of the weekend. The juniors at 3:30, and then the tantalising prospect. I'm going to say it right now, I think it's going to be a classic. I think the senior final is going to be one of those races. I hope it's one of those races, Nicole, that we remember for years to come. And it goes from 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. I think every single one of these finals are going to be a test of the best. They are going to put on an absolute show for us. We have concluded our super heats though. Like Andrew said, next up will be those all-important finals where we will confirm our 2025 IAME Warrior final winners.
There we go then. We'll take a break here at the circuit to get ready for the finals. Stick with us on your broadcast platform of choice for myself, Andrew Mather, Nicole Sutherland alongside me, and Anthony Jordan down at trackside. We will see you later on for the finals from 2 p.m.
P3 as well. The driver who's looking for a good one on home soil. A driver who coaches other young competitors moving up through the ranks, and somebody who's got some fantastic track knowledge. We'll try and catch up with Pedro as we go through this grid walk. Pedro, you might want to maybe respond to my questions in Spanish as you did earlier on this weekend, but going into this one, confidence must be sky high.
Well, repeat.
You can respond it in Spanish if that's easier for you, Pedro.
Ya, solo quiero intentar... Bueno, perdón. Nervios.
Well, Pedro, going into this one, wishing you some good luck, of course. These drivers are on new tyres as well. I'll let you get concentrated. I know this is a big one, so thank you very much. That is Pedro Ivaz, then, our driver who will be starting from pole position. Starting from pole position alongside John Norris. John Norris was a driver in 2024 we saw take great success at Zuera. Can he replicate that this year? Can he match that? John, we'll get you to come over very quickly. Last year, great results from you. This year, pressure on your shoulders, maybe being one of the drivers in the field to beat. What's that like? How's your mindset?
Mindset is good. The goal is to win, and we'll see. We need a good start, we need a good middle, and we need a good finish.
So the 3 points in the race, then, it's got to be consistent. But for you, with your experience then, John, your junior career all the way up to now, karting's not an easy sport. The Masters is not an easy grid either. It's going to be difficult to take down Pedro Ivaz. So is there any kind of game plan, or are you taking it as you did last year with a fresh mind?
No, there's no game plan. It's literally just see how the start goes and just take it from there. I think we have the pace to beat him. He is quick and he is a smart driver. So we'll just see. We'll do a good start and then we'll take it from there.
Well, we'll see if you can outsmart him then. Thank you very much, John. Starting behind John's second row of things, we've got Gary Edwards. Gary Edwards took a podium a couple of years ago at the IWF in the Masters. Big questions as well, whether he can replicate that like John is looking to try and do with his 2024 win. Gary, going into this one, you've raced the IWF before, you've been in the Masters grid a while now. That podium that you had a little bit of time ago, do you reckon you can do a similar thing here?
Yeah, hopefully. The competition is quite tough this year. But we've had a good week we haven't been out since Zuera last year, so all in all it's really enjoyable and hope for the best in the final, but it's not going to be easy, but that's what we're here for.
And we know that the Masters grid, of course, you sort of dip in and out of karting because, life gets busy, you've got other things on your mind. Yep. When you're jumping in and out of the kart and having long breaks, how difficult actually is it to come into a long week like this and try and be as quick as you can?
It's actually really enjoyable because I now don't get to spend a week in a kart ever. But yeah, no, it's quite tough, but the preparations were good. The team have been brilliant. My dad has been top on the spanner, so I'd like to thank him and the team. So fingers crossed for the final.
Well, fingers crossed then for you, Gary. Thank you. Starting next to Gary, there's Jack Dex to my left-hand side. Jack Dex, a driver in this field who, back in the UK on home soil, is actually a team owner. So it actually shows not just that these drivers and competitors, they're people that, like Pedro Ivaz, push the younger generation through this sport as well. Behind me, then Thierry Del Rey. I'm going to join Thierry. A bit of a last-minute entry into this race. Maybe didn't expect to see you. You jumped into the grid, and I believe with no testing.
Yeah, no. This year I drove not 1 meter in an X30 because I focus on KZ, and I did this race to help a driver. And yeah, we will see what happens. No stress, no ambitions, but we are here, so we will do our best.
And you're saying no stress then, so you're not worried about this one. Tell us, Thierry, how enjoyable is it to be at an event like this? The atmosphere has been great. You Masters all have good respect for each other as well. Is it a bit of an enjoyment thing as well as a competitive thing?
Yeah, it's a nice event, it's a nice race, a good level. The Masters fighting like young men, so that's nice, and we will do our best and enjoy it.
Enjoy indeed, Thierry. Thank you very much. That's it then from our grid for our first grid walk. It will be your X30 Masters kicking off for your finals today. Anthony, Andrew, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yeah, good to chat to handful of drivers. And you know what, for Teodoro, that is an incredible achievement, I think. IWF is no easy task, and for someone who's not driven a lap in anger for quite a while and puts themselves on the third row of the grid, quite the achievement there. I will say. Plenty of support, though, from around the sidelines. One of the grandstands there filling up nicely. You've got the grandstand on the other side of the circuit as well. You've got, of course, the mechanic stand. And, of course, the big stage, the TV screen. Lots of people have been watching from there as well. Great atmosphere in and around the paddock, of course, over the course of this week of racing. But it all falls down to this one for the X30 Masters. There is Chapon on your screen. Tough weekend for Chapon. I mean, he's only gone, well, I hate to say this, but he's only gone backwards in the course of this one. Hopefully, in this final, this is where he goes forward and he really puts some work in, because he is a front-running driver. His pace showed it in qualifying.
Yeah, second fastest in timed qualifying was Eric Chapon, but yeah, trying to improve on his best result back in 2021 at Adria, which was a 5th place. And he's got a decent shot of doing that today from 8th on the grid. You can see the fans starting to fill the stands. You can see some Finnish representation in there. And this is a big category for them.
In here.
Plenty of the Nordic countries racing across this master category. But the whistle goes. This is it then. The formation lap underway. A little bit of a slow getaway for one driver there, but Anthony, take us through the first half of the grid for our X30 Master final, please.
And it's going to be quite some final, I am sure, which we'll see. Joined by Ireland's John Norris. Can he take that title back than what he won last year in 2024? Gary Edwards and Jack Dex on row number 2. They'll have Terry Del Rey and Tommy Nordvang on row number 3. Francois-Xavier Venant and Eric Chapon go from row number 4. They'll have Antti Olakainen and Alexandre Beaumois-Bessec on row number 5. Mathieu Debluff and Ludovic Francois go from row number 6, with Tony Violander and Edmundo Loya on the first half of the field on row 7.
Second half of the field starts with Tara Sari, who had a big crash with Tommy Nordvang at the start of this week, was recovered to start this one from 15th. He's joined by his fellow Finn, Jari Malila. Manuel Quadrillo and Shane Crosby, they go from row number 9. The top 20 is completed by Antti Kataya, and a man who was expecting to be on the spanners this weekend. He's in the car now in the X30 Master Final. Louis Diamond, Jerome Rousseau and Sylvain Holm start on row number 11. It's then Matthew Swanston and Mikko Saxman on row 12. Harith O and Francois Coulet starts on row 13. Jay Gao will complete the grid here, 27th. Unfortunately, we will not see the 4:27 of Federico Salerno, who has withdrawn from this race. This is the final for X30 Master. It will be 20 laps, the longest race for all of these drivers here this weekend at the brilliant Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Valencia is ready. We are ready, Anthony. It's just over to the drivers now to get themselves into those formations, into that grid slot, and get this race underway.
Longest race of the weekend, and the support is out there on the banking for Ireland. I can see them all lined up on their seats, waving, hands waving, the Irish flag fluttering in the Spanish breeze here. For two of their drivers who find themselves right up at the sharp end of the field, of course, Gary Edwards and John Norris, but not forgetting, of course, Shane Crosby, who is down there as well. There is race control, head of race control, Joanna Falcao, David Manchester, Sam Fisher, watching 43 cameras out there, and none of these drivers will be able to get away with anything. And including they're under the watch alive. That man, Deputy Race Director Dan Ashton, this weekend in constant communication with the race control team. And of course, our main man, Martin Bean, who's ready to start the lights procedure, our race director this weekend, as the first final of IWF 2025 X30 Master is lights out, fights on. It's another long wait for those lights to go out, but it's a good start for Pedro Ivars on the front of the grid. Gary Edwards slots in behind. Keep an eye on John Norris. He's on the outside line. He's going to lose out on third place. He'll slot down to P4. He'll instantly try and go on the attack, but it's a good start then for the Masters as they head through the chicane for the first time. It is still Pedro Ivars who leads the way, but can Edwards do anything about it in the first opening lap of this race?
I'll tell you what though, Anthony, a really good start for Thierry Del Rey, multiple-time IAME International final winner back in the super shifter days of the mid-2010s. Was already up to third place. He's just lost that position now to reigning champion John Norris. So John Norris doing a good job here to recover those early losses that tend to happen. As Matthew Swanson's in trouble in the Tim Wilson Motorsport Prepared 400 machine, qualified for this event through from the Shenington Super Prix earlier on in the year. He's had a problem on lap 1. Round to complete the first lap of this final then. Your leader, Pedro Ivars, leads by 3/10. There's more problems this time. It's Malilla around in the 402 hard cart there. So Ivars leads from Edwards, Norris, Del Rey, Dex. That's your top 5. Nordvang, Chapon, Vened, Bassac and Delboeuf. Keep an eye on Alexandre Benoit. Bassac was third in this race last year. Very different conditions, very different circuit, of course, as well, 2024. But we know that the French driver can move through this field.
Yeah, indeed. Very sideways there under braking for Ivars there down in towards turn number 11. He's got to keep that one checked in. He doesn't want to be making little things like that. He wants to make sure he pushes forward, but he is doing just that. This is the battle further back. Jack Dex there, Chapon just behind. He has got Nordvang just ahead of him right now as they head through. Any slipstream or any gains down here? Well, there is one for second place. That's John Norris down the inside of Gary Edwards, and he retakes that P2 away. Now, is that too late than sorry, because the gap is already half a second. Pedro Ivars is at risk here of doing exactly what he wants to do and breaking away from the rest of the field. Norris and Edwards need to really think of something to do here to close in, and that's the first attack. Norris, 57.466, fastest driver out there. The gap is 0.3 of a second. It is slowly starting to close in.
And this is where the pressure will start to mount for Pedro Ivars. As I say, he's been very strong so far this week, but we are racing into the unknown. He's been away from competitive action for so long. He's going to need to rely on his experience of the circuit to keep him at the front of the field. John Norris, though, he will start to go back into the kind of rhythm that took him to the title at Zweira last year. Similar for Gary Edwards, looking to get back onto the podium for the first time since the 2022 edition at Le Mans, where he finished in third place. They will know how to play the second quarter, as it were, of this race. We're on to lap number 4, looking a little bit further down the order. Have we seen any changes in position? Yes, we have. Tony Wielander is up past Olekainen for 11th place. Venet has also got past Chapon for 7th.
John's going to go for it. He's going to go for it down the inside. He's done it. John Norris takes the lead of this race. And Pedro Ivars immediately tries to fight back, but he can't do it. That nose was so tantalisingly close to getting chopped off there as Norris slammed the door closed. Edwards immediately trying to have the attack on this one, but he can't get the move done. And now Nordvang is under pressure from Dex. As soon as one of them in the front goes to the move, the drivers behind will sense to do the same because they know they won't lose out too much time. And Nordvang has said, come on, man, think. Let's close the gap. Don't fight me.
Yeah, Nordvang looks really quick at this stage of the race, Anthony. We'll see if he can cross that gap between third and fourth place out of the final corner. Gotta love that shot as here goes Ivars trying to attack Norris into turn 1. Edwards still waiting in the wings there in third place. Nordvang and Del Rey have got to work together over the next couple of laps. They've got the chance to close these 3 down because Ivars is, I should tell you what, Ivars is starting to lose a bit of pace here with Norris. This is what we mean when we get to these finals. All the heats and the super heats do are set the good. Problem for Nordvang. Problem for Nordvang. Was that a mechanical problem? Was that a driver error out of turn number 7? Either way, it shuffled him down the pack as Ivars is starting to attack now, trying to go around the outside through 13, through 14 into the dirt there. Edwards on the inside. What a bit of racing we're having here in X30 Master. Norris continues to hold on to the lead down towards the chicane. They're racing as if it's the last 5 laps of this race, Anthony. We've still got 15 tours to go.
I don't think I can keep up with this one, Andrew, and it's the Masters. Here we go, side by side once again, down the start-finish straight, wheel to wheel, into turn 1. Edwards goes through. He finds an unbelievable gap, but Pedro Ivas immediately fights back. He loves that move down the inside at turn number 3, but now they're wheel to wheel once again. But look at that, they've lost John Norris. Norris has been released. Dex is there now. Jack Dex is fighting for a chance to be on this podium. Can he do just that? But again, we're only lap 6 of 20 right now. It's a long way to go. And once again, Pedro Ivas is starting to close the door. Dex down the inside. He's going to go for the move there on Edwards, but he's given it back. He waved him back through. He thought, even I thought that was a little bit harsh on him there. And he's given that position back. Van Hey tried to get involved there as well with his nose around the outside, but that's not worked out for him. So back on this one then. Norris immediately on the defensive. Andrew, I think we're going to have this for the next 14 laps.
So I just wonder if there's a bit of tactics being played by John Norris here, that he knows in a 1v1 race he probably can't beat Pedro Ivas around this track because he knows it so well. Scrap going on for 4th place. Defence in numbers. I just wonder if Norris is going to try and back Ivas up. Try to get Edwards ahead as they touch each other through. Goes Ivas. Well, there we go. There's our first bit of drama off of that curb at turn 4. Ivas has gone. Norris is out.
Norris is out.
Technical failure. It will not be back-to-back. X30 Master wins at IWF for John Norris. The hope of Ireland, one of their 2 major hopes, is out of this race. Lap 7 is going to be a big turning point. Ivas still leads this one, and Jack Dex is now up to P2. Jack Dex on his own machine is up to 2nd place. Gary Edwards. Thankfully, John Norris is okay. That was a hard hit to the rear of his kart. Wow, what a dramatic lap there over the line to start lap 8. Ivas' lead is a 1/4 of a second.
Oh, this is unbelievable for the likes of John Norris. That is absolutely disastrous, and I was expecting that. Ivas under investigation for causing a collision. Well, you know, that's something, but for John Norris, it's not going to help him be a P1 spot. He's out of this race. Here it is again. He hits the curb. It's that moment there, and then he just rides it. And actually, you know, he got a big hit on the old shoulder there, did John Norris. And that is disastrous. And this is the moment where, yeah, he's just trying to go through, and then the engine dies. And I'm just trying to think what it hit there. Did it hit the spark plug? I think it probably did. It may have just snapped the head of it off. And that is so, so disappointing for John Norris. That title will not be held once again. Ivas now under investigation. Jack Dex there in 2nd place. I said might have been looking at a podium this weekend. He might be looking at a P1 here for Dex.
Yeah, this is where Jack Dex similarly is going to have to use all of his experience. Does a lot of work with driver coaching back at tracks like Wilton Mill in the UK. And don't count out the likes of Nordvang and René still there in 4th and 5th. Biggest mover in this race, what a run. Louis Diamond is up to P11. The story, if you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, Louis Diamond, who's been on the tools for Riley Cranham and all the races that he's won this year in X30 Junior. Riley not here this weekend, testing for some car racing, and has said, Louis, you drive the kart, mate, that you've put together. And what a machine, what a drive he's having here up to 11th place. Could feature towards the end of this one. We've still got half of this race to go.
You can put a spanner in a driver's hand, but you can't take the driver out of the spanner. And it's like this. He's racing fiercely in this one. Down the inside, Nordvang on the move, gets past Edwards. Now Nordvang back into the podium spots in 3rd place, and he again is communicating with the drivers around him. He's saying, come on, let's go. I've got it past you. I've started to get the pace now, and this is what we're talking about, pressures of those tyres. Maybe the pressures weren't there right at the start for Nordvang, because you saw how he initially went backwards a little bit in the field. Now he's starting to get the rhythm going into it, so he's starting to push forward now. This is nice stuff from Nordvang. And again, this is incredible from him. He had that huge moment. That's Quadriello off the road there. He's kept his foot in it. Fair play to him to keep that one on the go. But yeah, that's not going to help out his chances of moving up the field. he's only going to move backwards. Right, so Ivar's in the lead, under investigation for that collision then with John Norris. Deck still there in second place. Nordvang up to third. He's just got that overtake done on Edwards. Renault still there as well. Chapon and Besek still there. Here's Renault on Edwards. He's got that move done. Edwards seemingly here. Andrew is just falling back into the field.
Yeah, Edwards doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment to get back to the podium for the first time since 2022. This is a breathless race, but this is what can happen in a final at IWF, where it all goes out of the window for some and it comes into the hands of others to grab these opportunities. Little hand up there from Rene to say, let's keep working together. We've got 3 karts together. Jack Dex could be a bit vulnerable if he gets dropped by Pedro Ivars. Jack Dex doing a brilliant job right now. There hasn't been a British driver on the podium in the 2020s in this category. This is a brilliant opportunity right now, and as you say, Anthony, could still be P1. We don't know what's going to happen yet with Pedro Ivars. We don't know here in the box what the officials are discussing in detail. Here's Nordvang defending third place. Beno down the inside. Great move there from the French driver onto the podium.
Yeah, indeed. This is good stuff from Francois-Xavier Venant, who has stepped up now into that third place spot. He was showcasing his speed was there, and he is delivering that once again. But again, they do need to be careful. They don't want to push too hard because, again, the drivers behind could have something to say about that as Nordvang was going through. There's Louis Diamond. He's under pressure now again. So we were saying how quickly he was moving up the order. Now he's starting to fall back just that little bit here. He's still there in P11, but Vilander there, Kataya there as well. Francois is there, all fighting for position. But we'll keep a close eye on that one. Still, everyone watching from the sidelines. They're keeping their eyes glued on this one, as once again they're going side by side down the back straight. That's a big lunge there down in towards the inside of turn number 3. But that is Kataya there getting the move done on Vilander. That's the P11.
Here we go then down the inside. This is for third place again. René's very good out of turn 19. Gets that position once again. French drivers have been a very regular feature on the podium in some shape or form in this category, but they haven't won this race since the last time IWF was held in their homeland in 2022. It's not out of the question yet, but it's going to need to be a big last 8 laps from René to pull, first of all, Jack Dex back into this big pack, going down all the way to 8th place, and then, of course, catch Pedro Ivars. Continuing up the order as well, Tero Sari has just got past Edmundo Loya, so past the Peruvian and up into 16th place. We're on lap 13 of 20 here at in the first final of IWF 2025, and it's already been a stunner, Anthony Jordan. The pace starting to increase now as well for Pedro Ivars. He's got the gap at the front of the field out to half a second. I think it's really important in this next lap and a half or so that Jack Dex doesn't lose the toe. This is a big circuit for Slipstream, particularly through the exit of sector number 2 and into sector number 3, because this pack of 4 here, led up by René, then Nordvang, Edwards and Bessak, they've got a good opportunity and time on their hands to work together and close up to the driver in second place.
Now you can see everyone watching from the big TV screen there as well. Every time that camera comes on, there's always a wave to it as well. But eyes on the fight still on that live feed. Still tantalisingly close there, and I've got to say, this last spot on the podium is not sealed yet. But may have broken away from the likes of Edwards, but Nordvang's gone with him. Oh, that's a disaster there. De Bluff out of the race. The Belgian, who had looked so quick this weekend, started relatively high up in that order as well. The 6th row of the grid. Hand in heads, despair for him. I've got to say, Nordvang, I think he looked for a move there down at turn 1.
Yeah, he definitely did. Unfortunately, there's more bad news for the Belgian squad. The legend that is Thierry Del Rey, who made a late decision to get into this race as Nordvang looks down the inside, has got third place. Del Rey's fading, is down to P14 now, but we're going to stick with this quartet fighting for third place here in this final. Down the inside, it's Bessak. Bessak is back. He's had so many troubles this week, but you don't lose sheer talent Besak drove onto the podium at Suera last year behind John Norris, behind Claudio Pagliarani. So you could argue right now that Besak is the highest ranked driver still in this race. As here comes Vene back down the inside to retake fourth place. This is good for Nordvang. Nordvang has got the chance to break away now. Gary Edwards has got to get a move in because the drivers are losing time with all of this now. Chapon is on the back of this group as well for P7. We've got 5 laps to go of this one. Pedro Ibar's lead is now up to 0.7 of a second. A big hop across the curb there, Anthony from Besak.
Yeah, indeed, and that's really risky on that one. We have already seen one chain come off this weekend on that very apex curb. We don't want to lose any more on it, but let's find out what happens for the rest of this race. You're looking at the body language here from Besak, who's immediately going to go on the attack again. What he might do it again on the back straight here. He did it on the last lap. He tucked in. He was pushing his head forward. He was geeing himself up. He was saying, come on, let's get this kart on that podium. Is he going to do it again? He somewhat does a little bit there. He tucks in behind the steering wheel. Nordvang is the next target to go for, but Nordvang's now escaped from that fight with them battling away there for P4. But again, there is still time left in this race as we go on to now lap 17.
And this is what we mean by the unknown of a longer race in one of these finals. It's not like they even have a really long practice session early in the week to see how the tyre performance and the chassis performance is over a 20-lap period. Vene, to me, just off the medium speed corners, like off turn 13, turn 14, just doesn't look like the kart's punching out of those turns, and it means when he gets onto the longer straights, he's losing out here. You've seen Nordvang pull away, Besak pull away, although Vene very good through the second sector that time around. But just watch here, watch that red and white 403 just start to edge away little bit by bit. This will be frustrating for the likes of Edwards, Chapon, and now Olafhainen at the back of this group. Vene's almost a bit of a roadblock to the higher podium places at this stage of the race. Another lap ticks on by. Pedro Ibar still leads this race. We've had no further notifications on our screen though, Anthony. Not to say that there won't be one coming. We just don't know at this stage, but at the moment, Pedro Ibar's still in the lead of this race.
Yeah, he is indeed. Jack Dex there sitting just a second behind. And, you know, Dex would have had a good view of what happened there with that incident that happened in front. And that might be the reason why he's not really going on the attack here. He might be on full attack right now. We don't know. But if he's not, it would make sense a little bit. The reason why he stayed there, he can keep Ivars at a good distance, knowing that there's potentially something that could be going his way. But we don't know just yet. Battle for third place, though, is still heating up. There is Dex in P2. It's Nordvang in third place at the moment, but Besak is still there. He fought to that podium spot last year, like you mentioned, at Suera in that terrible foggy conditions. And he might be able to do the same here at Valencia, because across the line they go onto lap 19 of 20. And he is on that rear bumper like anything else. Nordvang is going to have to really dig deep here to try and break away.
I tell you what as well, Vane's come back into this. We talk about the kart switching off and switching on sometimes. Maybe Vene was just saving himself a little bit for the last couple of laps of this race, because he started to edge back towards Besak. Besak now kicking. Nordvang's going to be under a lot of pressure here. Olakainen has a look at Chapon's 7th place. What a race this has been. This has been a marvellous X30 Master final. We've got a lap and a half of it to go. Pedro Ivars' lead is up to 1.2 seconds. I think for Jack Dex, you've just got to keep pushing on. You've got to make sure that you're still within the space of a potential time penalty.
Here we go.
Fight for third place here across the line. Oh, down there, Nordvang. Besak on the dirt. This is going to be a chance surely for Vene. Vene up to 4th place.
Oh, this is absolutely superb for the drivers. But again, Nordvang needs to be careful here. You don't want to over-defend a spot for this race, but I know what he's thinking right now. He's thinking, my goodness, the chance of being on this podium could be whittling away here. Edwards down the inside. He's got through past Vene, but Besak is still there. The fight at the front, though, still on. Ivars is still leading by 1.5 seconds. That's signed, sealed, and done for those two for the time being. Eyes focused on third place. This is that fight. Nordvang is still there. Was the last few attempts to get the overtake done. There is your race leader, Pedro Ivars, who's looking to try and open up, I can imagine, probably around a 5-second gap, which at the moment he has got. for third place as he rounds the final corner. It's Spain on top with Pedro Ibarz. He wins the IWF trophy in 2025. Dex finishes second. Nordvang holds on to third by a staggering 1/10 of a second from Alexandre Besek, who finishes P4. But it is Pedro Ibarz in Spain, his home circuit, his very circuit he teaches the younger generation to race at. He's only gone and won his own racing after a long break from driving karts.
And you can see the appreciation of the rest of this field to this man. Pedro Ibarz is the master of IWF 2025. He has been the man to beat since the very first free practice all week. He only didn't take a checkered flag first once this week, and that wasn't because of anything that he did. It was the mechanics that the mechanical nature of the car that let him down. What a race, what a podium. Jack Dex becomes the first British driver in the 2020s to be on the podium in X30 Master. And Tommy Nordvang, from the first heat of the whole week, Anthony, we feared that Tommy Nordvang was going home straight away after that awful crash out of turn 19 during the first round of heats. They got the kart back together. The 41-year-old pulled himself together, and he's on the podium for Norway and Barrierberg Racing. But today is a day that will long serve in the memory for Pedro Ibarz and the Action Racing team. They have been fantastic all week. Pedro Ibarz is your winner.
He certainly is. What a drive that is. Action Racing can celebrate a P1 podium then. Plenty of support for the team here. And there is your provisional final classification on your screen. Pedro Ibarz takes the win in IWF 2025. Jack Dex stands on the podium in P2. Tommy Nordvang takes that third place spot ahead of Alexandre Besek in P4. Venon finished it in P5 ahead of Gary Edwards. Solakainen in 7th from Antti Kataja there in 8th place. An 11th place gain. Louis Diamond inside the top 10. Solid drive there, finishing P9 on an 11th place gain. Eric Chapon rounds out the top 10.
Tony Vilander came home in 11th place. After all of his years of car racing, he keeps coming back year after year in X30 Master. He can be proud of his move 2 positions up the field. Ludovic Francois, Shane Crosby, Teo Sari. Teo Sari, great to see him in the top 15. The other driver involved in that scary crash on the first day of full competition here in Valencia. He's recovered well. Edmundo Loya, 15th. Thierry Del Rey, sadly in the end, P16, but a great effort from the former IWF champion. Here are some of your highlights then from a pulsating first final of the afternoon here in Valencia. This was the run down to turn 1. This was probably the most straightforward bit of the race for Pedro Ibarz in the first half of this race. Led it off of turn 1. Gary Edwards straight up to P2. John Norris down to 4th place after a quick start from Thierry Del Rey took him up to 3rd. Norris immediately went back on the attack. Down the inside of Del Rey, took 3rd place through turn number 11. Then the drama started. A spin for the 402 of Jari Malila took him out of contention. Norris then went on the attack to get past his fellow Irishman Edwards. This was more goings on through the last corner, which I'm sure we're going to see more of across the course of the afternoon. And then a potential twist in the tail for Ibarz. Great driving from Norris, got road position ahead of Pedro Ibarz, and I think at this point he was just trying to back Ibarz up a little bit into the numbers. Nordvang had a slip there and went down to probably around 6th or 7th place. It was a very dramatic first 5 laps of this race.
It certainly was, and we thought we were going to get this sort of trend throughout all of it, and immediately, yes, exactly what you were thinking about trying to back him up. Because, Norris knew that he was very quick. Pedro's quick when you leave him on his own.
Exactly,
if you back him up into the rest of the pack and more elements become involved, then yes, it becomes a little bit more challenging. You can see here he's got the inside line. He is forcing Ibarz to the outside. He's giving him the long way around the dirty part of the track. This is where Edwards got in. This is exactly what Norris wanted. That was perfect for what he wanted. But Edwards wasn't able to hold on to it. Dex then was on the scene. Dex later on able to get up into second place, but certainly had to fight for it. Nordvang, I'm actually impressed that Nordvang was able to get that back up into third place. This was the moment, the dramatic moment, the hit of the curb for Pedro Ivaz there. It pushed his car up into the air. It landed on the rear wheel. It then went upwards, over the back of John Norris, and I think it broke the spark plug. It broke the header on top of the spark plug. And yeah, you can see it's bent over. It's bent over. No spark, no bang, no go in that engine. And that was the end for John Norris.
Yeah, and means he does not get back-to-back titles. Whilst we continue to watch these highlights, Nicole Sutherland, over to you in Parc Ferme.
Pedro Ivaz, 2025 IWF on-track Masters champion. Congratulations, the whole week, so dominant, so strong. Tell us more.
Sí, ha sido una carrera luchada al principio con John, con Norris. Cerrarnos, sabía que iban a intentar taparme para no poder escapar. Ha cerrado, yo le he adelantado en la chicane, me ha cerrado tal, nos hemos tocado. Yo sé que estaba delante. Después he podido dominar, tirar hacia adelante. Tenía un problema con el chasis, he doblado la varilla de adelante con el toque con Johnny. Y nada, a partir de ahí hacia adelante y mantener un ritmo constante, sacar distancia y hasta el final.
Pedro, congratulations, like we said, on-track winner. What a race to kick off the finals for today. It's not going to stop there. You can expect so much more action shortly to come. And we'll go back into our commentary box very shortly before we go into more.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland there, as you pass over the highlights finish. And that's what it meant to all the drivers there. Pedro Ivaz winning across the line. Jack Dex seeing a very calm and controlled P2 there in the background. The frantic third place fight, though, that went to the likes of Tommy Nordvang, found himself only just by a tenth of a second on that podium. Well, there you have it. One final out of 5 done and dusted. 4 more to go. And Andrew, it's the first time we see S125 out in a final capacity in the IAME Warriors Finals. Yeah,
the inaugural race for S125 has been a thrilling and an entertaining new addition to IWF, and it's going to provide plenty of excitement. I mean, if we're doing this on the basis of what we expected, X30 Master was meant to be the quiet final. It was meant to be the calm one. What are we going to see now for the rest of this afternoon? Team France have got a very, very good chance in this one. They've got a lockout of not just the first row, but also the second row. The S125 engine, which has started to be run in a couple of territories, particularly across Europe, France being one of those territories. They are going to be firm favourites for this one, but I would say across those 4 drivers on the front row, they're all very evenly matched.
Yeah, indeed. Quick engines, these ones, and let's take you through it. Drivers aged 14 years plus, 35 entries into the weekend, 20 different nationalities racing in the category, from drivers from all over the world. Philippines, from Uruguay, Finland, Mexico, Germany, France, Ireland, the Netherlands, Italy, Great Britain, Sri Lanka, Australia, Denmark out there as well, Switzerland, Finland, India. You really can't name any more countries than that, really, around the world. The class itself, though, it is a 125cc, 37 brake horsepower, 7 brake horsepower more than what the X30 Senior engine can output. Now, this is 158 kilos, so they're lighter. Effectively, this engine is an OKN and an X30 Senior kind of merged into one. You got the low to mid-range acceleration, the rawness of the original cut, the OK IAME Reedster engine, and then you get that top end, the screaming high-pitched 2-stroke noise of the X30 Senior, meaning that these karts don't accelerate and top out, they accelerate all the way down a start-finish straight until you need to brake. The tyres, though, the same as what they had for the rest, the Comet K3M tyres being used. Again, the same allocation, 2 sets for the entire weekend of wets and slicks. And again, they did need to deploy the wets earlier on in the weekend. No such need for them now. The question remains is that who has looked after their tyres the most this weekend? I can report the majority, but everyone in the first 7 rows has looked after their tyres to deploy a full set of brand new tyres for this race. A lot of drivers at the back of the grid wanting to try and push their way forward have deployed either a full set or a half set.
And the other big difference in this category, which I've got to say, I've really enjoyed my first commentary experience of S125, is this is a pooled engine category. It's an engine lottery that happens every single day. So you've got to be on top of that as the units get changed. The parity across the engines has been very good from our perspective here this week. But there's still always those little nuances that drivers, you know, they have their preferences, they have their dislikes. If the engine, you've got to get around it in terms of how it drives. But as I say, the experience levels that the French drivers have with this S125, I think has been very important with how they've performed so far in this race. But doesn't guarantee anything, particularly when you've got the likes of Nud Nielsen, 5th on the grid, who won the superheat earlier on this morning.
In quite spectacular fashion as well, gained multiple positions from the 9th row of the grid. But we could talk until the sun goes down. Let's pass over to someone else. Nicole Sutherland, who's down there on the grid.
Well, I'm down here then, Anthony, and I'm down here on your front row with Andy Rattel and Maxence Bouvier, who will be going from that 1 and 2 spot. Andy Rattel is a driver this weekend that is on a double campaign. He's competing in the S125 as well as the X30 Senior grid. We'll catch up with Andy first because a fair few questions for him before we go into this race. Andy, this weekend you've been doing the double. How many laps have you got left to go? Have you been you added it up? Have you been counting?
To go, you say?
Yeah.
40 laps.
And 40 laps, then it's going to be hard work in both grids, but you're going off the S125 first. This field, how much of a challenge has it been for you this weekend?
Was, I don't know what to say, but not too hard, not easy.
So somewhere in the middle. And then Andy, the tiredness, the driver fitness that's going to come into this, are you expecting it, you know, halfway through to become really difficult?
No, I don't think. Now we have new tires, so when you have new tires, it's more easy to drive, so it's going to be okay.
Well, we'll see how it plays out then, Andy. Thank you very much. Like Andy said, like Andrew and Anthony were talking about as well, new tyres for a lot of the drivers on the sharper end of the field. New tyres as well for Maxence Bouvier starting there just beside me. Maxence is a driver this weekend who has been consistent. If you had thrown something down on the track, he would have hit it every single time. Every corner he has ticked off absolutely perfectly, and that's why he's starting so far up, as you can see. We'll catch up with Maxence then. Starting alongside Andy, both of you drivers have a little bit of experience in this class. The S125 this weekend round this track, what have you thought?
I know it's a good driver. I gotta just make a good start from the outside and try my best for make a gap and maybe a win.
Well, let's see then, Maxence, how that one unfolds for you. We'll go back up into our commentary box for the next final of the day. Andrew and Anthony, it's up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Great work down there on the grid. Really looking forward to this one. There's Evan Caro on your screens as well. Evan's been doing various IAME categories for many a year. We'll start this one from the inside of row number 5. Martin Bean has the best stand in the house. He's definitely not sitting down for this one. He'll have the job of getting this race underway in the S125 class. And good to see that the tribunes and the stands are full for this one. And there's been a lot of interest in this engine. We had a good chat with Ron Meadows earlier on in the week about the future of this S125 engine, that it's anticipated that it'll probably sit alongside the very long-standing, very reliable X30 products, at least for the next few years or so. But I think many drivers, many teams looking at this grid this week with anticipation of the future.
I do think there is a future for this engine. Of course, it's quick. It's got everything that a driver wants. And, you know, you always hear those people that say, I like the X30 because, you know, it can go those top ends. And they say, I like the OK engine because it's got that punch out the corner. You put the two together, you make an almighty package. And I feel like if you get a full grid of these, it'll be absolutely immense. And not only that, I think we see lap records go down again in history of karts going around certain circuits. But, you know, that's sort of the future. Right now, we can just see the present. And what we can see is a packed field of drivers here ready to go racing. here in Valencia, Spain. Whistle blows, engines fire up. This is S125, the inaugural final in IWF history is about to be made here. And let's take you through that full starting lineup. Andy Rattel on double duties this weekend joins Max Bouvier for France on the front row of the grid. It's an all-France front two rows as well for the pole sitter of Gavin Adam alongside Luna Claret on the second row of the grid. Nilsson, do not rule the driver from Denmark out whatsoever. He won the superheat from the 9th row of the grid. He's now on the 3rd row of the grid with Mika Vutis accompanying alongside. Sebastian Vega and Jackson Sullivan-Harlow of Australia go from row number 4. Ewan Caro and Francois David Fontaine go from row number 5. There we'll see Emmanuel Corona and Ryan Dharmadasa on row 6. Keep an eye on the driver from Sri Lanka as well. He's been quick out there, but has had some dramas this weekend. Row 7 sees Keanu Wellins and Francois Delati. They've been holding strong in the mid-pack this weekend. Can they push forward in this final? Row number 8 sees Mohamed Menemni. He deployed a full set of tyres earlier on in the superheat. He'll have Nat Johnston for company alongside on that first half of the field.
9th row of the grid then, Emilian Kostner goes alongside Emanuele Kamata for the start of this race. Anton Bartolou and Meg Blankensburg complete the top 20 for the start of this particular race. Row number 11, Kimi Alanko and Jamie English. Jamie English has fought back really well after a difficult start to this week. Row 12, Jeremy Montgomery Swan is alongside Manlo Sanda. Row 13, a driver with a lot of OK experience, Jagrat de Troja, is joined by Germany's Charlotte Tilley. Emma Carey, she goes from row 14, is joined by Omar Jorge Santiago from Mexico. Another Irish driver directly behind on row 15 is Robbie Buckley with VT Varnanen completing the top 30. Leopold Meyer and Manuel Itzkovic starts on row 16. Oh, there's a problem though for the 727. Is that not Anton Bartadou? Does not get to take the start of this inaugural S125 race and can show, just see how disappointing a moment that is. Just to run off the rest of the grid, row 17, Joel Murphy and Paco Sarmiento and Teodor Osicianu will complete this field.
I did think I saw that kart moving a little slowly off the line when they pulled away, but I didn't want to mention it just in case of anything, but unfortunately I didn't need to. It grinds to a halt out there. It's a big shame for Anton, and the Frenchman will not see the start of this race. Again, more support for the Irish out there. Plenty of Irish flags fluttering around the circuit. They'll, I'm sure, be supporting the likes of Jamie English, who finds himself on the 11th row of the grid, and of course Emma Carey as well on the 14th row, and of course Robbie Buckley and Joel Murphy. Plenty of Irish support out in this class. Are we going racing? S125, it's lights out, fights on into turn 1. Lightning start for Rattel on the inside. One of the carts is not going well, and it's the 712. It's Nat Johnston grinding to a halt on the start-finish straight. He cannot catch a break this weekend. In the rest of the field go in towards the chicane. One or two cars not even attempting to make the corner as they cut over the grass and back onto the straight. There is Nat Johnston. I do not know what to say for that young man there. It has not been the weekend for him.
And he's had a smile on his face throughout this event, hoping that it would be a good final. Unfortunately, he is out on lap 1 at the front of the field, though. It's Rattel going up against Gavin Adam. Adam has been so quick so far this week and is all over the back of Andy Rattel right now. Two of them trying to break away from that pairing immediately behind. Here goes Gavin Adam down the inside. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he can. Takes a lot of curb, but it's got the lead. Under investigation is Bouvier for the start, but here comes Rattel on the counter-attack. That's a bit tight into turn 1. Andy Rattel goes back through, and look at Mirko Wouters. Wouters is suddenly in play and up to P3.
That's nicely done there, but they all hit that curb a little bit too hard. Bouvier back down the inside. Wouters may have gained that spot, but he's going to lose it again, and he makes contact with Luna Claret. Claret tries to get her nose down the inside, but unfortunately it's not worked out for her. And now look who's pushing through. It's Nilsson. It's also Australia's hopes. Jackson Sullivan-Harlow is trying to fight his way through, but at the front again, there's been pandemonium. That is Nilsson. Nilsson, the winner of the Superheat earlier on, is now out of this race, and Claret's gone off as well, but she's dropped down into 15th place. At the front, though, is it Bouvier, who's in the lead of this race once more as they go into the chicane. I believe it is. The Frenchman leads the way through the chicane, but look at this, Bottas all over the place. That huge fight there for P4 is massively kicking off.
I fear one of the Eichmann GP cars is, there's more karts out, as that's Santiago, and Luna Claire's out as well, directly in front of us here in the commentary box.
Yeah, I
the
thought
721 will not see the end of this race. She had a great start during the heats 2 days ago, but is out here in the early stages. Meanwhile, back at the front, it's still the French drivers at the front of this field, but there's less of them now. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow from Australia. The fans watching from the opposite side of the globe. It'll be about 2 o'clock in the morning right now, but at the moment, they've got one of their drivers for the VDK Racing team, who of course had a great year in international karting, there on the podium.
At the moment, they are indeed. Could they stand any higher up on that order? Because Bouvier and Adam are right there, line astern. Are we going to see an attack here for the race leader? Or are we going to see these two maybe work together in this final? Will they break away from the rest of the field? Think Bayons with Bayons, we'll just work together, then we'll fight it out in the last couple of laps. Well, that might have something to do with it. Gavin Adam, fastest lap of the race, 55.708, was 0.03 of a second faster than Bouvier. But is that enough to warrant him to want to go for the attack here for the race lead? For the time being, he stayed behind. He's not done anything just yet. But like you were saying there, Andrew, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow has closed in. This is interesting as well in the background. This is Rattel back on the charge through the field. Now he dropped down to about P6. He's back into P5 now, past Verga. Jano Wellens is just ahead there as they go through the chicane. Again, no change for all your top runners for the time being. Only Rattel up into P5.
Andy Rattel, indeed, now P4 is fighting back here, trying to get back with these two leaders. I tell you what, though, Suzlin-Harlow looks quick, despite being on his own. He's turning a really good pace at the moment in this race. Little look further back. This was to the race start, so of course Bouvier's still under investigation.
And there's Nat. He's just not gone, has he? Yeah, off the line. It's just ground to a halt, and that's a huge shame there. But the rest of the field, they got a decent getaway there. Back to the front, there's a change. Down the inside, turn number 12. I didn't think we were going to see an attack this early on here, Andrew, but Adam feeling like he wants that charge, he wants that place from Bouvier, and he's done it.
Yeah, it's a good move there from Gavin Adam, who had a very strong qualifying at the start of the week, was the fastest driver in this S125 category. So we know that Gavin Adam has very good single lap pace. There are some more investigations coming in, but we'll come back to that because that's a great move down the inside by Evan Caro up to 5th place. I think with that one is out of the race is one of the Action Racing drivers. Is Verga. Sebastian Verga will not win this race and is understandably very displeased with that moment. Caro indeed is up to 5th place now. Just to run over as well, who has these investigations? So Blancaspor has got one in the 729, the 704 with Charlotte Tilley as well is being looked at by the race officials, and the 729 we've already touched. In fact, the 729 I think is doubly under investigation now, Blancaspor, and of course Bouvier from the start of the race. Now obviously what we couldn't see from that replay angle is the relative position of Bouvier within the tram lines to when the lights go out. Remember, that's the rule with the tram lines. You can move out of them before you cross the timing line, but only if the lights have been extinguished by the race director. I don't think it looked like a false start or going across the line significantly ahead of the pole sitter, as down the inside, teammate on teammate there in the EGP squad. Wouters through past Wellens for, what will that be, 6th place. Montgomery Swan having a really good race, and Robbie Buckley.
Yeah.
Robbie Buckley up 20 places in this race.
I was about to call that out. The same for Jagrat de Trojes. They're 14 places there, just outside the top 10. Buckley's got past Montgomery Swan now. That's put him up to 21 places into P8. It's an astounding drive there for the field behind, but we will keep a close eye on that progression because, well, it's right there on your screen. Buckley just behind these two of Keanu Wellens and Wouters. He's going to look to the inside. That's one done. Buckley through past Wellens, and he's up into P7.
I think it's okay, but I did note earlier that one of the Eichmann GP carts had the front of the NASA panel right at the base where it meets the front fairing was loose. It popped up in one of the earlier exchanges. I think it's Wouters. That might be a little bit of a distraction to him right down his nose, as Rattel's now under investigation for potentially cutting the track and gaining a lasting advantage. Let's have a look at a replay. So there are the lights. Watch for Bouvier in reaction to the lights. This is all okay. The lights go out. Okay, I don't think it's for that reason. That looked all above board to me, Anthony.
Yeah, again, difficult to tell from that angle. From this angle, we definitely can't tell. But yeah, you can just see the moment there, mainly for Nat Johnson grinding to a halt. Ah,
oh, no.
Dear, more grinding to a
Jackson
halt.
Harlow.
It is. Oh, from Australia. What a disaster. Jackson Sullerson Harlow tumbles down the order. He was fighting for a podium, and now it's all gone wrong. And how on earth did that happen? We were watching a replay, and now is it mechanical?
I think it's ignition.
Oh, dear me. He's pressing the button because he was all on his own there in third place, and oh, that is such a shame.
Out of the race then for VDK Racing. It won't be a podium for them here today. Onto the back straight then. This is now the battle for third place between Rattel and Caro. Caro has all of a sudden come into this race. He's had decent speed across the course of the week, but this is a real opportunity now. Down towards turn number one. Is there going to be an attack? Yes, there is from Caro on Rattel. Sweetly done, through and into third place.
Indeed, beautifully done. Again, we love that move down in towards turn number one. It is fast, it is fierce, but if you get it right, it's so rewarding for a driver to just sneak it down the inside. There is Jackson Sullerson Harlow out of the race. At least he's managed to bring it back to Parc Fermé, but not the result he was hoping for. The rest of the field then, well, Robbie Buckley is in the top 5 here, Andrew. 24 places gained. The Republic of Ireland will be on the edge of their seats here right now.
I tell you what, the Buckleys know how to drag a result out from a difficult situation. Yeah, there is the front fairing of Wouters, but it's okay because it's not getting worse. It'll move around a little bit, but it's still structurally intact. For me, there he is shaking his fist there to say to Robbie Buckley, come on, we've still got a chance of a podium here, but we've got to work together in the second half of this race. Mick Blankenspoor has fallen down the order a little bit, is now down to 19th place. So this race now on to lap number 11. Gavin Adam, the lead is 1.6 seconds from Maxence Bouvier. Evan Caro there in third place ahead of Andy Rattel for fourth. Buckley, Wouters, Delati, the Troja, Corona and Wellens complete the top 10.
2 of the top 3 drivers in this race, Andrew, are under investigation. We've been mentioning it earlier on about Bouvier. Rattel now is the latest under investigation, the 720. This is probably why Buckley's really pushing it right now. 2 of those drivers might be coming away with a penalty at the end of this race. He, at this moment, is pushing forward. So is Carrar down the inside. Gets the move done on Bouvier and into second place.
It's been a super race from Evan Caro up to this point. We have seen flashes of this. He got a third place. That's a big. I don't like it. I don't like it when they do that, Anthony, because so many times, particularly in the longer races, if you keep doing that time and time and time again, you can't pull over, change a chain, sir, and get back in the race. This is a sprint all the way to the end of 20 laps here at Valencia. Bouvier got, I think, a bit caught in 2 minds there as to whether to go for a move or stay in position. He's lost out now in terms of time to Caro. There is Gavin Adam checking over his shoulder. I don't think in really believing the gap that he's got right now. It's nearly up to 2 seconds.
Indeed, incredible drive here for Gavin Adam, and we saw this pace from time qualifying. He was the fastest out there down the inside. Rattel now is showcasing why he's racing in 2 classes this weekend. He gets back into the podium spots, back into third place, and this is all falling into the hands of Robbie Buckley here, who is closing in the background. However, I think he's lost his momentum now, Andrew. The gap is back to over 2 seconds, and Wouters, the Troja, is there. Corona is there as well. They've all closed back in.
in some ways, these, and this, as it should be, it's a final. It should be the most difficult race of the week. The grip will be very tricky to manage right now. It's the warmest air temperatures that we've had across the course of the week. 22 degrees air temperature. It probably feels a little bit more than that out on track. But we've not had any rain since the thunderstorm and, what was it, Wednesday night.
Yeah.
So more and more Comet rubber has been going down. You can sometimes in karting have a track that's got too much grip. Here's an attack coming in from Wouters down the inside of Buckley. A sweet move there from the Belgian. He's up to P5.
I was expecting that. You could see that the gap was opening up again between this group and the group up ahead. And I think Buckley, he's done an incredible job of pushing this kart to the front, but I think he may have pushed those tyres just that little bit too hard now. And they're starting to fade just a little bit here. The drivers who have that consistency over the course of this race are now starting to overtake again.
To hold on to the silver lining of a cloud, we saw it with Rene earlier in the Master race, didn't we? This is a circuit where sometimes you just have to back off by a tenth or so over a lap. So just bring, and this is what we're talking about with the game of time management in karting, just bring the tyre back into the operating window and then you can go again. So we'll see if that can happen for Buckley, but at the moment he's back down to 7th place. The Trojan has got through. Great drive from the driver from India for MDC Racing, proving his experience.
Again.
Do it again as Rattel goes over the curb. How many times are they going to be able to do that? I understand why they do it, because you want to shorten the corner and cut the corner as much as you can. This is motor racing at the end of the day, but it does come with a big risk.
Yeah, you hit that apex curve at just the wrong angle, and it's gone. It's gone, and you've only got the one chain.
Yep.
It's like, you know, you haven't got dual engines out there. You can't nurse it back with one. It's as soon as it's gone, that's it. You're out of the race, and it goes in spectacular fashion as well, because the engine revs goes through the roof. Of course, you just grind to a halt, and that's an unfortunate thing for a driver to have. But so far, knocking on wood here in the commentary box, Andrew, they keep it squared away. Like you said earlier on, really impressed by Gavin Adam. He's pushed himself forward. Now that second, that was really risky for Rattel. You saw how much it unsettled the car as well. It's those sorts of angles. Well, it hasn't scuppered his car, because it's worked out for him down the inside. It's got through past Caron. Now Caron's having to defend against another driver. They're out of the race. Detroja is out. He was pushing through the field. He was on a 19-place gain, and it's ended in retirement, and you can understand the frustrated reaction.
Now, I don't know if we've got a replay of that, but I fear that may be exactly what we're talking about, because that's the exit of turn 4.
Oh, they both missed the chicane. Now that is Caron as well, isn't it? So Caron's missed the chicane. Bouvier, I think, did the same. These two are fighting hard now for 3rd place, but they both missed the chicane there. And I think, well, what's that going to do to the officials there? Two drivers missed the chicane, and now they're going slowly, backing each other up. He's letting back through. Through comes Wouters. Wouters back through. This is incredible stuff here. This is fighting for a podium.
Yeah, it's all started to break down a little bit, sadly, towards the end of this final. Bouvier now falling down the order. Looks like Corona's going to have a go. 7:31 just looks to have lost pace here in the latter stages of this race. Fontaine is on the scene as well. Francois David Fontaine for the karting 45 outfit is up 3 places in this one, side by side through turn 15 and 16. Bouvier really on the attack now, and 5-second penalty for Caron. 5-second penalty for causing a collision for Caron.
That's into that chicane. We saw them both go off. They'd outbrake themselves, but maybe there was contact, and yes, Bouvier might have been the reason why, again, where they've gone into the corner, and they've both gone wide, and that's why we've seen that come out. This is why we're seeing this dramatic stuff between the two of them. So now Wouters is there in 3rd place. Is this that moment? Yeah, he has into the back of him. They've both misjudged that one, and that's a shame there. 5 seconds going to Caron, and they were very lucky they didn't hit the tyre walls there, so very lucky about that. So recap then, lap number 18, Gavin Adam leads the way. for France. Andy Rattel there is in second place, but is under investigation. Ewan Carroll is there in third place, but has got a 5-second time penalty, or is he? Because it is that, but now that looked like a Sony kart to me. It is a Sony kart. So is that Carroll there in third place still? I'm trying to work that one out. It is him. So he's still there in third place. Bottas now will inherit that P3 because he's only 10ths behind.
Obviously, it's for the officials to check and not for us to call, but I'm also a little bit concerned about the general state of the front fairing for rotors. Fontana up to 5th place here. You could never know. Fontana might be on the podium once all of this shakes out. Of course, everybody's front fairings get checked at the end of these races. Buckley could still be on the podium. Is this again? It's just, it's all gone wrong for Bouvier. It's just all gone completely wrong in this race, and he's now going to probably slip out of the top 10. No problems, though, for Gavin Adam, who has a 3.7 second lead. He's clean. He's not under investigation at all. This is a super run from Gavin Adam. Adam Rattel is 3.6 seconds behind. Caro there in third. At the moment, that 5 seconds would drop Caro down to probably around the Wellens and English region, 13th, 14th.
Indeed. Well, this has certainly been a shake-up, and this will be, I think, a provisional result with a capital P with all the investigations and penalties that we've got. However, one thing that I'm certain of is this man here, Gavin Adam, for France, the 7:22, polled it in time qualifying earlier on this weekend with a mesmerising time that beat every single other driver here at the track. And in IWF in 2025, in the inaugural S125 category, he wins in Spain. Gavin Adam dominates the S125 in the finale, and the 722 machine, the ideal kart, goes through to victory here uncontested by a fabulous 3.7 seconds at the end of a frantic 20-lap final.
It's an ideal day for Gavin Adam. He takes his Cosmic to a famous victory. The first ever S125 IAME Warrior Finals champion, and a relatively calm driver, must say, Anthony, in the second half. It was all going on behind him, but no trouble at all for Gavin Adam, who can celebrate now. Great drive from Andy Rattel, second place on the road there. Evan Caro, third on the road, but with that 5-second penalty for the driver of the 723, he will drop out of the top 3 and much further down. So Mirko Roters at the moment is looking at third place. Now, of course, this is a provisional result. The drivers will go through the weighbridge. They will have their front fairings checked. The top drivers, of course, and the random cars as well will go into scrutineering. So this is one of those where the race isn't 100% over, but for Gavin Adam, a superb drive. He kept his head and wins by 3.7 seconds.
Indeed, incredible drive there. Andy Rattel, of course, under investigation. He finds himself there in P2. Mirko Votas, again, I think he's okay at the end of that race. He's looking like a good, strong result there. Fontaine, but again, we'll keep a close eye on all the results that happen after that one. He finds himself in P4. Buckley, great run in there for the front run as well. 24 places gained. Corona, Alanko, Montgomery Swan, the top 8. Caro in 9th place. It was a 5-second time penalty added to Johan Caro, of course, for that contact through the chicane. That's dropped him to 9th place. Max Bouvier, also question mark as well for him, but he's there in the top 10, but also under investigation. There, you said it, Andrew. It's an ideal day for that man there. Gavin Adam takes the win, and this is how it happened.
This was the race start. Sadly, there was dramas for Nat Johnston. Looks like he just could never really get going, was out of this race on lap number 1. We lost Osachanu as well before the start of this race. This was the run down towards turn 1. This was actually a really crucial part of the race for Gavin Adam, using that P3 slot off the lights to immediately get up to second place. There were some dramas going on, of course, for Maxence Bouvier on the outside column. He would be under investigation for the starting procedure. Not 100% clear to us in the box what particular reason that was, but that'll be for the officials to sort out and determine. Through the first couple of corners, all looking pretty good at this stage of the race. There was the end of the day, end of the week for IWF for Nat Johnston, but I know the man they like to call Nat Stappen will be back someday in the future. This was an attack from Andy Rattel down the inside of Adam to take the race lead. Bouvier was there. Mirko Wouters was also on the scene, having a really strong start to this race.
Yeah, certainly did. And then it started to all get a little bit tight here. That was the first initial contact for Luna Claret that ended her race in a bit of a shock. She had a moment again down in towards this spot here where we saw drivers running wide. There was that moment, unfortunately, for Nud Nielsen, the winner of the Superheat, going off the track, and that later contact there with Luna Claret would have ended her race as she pulled off the track on the start-finish straight. This, though, the fight continued at the front. Max Bouvier trying to fight it at the beginning, but Gavin Adam certainly had some composure during that race, was able to keep that trend going. There was Sebastian Berger, unfortunately, another strong contender, the Axon Racing Team driver, out of the final.
Yeah, real shame there for Berger. Robbie Buckley had a storming drive. It sadly would be a retirement for Jackson Suzlin-Harlow from third place. The Australian not able to get home in this race. Good driving as well from Evan Caro to come up through the order. That would be the end of things for Suzlin-Harlow, who drove back to the pits. Then it really started to hot up. This was the move from Caro down the inside. Whilst we continue to watch these pictures, though, let's get the thoughts down in Parc Ferme with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you, Andrew. I'm down here then with your champion of Gavin Adam. Gavin, congratulations. What a weekend. The audience are going to want to hear everything about it.
Ouais, c'était sympa. La finale s'est bien passée, on va dire. J'ai réussi à prendre l'avantage sur mes adversaires. Puis tout au long du week-end, j'ai réussi à graver des positions tout en perdant. Et j'ai réussi à gagner la finale.
Congratulations, like we said, what a result, your 2025 S125 champion. What a race we've just seen from Gavin Adam, and we can expect nothing different from the next groups, from the next races. We'll go back up because plenty more action coming up very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Ferme. The rest of the highlights here on your screen, Andrew. And again, we were just seeing those moments for the drivers. And I think you were mentioning there, Jagrat Tatoja, unfortunately, again, just missing out on that one. There was Adam taking the win. Great drive, a deserved drive, and a deserved win, I think, for the Frenchman. And like you say, putting himself on that top spot of the podium.
Fully deserves it. He's been driving brilliantly all week and has had some real tests across the course of this IWF 2025 edition. You mentioned Jagrat Detroja there. I really feel for Jagrat with that. He's one of those drivers with a lot of talent, but sometimes, you know, some drivers don't have the best of luck, it would seem. It can be a very cruel sport, motorsport at times. I'm sure we will see Jagrat Detroja back in the future, but yeah, I feel a podium's probably slipped away from him today with that retirement.
Indeed. Well, that was S125 and Masters all done and dusted. If you are only just joining us, do not fear, because you have not missed the bread and butter that is IAME Racing. Mini X30 will be next for their final, which will see Daniel Ferguson and Hugo Fuentes on the front row of the grid. Mini X30, as we've said it time in and time out, Andrew, possibly one of our most favourite classes, because you always get an incredible race throughout these.
Absolutely, and yeah, really looking forward to what we're about to see in this one. Plenty of drivers who could win it as well. That is often the case with X30 Mini on these wider, faster international tracks, particularly here in Spain. You know, how many times, well, we've been doing this for the last couple of years, haven't we? How many times have we talked about a driver from the 6th row of the grid, the 7th row of the grid, coming up through? I would say, I know this may sound absolutely crazy, I think everyone in the first half of the field has a chance of a podium today.
You know what? I'm not far off agreeing with you there, Andrew. So many drivers here have earned their right to be in this race. So many drivers, unfortunately, eliminated from this. Of course, 90 drivers had entered into this weekend in Mini X30. It's whittled down to just the 36 now. We eliminated drivers at the end of the qualifying heats. We eliminated drivers at the end of the super heats, and it's now down to just the 36 in this one. Drivers aged 9 to 12 years old in the Mini X30 category. Like I mentioned, 90 entries into the weekend from 21 different nationalities, and again, you've got them here in this one. Spain, Hong Kong, China, Portugal, Norway, Great Britain, France, Morocco, the USA, the UAE, as well, Belgium, Switzerland, the Netherlands. You really, again, a full international grid on this one. But the power unit, 60cc in this one. 10 brake horsepower. It may be small, but trust me, oh, it's quite mighty. 110 kilos is the minimum weight. Any gram underneath that, and you are in a spot of bother with the officials. It's an instant disqualification from the race. The tyres, though, the Comet K1D tyres being used in this one. And again, it is just the 2 dry sets. No need for the wets in this final. It is a clean run of dry racing for us today, which is very thankful because it was on a bit of a knife edge at the start of the week. But the Mini X30s, like we've always mentioned, they are the fiercest of drivers. Yes, the youngest, but trust me, they've learnt a lot over their young years of racing to deliver an incredible racing event.
Yeah, some real talents on this grid. Just over the years, some of in the more recent years, the previous winners of this one, Manny Nuvolini, of course. Last year, there's George House on your screen who used to race with these drivers, your X30 Mini.
Earlier on this year.
IAME Euro Series champion of 2025. Nuvolini on to great things. Will Green 2 years ago at Portimao won this race and has just come off the back of a fabulous first OK Junior season in other parts of the sport. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, Lewis Werrell, these are all drivers that we've called, haven't we, mate, at the very top of the sport. This is one of the reasons why I like minis in this kind of event. I always like to talk about, people who are maybe a little bit newer to karting and know that there's obviously a tendency for drivers to step up from mini and go places. And they ask me, where should I watch? Who should I watch for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years time? This is the place. Classes like this deliver great talents, great racing. Let's head down to the grid, though, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Grid, and I'm joined by none other than Manny Nuvolini, your driver who at Zuera in 2024 took the win in this class. Manny, Zuera last year, big success for you. Now you're in the juniors though, and you'll be watching this group of minis. That championship win, it must have meant a lot to you last year.
Last year was a bit difficult. In the first heat, I tried to overtake Joel Tire and I finished P10. Two next heat I finished P1, and the last heat I finished P2 or P3, I don't remember. And the final I starting P7 and I win. It was amazing for me.
And Manny, being the champion from last year and watching this group of minis go into this final, what can we expect to see from them? What's the racing like in this class?
I like the dive, it's so good. It's not easy, it's a bit difficult. I like the fight and everything.
Well, Manny, thank you very much. Like we just mentioned, your champion from last year, who I'm sure will be watching from the sidelines at this group of drivers. Manny, thank you very much. Starting then on the front row, we have Daniel Ferguson, we have Hugo as well. Both of these drivers have been incredibly strong. Which one of these drivers is going to take the heat win? Either of them? Or is it going to be any of the other 34 drivers that start behind these two on your front row? We're going to head up and we're going to find out those answers very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I'm going to push that one straight away, Andrew. Thank you for that stat. 7 drivers in this final have only been in this final previously before. Everyone else, it's their first time in an IWF final capacity. That is quite something. Yeah, it shows the turnover as well. I say last year's X30 Mini class, I think is going to be one of those that we look back on in a few years and go, wow, there's some names on that one.
a lot of them have obviously moved on into the juniors, not just from 2024, but from earlier in this 2025 season. It's given new opportunities to a lot of newer drivers, drivers looking to step up. We just had a look at the likes of Ilyas Sami, who's been superb so far this weekend. There is, of course, the race we had here at the start of the year that's a bit of a reference for us, as we have a look at Hugo Fuentes there, second in the Spanish Championship earlier on this year in the X30 Mini class. So he knows this place very, very well indeed. But I like the look of Wyn Godschalk on the second row of the grid. Why? Because he won here for the IAME Winter Cup at the very start of the season with a very confident, assured drive. A drive with measure beyond his years, and he's raced a lot across the course of 2025 in lots of different categories, and I like that. Yes, it's a first IWF final, but he's got lots of experience to lean upon for the next 15 laps.
Yeah, he has indeed. He did take a race win earlier today as well.
Yeah,
so,
he did,
you know, he's a very strong contender, not only in a final, but also in other races as well. Here we go then. It is Mini X30. Engines all bar one have fired up. That is Peruzzi. Or is that Davidson that was talking about that? I'm not too sure who hasn't come across the line there. It's the 543. It is, like you mentioned, it is Peruzzi, who should have been starting on the second row of the grid. Achilles Peruzzi is out of the final, and he cannot believe it. We were speaking to that young man because he was winning everything, and now when it really mattered, he's out of this final. Well, we'll quickly run through the grids because they're coming around now. Daniel Ferguson and Hugo Fuentes will go from the front row of the grid. Wyn Godschalk is now all on his own on that second row. Peruzzi is out. John Hann and Riley Murrow will go from row number 3. There we'll see the likes of Charles Clough and Miguel Martins on row 4. Nahil El Gahoudi and Cheska Fawkes go from row number 5. They'll have Charles Urel. Don't rule out Charles. He's been a front runner this weekend. He only lost out in those 2 weeks earlier on. Milan Baku starting alongside him. Colby Patterson and Alfie Davidson making an all-British row number 7. They'll have Ilyas Sami and Max Cruz on row number 8. The first half of the field will be Aaron Bordenova and Aurelio Logatano.
Row 10, Mason Kwong and Nico Lopez. Leo De Ahive and Abraham Shelvis go from row 11. Row 12, Charlie Page. Great to see Charlie Page in this final. Really impressing on the international stage this year alongside Vincenzo Capella on that 12th row of the grid. Matis Brascio makes another final in IWF, was 28th last year. Goes from 25th this year on row 13 alongside Mattis Parsons. Mason Hibbert has done a great job to make this final. Keep an eye on Hibbert. Could come through the field from row 14. Is joined by Julian van der Kotelad, who's had a very good season in the IAME Series Benelux Championship. Ollie Simstad and Mike Menard. Menard, the French champion this year, starts on row 15. It's then Kiko Correa and Bodie Batch on row 16. Max Lofer and Danny Dempsey on row 17. Kyron Fan and Mika Schervers on row 18 now. Peruzzi's kart has been repaired. That was a tense moment. It made me remember back to George House at the start of the final for IAME Winter Cup earlier on this year. There was a little bit of hope, and there's a lot more hope now that Peruzzi can get back to position. As long as he does so before. He's back. Yeah, he's done it well before. Brilliant work there from Fusion Motorsport. There was a moment like this at the British Kart Grand Prix earlier on this year. If you haven't seen it, go and look it up on YouTube. Fusion Motorsport deliver again. In the grasps of disaster, they have somehow got that kart running again and back into a chance of winning this race.
And you know what? Something like that happening to a driver changes their mentality going into a race. That man there on the second row of the grid, Achilles Peruzzi, I can imagine is going to want to go. And that kart's gone into a hold. Is that Wyn Godschalk? No, he's still going. I think he was putting his hand up to try and slow the pack down there. But they were pushing him along, but they've got it going now. So let's see. We've got a full kart grid here. 36 minis into the tram lines. Lights out, fights on. Mini X30 is away and racing. It's a good start for the inside row, but it's a better start again for some of the other drivers on the outside row. They managed to keep that momentum through. 1 or 2 karts going wide, and there's been a huge coming together Only one kart facing the wrong way. It's a PB kart, the 582, that has gone around. That's disaster for Aaron Bordenova. The French driver starting smack bang in the middle of the pack. Unfortunately, has tumbled to the back of the grid. Back at the front, though, the two karts at the front have broken away as everyone tries to push for position in this race. There was the 544 just pushing forward. One of the DK karts, Riley Morrow, trying to get involved in the lead fight of this one, is down the inside here. Still action all the way throughout it. Mason Kwong down the inside now and all getting involved in this one. This is going to be a good fight here, Andrew, but the thing that you're going to see most of all in this one is your two drivers at the front. There they are on your screen. MDC breaking away with the likes of Wyn Gottschalk and Hugo Fuentes.
Other drivers involved in that first corner incident. Chester Fawkes fell down the order on his international debut, is out of contention. Mike Menard as well. And I think Colby Patterson, has dropped 17 places. So a number of drivers who would have been hoping for a good final here, their hopes pragmatically of being in the top 5, getting one of those rewards is over for this one. But Wyn Gottschalk, it's a repeat at the moment. The colours have changed. It's not Jamie Green Racing this time for Wyn Gottschalk and a teammates. It's MDC Racing. But right now, this race is strangely playing out almost identically as one of the Fusion drivers is out there and is safe and sound. Just trying to work out who it is. I can see any drivers falling down the order. We'll come back to that one. But Gottschalk, as I say, has been in this position before. It's him and Charles Clough leading out from the rest of the field back earlier in the season. So they know this position. Kaiwan Fan, yes, sorry about that. So Kaiwan Fan is out of this one on the Cup Republic.
Yeah, indeed. That is a big shame. But still on the lead fight here. Ferguson's got the fastest lap of the race, and this is going to be something that you're going to need to keep an eye on. Daniel Ferguson has been able to win these races without a tow, without a slipstream, and he is there in third place. He has a tow, he has a slipstream in the form of Fuentes up ahead and in the form of Peruzzi just behind. Can we see this becoming a four-car battle for the race lead? I'm going to straight up and say, yes, we are going to see a four-car battle for the race lead.
And Daniel Ferguson, another driver who's got race-winning pedigree. You think back to earlier in the season, I think Cremona, he had a very good result for the IAME Euro Series earlier on in this international karting calendar year. Into the chicane they go then. Gottschalk still from Fuentes. Ferguson a little bit rough over the curb here. Peruzzi might have a chance here towards... No, that's a sensible play from Peruzzi. That would have been very tempting to dive down the inside for third place there, Anthony. But that, again, is the mind, the brain of a champion. Peruzzi, who has been supreme out in the United Arab Emirates in their IAME series so far this season, has been obviously very, very strong in the earlier days of this competition. Didn't have the best of soup heats, didn't have the best of starts to this final as well, but he's still there. He's fighting on in fourth place.
He certainly is. Don't rule out John Hahn as well, just there in fifth place. He's got Martins just behind, and they are closing in as well. I think we've had another retirement from this race, Andrew. Mike Maynard, I think, is out of it. The Frenchman in the 530 no longer circulating.
Yeah, that's a real shame for 2N Racing. They won this race last year, of course, in the hands of Manny Uvellini, but it's looking tough for them to repeat that victory right now. Look at this charge from Ferguson. He's caught up to the two MDC Racing boys, and here goes Fuentes. That's the right decision, but Ferguson's going to try and get both of them. Daniel Ferguson to the lead of this race. What a piece of driving. The bravery from the Brit takes him to the lead of the IWF Mini final.
Effectively had a double slipstream there down the start-finish straight, and crucially, it is a headwind down that start-finish straight. But now going backwards, Fuentes here, falling backwards into the clutches of everyone else here. Hibbert's under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. That will, of course, be at that chicane. But this is an interesting one that we're seeing here. Yes, indeed, Fuentes, who started on the front row of the grid, Spain's hopes in this final, is fading now into the clutches of John Hahn and Miguel Martins just behind.
So we're into the middle part of this race now. We're into the part of the race where the drivers need to think carefully about what their next moves are. For Gottschalk is to go down the inside and take the lead away from the former leader Ferguson. Through goes Peruzzi as well. Peruzzi up to P2. Peruzzi from the pit lane could potentially be leading this race, but he's got to get past the driver who knows how to win around this Valencia circuit. Peruzzi's going to go down the inside into turn 3. Textbook move. Peruzzi leads this race, but how much longer? Oh, as Gottschalk tries to get back through, Ferguson's on the outside, off the grippy line. This is going to bring Fuentes back into play, and Miguel Martins for the Paolo Pita Racing team, who's had such a good week, has been going under the radar perhaps a little bit, has taken heat wins earlier on in the competition. As Ferguson's trying to go around the outside, can he get the inside line for the next corner? Yes, he can. That'll give him a second place, but here comes Gottschalk now around the outside, getting on the power, and they're all coming back into play, Anthony.
This is how quick Mini X30 can change. You go from 2 karts fighting for P1 and P2 to now you see 11 karts fighting for P1. This is incredible, but Gottschalk's on the outside line. There goes over the DK kart. That's a disaster there. That's Riley Morrow. Riley Morrow's gone off. 2 into the barrier. 1 is Win Gottschalk. The American is out. The Pita Racing driver is out as well.
Martins.
And Charles Clough, Gottschalk, Martins and Clough, 3 heavy hitters. And I think that's a lot of discomfort there for Miguel Martins. And I do hope he's okay. That wall comes up incredibly fast on the drivers. But Peruzzi, like you mentioned, from the effectively the pit lane here, Andrew, we thought his final was over. We thought his chances of being an IWF champion was over, but he's found his way back to the front of this field. Ferguson is with him as they go wheel to wheel now for the race lead, and the 2 collide. They nearly wipe each other off the circuit, and it's DK Racing of Riley Morrow who leads the way. The Danny Curl Academy driver is at the lead of this Mini X35 on lap number 7 of 15. But Morrow's under investigation for cutting the track. We saw him go from the chicane. And did he gain a lasting advantage from that? Well, he quite possibly did so, because now he's in the lead of the race.
I think he did. I think Riley Morrow did gain some time. It's, of course, not our call to make. It's for those in race control to sort all of that out. Riley Morrow, though, could still actually win this race, because if he kicks on now, if Riley Morrow kicks on and can get up the road, you never know. He could get enough time to negate any future penalty coming. For Ferguson, Beku, Longitano. Where's Aurelio Longitano come from all of a sudden? Aurelio Longitano, we've seen this kind of pace from him before, but he's had a pretty quiet week so far here in Valencia. All of a sudden, he's racing in 3rd place, and you can see Beku furiously shaking out, saying, come on, what are we doing here? We've got to get up the road. We can't let the leaders get away. Beku and Longitano out of contention. They slide. It's Peruzzi as well. Peruzzi's gone. Oh, the dream of winning for the pit lane is over for Peruzzi. What a final we're having it. That's only the first half of this one, everybody. Morrow leads this race. Bergs, that's a brilliant lap. That is such a good lap.
Oh, and there's another one in the wall.
A big hit into the wall off of turn 19. Mason Hibbert is now out of this race, but he's okay. Mason Hibbert does not simply give up. Back out onto the circuit. He's fine. You never know with this race, Anthony. He could be back in the top 10 in about 5 minutes' time.
I can't keep up with this one. Ferguson to the inside. Does the move on Morrow. Takes the lead away. And now this is what we saw in the superheat, Andrew. If he can get to the front, he doesn't need a tow. He doesn't need a slipstream. He can just drive away, and, well, Morrow says go. Understandably, he's under investigation for cutting that chicane. At this moment, if Ferguson gets a 5-second, he's going well down into the field, probably in about 15th place.
So this is where Riley Morrow has to use his big racing brain. He hasn't got that much experience in X30 competition, but he's got a lot of racing in other mini categories. We call him the human highlight reel back in England because he just has this ability to make the most wondrous overtakes you've ever seen. Right now, he must not do that. He has to work with Daniel Ferguson. He has to believe that those two can drive away from the rest of the field if, and that's a big word here, if a penalty is coming, and then try and strike late on in this race. We're on lap 10 of 15. It's a 1-2-3 for the United Kingdom right now. The BMR team are winning this race in the hands of Daniel Ferguson. Second place at the moment for Riley Morrow. And we keep saying it. Where has so-and-so come from? It's your turn, Alfie Davidson. Now up into third place. Here's a replay. Now, this is what I think the officials are looking at. He exits the circuit in, what was that, around 4th or 5th place. That's how we lost Win Godjob. Oh, my goodness me, I don't like to see that. Thankfully, drivers are able to stay on all four wheels there. But that's how we lost Miguel Martins as well from this race. This was a little bit later on. This is the end for Beku, Peruzzi and Longitano. Longitano just able to carry on.
Squeeze through. Yeah, it was Peruzzi that went off the circuit. Just here, Peruzzi has been doing that. He likes to squeeze them wide on the exit there, and then when they try to force their way back through, then it gets a bit tangled up. This is this moment for Mason Hibbert. Wow, that's a big hit. And for the other DK character, is that Elias Sammy who got run over there? Well, he's still in this race, is Sammy, and he's there in 13th place. This has been quite the feisty final here, Andrew. And, well, this here now. Okay, so you've got the Ferguson-Murrow battle. Yep. You've now got the Davidson and Longitano battle. It's 2 seconds further down the road. Who's faster? Well, actually, Davidson is. By 1/10 of a second is faster.
I've got to say, Alfie Davidson is not out of this race. He had a very tough start to his 2025 X30 Mini season, but I've watched this kid race a lot, of course, back in England. And we say this sometimes, that sometimes something just clicks with a driver. He's got a championship pedigree. He won one of the Cadet British Championships last year, made a good step up into the full spec Water Swift platform series in the second half of 2024. His second half of the 2025 season has been very, very good, Anthony. And it's been this attitude of keeping his head down and always believing that he can win a motor race. He's not out of this one yet, only 2 seconds behind. He's got to catch up to Riley Moore. He needs Aurelio Longitano to work with him right now. But Daniel Ferguson's kicking again, Anthony. This is what you've been talking about with Daniel Ferguson's ability to drive away from a field. He's a very, very strong young driver. He's not with Danny Curl now because Danny Curl's obviously running his own team, but did get a lot of tuition from the former world champion earlier on in his career. And this is the kind of thing that he talked about with him to keep him pushing up the road. Davidson and Longitano are going to keep pushing on here. Full credit to Aurelio Longitano, who has really pulled out the stops in this race and has still got a very good chance of a podium. End of lap number 12, 3 to go. It's been classic X30 Minis in a way, back and forth. Do not take your eyes off this one, folks. It's still not won. It's still not over.
And the bit that we love about it, yes, okay, at the front, it's, well, like you say, it's simmered down for the time being, but you still got incredible fights and battles through this field. Yes, okay, they're not for podium positions. Remember, actually, the top 5 come away with a trophy at the end of this one, and they're actually still pretty nice trophies for P4 and P5. But again, you can't rule anyone out, especially in Mini X30. And when you're seeing this, how's that gap doing? It's come down a little bit. It was 2 seconds. It's 1.9. It's not enough for the time we've got left here, Andrew.
I just want to mention as well, before we get to the end of this race, what a drive from Danny Dempsey. Brilliant from the back of the grid. The Irish Cadet Champion of 2025 has torn through the field for the Republic of Ireland in this one. Is up 23 places to P11. Now the scraps are potentially going to begin because I think Davidson and Longitano know they're not going to win this race as things stand. They're going to fight now for third place. What does Morrow do now, though? Because he's under investigation, but we've not seen anything else come in. So he's not just going to sit behind Daniel Ferguson and think, oh, well, I'm not going to be able to win this race anyway. No, he's Riley Morrow. He's going to go for it if he can get close enough. This is brilliant driving from Daniel Ferguson. So smooth. He's been doing this for the last 3 or 4 days, Anthony. He's counting down the corners now.
This is what you usually see from two karts racing against each other. Absolutely glued, that nose cone to that rear bumper all the way throughout. They're identical in their pace. However, yes, as we've been saying, Ferguson, he can just keep that kart length. He can keep that kart length from any driver, no matter who they are. He can always keep it. And right now he's doing just that. But surely Morrow's gonna just squeeze an extra inch or so out of that 60cc Mini X30 engine. As they cross the line now, they see the last lap board, or is Ferguson going to pull the pin already on a kart that's been absolutely rapid this weekend?
This has been a thoroughly entertaining X30 Mini final, as we've come to expect. This is the fight for third place as Longitano's got through. Oh, brilliant from the Swiss driver for Spirit Karting, up into third place. But Daniel Ferguson has been under such pressure so many times in his career. Daniel Ferguson has been the driver in second. He's had to take a bit of time to find his home. BMR is his home. Max Cruz is under investigation a little bit further down the field as Davidson's trying to get down the inside of Longitano. This one's going to go all the way to the final corner. But we need to look at the leaders as down towards turn 15. Through goes Longitano. I think he'll have this. Daniel Ferguson through the final corner. Daniel Ferguson is your champion in X30 Mini. Takes the win at IWF25. No longer the runner-up. Daniel Ferguson joins an illustrious list of drivers to win IWF in X30 Mini. He kept his head through all of the chaos and drove brilliantly, Anthony.
He certainly did. Cool, calm and collected is Ferguson as he collects that winner's trophy at the end of this weekend. Mini X30, 90 drivers, and Daniel Ferguson for the United Kingdom puts it on that top spot of the podium. Riley Morrow second, but like we mentioned, under investigation for cutting the chicane. The question mark still looms over Morrow. Longitano third, might have just put himself second on the podium with that. Davidson might make it a third place, but he sits there P4. There you can see the support for Aurelio Longitano, the Spirit team, the Swiss team, delivering not only Longitano to a podium spot, but multiple drivers over the course of the team's career, in the form of Dan Alleman being one of them, the biggest name, I think, with the team, of course, but a fabulous job for them. Daniel Ferguson, though, is provisionally your IWF IAME Warriors final winner in Mini X30. Riley Morrow P2 from Aurelio Longitano, Alfie Davidson from Colby Patterson, John Hahn, Colby Patterson, great drive
crashed
there.
On lap one.
He did. My goodness me. He got an 8th place gain at the end of that one in P5. John Hahn, El Gahoudi, Max Cruz, Mason Kwong 10 places, Danny Dempsey, as you mentioned it, 24 places, back of the grid to P10.
What a set of stories again. This is going to be a 45-minute long highlight reel, folks. The Judies are just going to have to wait. There is a very proud moment for the BMR team. They have worked so hard with Daniel over the last, 6 months. Shop's Performance have as well. He's a very, very polite young man, is Daniel Ferguson. There is Johnny Shocks, his engine tuner. This will be a popular victory, I feel, in the paddock. There it is. That's what you want to see from a driver and their mechanic. Lewis Mackey, of course.
Don't think you appreciate that coming off.
No, it won't have, but hey, not the first time Lewis Mackey has won a race as mechanic as well. Here are some of the highlights. Here we go, 45 minutes of this, Anthony.
Well, look at this. The first highlight there, off the line. Achilles Peruzzi did not go. He got wheeled back into it, and then later, well, there he is. He appeared on the formation lap back where he originally started. Bit of drama at the word go on this one. Wyn Gottschalk throwing his hands up in the air in protest, but we went racing for the first attempt there at the start, and it was a good start here, Andrew, but my goodness, you bang on, this will be a full race replay here, because it was highlights from the word go to the very end, that very initial start. Actually a lot bigger than I realised there right at the beginning. The PB card of Aaron Bordenova, who I will say recovered back to 24th place. Yeah. Had a big knock there at the start.
Yeah, that was Chester.
That was Ferguson. Yeah. Nearly off the road and crashing at the start of that race as well.
It's Chester Forks right at the front of that pack, who may have just gotten a little bit tipped around and triggered that first lap incident. But Chester can be very proud with how he's raced this week. That was Kieran Fenn leaving the race. After everything that happened, there was only 4 retirements in this race, which is scarcely believable. The MDC's led early on. What a move this was. If there's ever a move to win a motor race, that was it. But we've got to move. We'll keep the pictures of the highlights on your screens. But Nicole Sutherland, this could be one of the best interviews of the year. Over to you.
Daniel Ferguson, what a win, what a result. We've had interviews before, you've had success before, but this year your success is that you are our mini champion. Congratulations, we want to hear absolutely everything about it.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant to be champion, and thanks to everyone who's helped me, Gary, my parents, Johnny Shocks, Lewis, Paralyn, just Cole, everyone who helps me, Ben. I'm so thankful to all of them.
And Danny, that race out there, it wasn't easy. There was a lot going on. You had drivers like Achilles Peruzzi get in the mix, but there was so much drama, but you came out on top. Tell us when you were driving around what it was like to be out there at the front of the field.
I was just like, come on Daniel, you can do it. Just driving so calm, calmer than I've ever drove before.
And through that last lap, when you had Riley Murrow there close with in your company, were you nervous when he was there, or were you ticking off those corners with a bit of confidence, a bit of excitement, knowing that maybe you were going to be the winner?
Well, I always had a chance of winning, but I saw that I had a small gap and I just knew that it was time to go and just keep going, keep my head down and don't look back.
Well, Danny, your time at IWF 2025 has brought you a win. Congratulations, you have done it. That is Daniel Ferguson, your mini champion. We're going to go back up into our commentary box. We're going to watch more races and we are going to crown more champions.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yeah, we were just watching those highlights while you were chatting there down in Parc Fermé, and my goodness, you know, when we reflect back on this race, you know, it looks a bit more like to finish first. First, you got to finish.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, there were carts off left, right, and centre when it really came to blows into that chicane. Even in this moment here, you know, you had carts having problems. This was Longatano on that last lap fighting with the likes of Alfie Davidson. Davidson trying to get his nose down the inside. This was his last attempt to try and get it wheel to wheel down the back straight, but Longatano was confident in the turning point and he managed to keep that kart on the podium spot. There though, Daniel Ferguson, what a win. A deserved drive across the line. Murrow second, Longatano third, and look what it meant there to the Spirit karting team after the fact. They've done a great work with so many young drivers to put them ready for the world of big racing, which is what we're about to see right now. It's the juniors, X30 Junior, final 17 laps, 24.5 kilometer race distance is about to head out onto the circuit for this one. And Andrew, well, we've already seen 3 frantic finals in this one. I don't think we've seen the best of it just yet. Juniors, Daniel Miron and Jos Mulder, and all Netherlands, row number 1, will be taking the whole shot for this one.
So the big question, are we going to see the first non-British winner of this race since 2015? David Malukas for the United States of America. 10 years ago took the win. Since then, it's been this list: Oliver York, Harry Thompson, Alex Lloyd, Oliver Behrman, Gabriel Stilp twice, Harry Bartle, and then Kenzo Craigie last year for this category with 12 to 14 years of age. 117 drivers started the week. We're down to the last 36 from 33 nations around the world. This is the platform, 125cc X30 engines outputting around 21 horsepower. A minimum weight of 145 kilos that must be adhered to, otherwise it's bad news in scrutineering. A bit of the detail of what they've been running this week on a tyre front. It's been the K3Hs with the dries. No need for the K3Ws in race trim. A little bit of a wet start to the week in terms of practice, but it's been those 2 sets that have carried them through these qualifying heats. 2 sets of wets as well for the entire weekend that haven't been used. This should be a really, really strong race. I'm still sticking, though, Anthony, with my prediction from, 48 hours ago? I'm going to go with Just Mulder for this one, starting on the outside of row number 1.
Yeah, it's a smart choice on that one, but, well, Daniel Miron, so far this weekend, Andrew, has been undefeated from that front row of the grid. 390 points to get him into this pole position. He won all the qualifying heats. He won the super heat. The question remains, can he win this final? But like you were saying, now he's got Just Mulder for company alongside. And when the last time Just raced with Daniel Miron, Miron won.
Yes, he did indeed. And Daniel, yes, you're absolutely right. Daniel has a very good chance of winning this race. He's with a very good team in Fusion Motorsport, who've had a lot of success in this category over the years. But I just wonder that when we talk about the endurance of one of these races, this is the longest race of the weekend for these drivers, 17 laps. Is this where the experience starts to come in? Because Daniel's only just moved up to this category, has made it to an IWF final before, 2022 in Mini, for as an example. But Just Mulder has a proven record in the juniors, was in the top 10 last year at Zuera. And again, just that extra little bit of experience, you know, top 6 in IES this year. Very good run in the Benelux region. This is all thoughts and questions in our minds. Let's head down to the grid, though. What questions have you got, Nicole Sutherland?
Well, my main question then, Andrew, is what chance does Just Mulder think that he has to try and take a win here? Just there to my left-hand side is, of course, competing at the front end all week this week. He's a big name within this field, and he is a name, of course, with the Victory Lane outfits, who are your champions from last year with none other than Kenzo Craigie. Just last year, the team took a final win with Kenzo Craigie. This year, you've been on top form. Do you think that you can do exactly what Kenzo did at Zuera?
Yeah, I think my pace is definitely there. So I'm going to give everything I have and do my best.
And with the setup in the tent, in the awning, you know, what's the atmosphere like? Because I can only expect that it's been exciting and that they feel incredibly confident.
Yes, they do. So yeah, that's also giving a confidence boost to me, so yeah.
Just then into the first corner, time after time within these heats, we've seen it be a little bit difficult for the drivers on the outside. Have you any kind of game plan as we go into this one? You know, have you got any tactics?
I'm just going to see what happens and do my best to anticipate on that.
Well, we'll watch what your best brings you then. Just good luck into this final. Starting alongside Just Mulder is Daniel Miron. Daniel Miron, heat after heat, has been unstoppable. He really has been the #1 name up in the high end of the order. Comes from Alicante, knows this circuit, started on this very track, and here he is there for the Fusion outfit. Daniel, going into this one, confidence, you know, sky high, I would expect?
Yeah, very confident, of course. I was showing the pace all week, so confident.
And starting directly behind you, you've got Evan Purcell, you've got Max Endicott as well, and then you've got Just Mulder. You know, big names in this field. Is there anybody specifically that's playing on your mind? Is there anybody that you'll really be watching out for?
Actually, there's no one that really matters because it all depends if they have a good final and if they have the pace. So whatever he has the chance to go with me, then that will be the main confidence.
Well, Daniel, we'll see how this one unfolds then. We're going to go back up into our commentary box. The next question on our mind, who's going to be our junior winner? Andrew and Anthony, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, it's a great question. Me and Andrew are fighting about that currently right now. He thinks Just Mulder. Well, I mean, it's hard to not say Daniel Miron in this one because he has been so dominant in this one. And as he just heard from that interview just there, he feels the same. No one else matters, apparently, according to Daniel Miron. That is confidence with a capital C. It
is indeed. As I say, he's been racing for a good number of years, has Daniel Miron. He's also raced in lots of different championships, which could be a really big thing ahead of this final. Lots of drivers on this grid have experience in IAME Warrior Finals final races. 12 of them, though. This is their first 1, according to my statistics. David Minchuna, the best positioned of them on the outside of row number 5. There is a quick look across that 5th row of the grid. Aaron Richardson will be starting this one from the inside, the runner-up in the British Championships in X30 Junior this year. No Riley Cranham here at this event. He was originally on the provisional entry list for the senior category, the winner of the IAME Euro Series in this category, but a change of plan. He's at, I want to say, Brands Hatch. He's somewhere in driving a Ginetta this weekend, so that's why we're not seeing him. And it has opened the door, I feel, Anthony, with a few other drivers as well, taking the step from junior to senior, maybe a little bit earlier than previously planned. It's opened the door for a lot of these drivers to get the biggest results in their careers. I'm really looking forward to this race.
Yeah, me too. We always see a good race in the juniors. This time around, drivers have got that chance of breaking away. Could we see that from either one of the front row? Well, let's find out as Junior X30 heads off. It's an all Netherlands row number 1. It's an all British row number 2 with Evan Purcell and Max Endicott, of course, Daniel Miron and Jos Mulder on that front row of the grid. Dan Alleman and Alex Martinez go from row number 3. They'll have Manny Nuvolini and Jarlath Sayer on row 4. Aaron Richardson and Devin Minchuna go from row 5. Finley Lines and Freddie Wood on row 6. George House, like you say, winner of the IAME Euro Series in the Mini category this year, starts this on the 7th row of the grid with Brian Renault for company alongside. Jacob Bashler and Aurelio Agustinelli go from row number 8. They'll have Yug Rana and Gunther San Juan on row number 9.
Second half of the field then, Daniel Oliver starts on the inside of it alongside Teo Polican to complete the top 20. Ludwig Ronquist was on the podium last year in the X30 Mini, starts this one in juniors from the inside of row 11 alongside fellow Scandinavian Nilas Malik. Max Yule and Alfonso Lopez go from row 12. Stigler Rademacher had a bit of bad luck this morning in the superheats. Look, see what he could do from row 13. Is joined by Spain's Roc Pinera. Jolina Denzel has made it through to this final. Is on the 14th row of the grid alongside Alexandra Point. Jay Kostecki, one of those drivers stepping up, having a really good week. Starts this one from row 15 alongside the winner of the IAME Winter Cup at this circuit back in February. Bruno Greeling goes from 30th on the grid. Sukmani Kira has made the final as well in her first year in X30 Junior. Starts on the inside of row 16 alongside teammate George Clark. Bautista Delict and Noah Grenier go from row 17, the last of the 36-strong field. Row 18, Belgium's Lorenz de Kock and the United Arab Emirates' Aryan Singh.
Indeed, they just made their way into this final here, Andrew. A lot of pressure going into this race, of course. And like we mentioned, the number of drivers that had entered into this weekend, 117 juniors, whittled down to just the 36. That's an incredible number. An incredible level of, well, variables that could have happened as well out there. But in the junior, it all falls down to this one. It's an all-Netherlands row number 1 of Daniel Miron and Jos Mulder as they enter the tram lines. It's Junior X30, it's lights out, fights on. In towards turn 1, it's an even start for the front row, but it's a better start for Miron. Jos Mulder on the outside line, watch him in the green helmet, trying to snake his way through. One car going very wide, but amazingly keeps it 1 in a straight line. And 2 in the race. One car that didn't keep going is Bautista Delict. Unfortunately, the Argentine for Calicat is out of the race, albeit still at the back of the grid. One of the Fusion carts as well. Lorenza Koch also facing the wrong way, but has got going again.
Daniel Oliver also in trouble on this first lap, Anthony, sadly for MDC Racing. That's one of their hopefuls in this one out of the race. At the front of the field then, Daniel Miron leads this one from Just Mulder. Great middle part of this lap for Just Mulder on the first lap because he's got back to where he started, and I think he's going to go immediately on the attack here. He's going to put Daniel Miron under a bit of pressure to see what the youngster is capable of. In terms of defence, Dan Alleman's taking a little bit of a joker route through the final chicane. I don't think he gained really anything out of that. Here comes the attack down the inside from Mulder, and Purcell follows through as well. That's shrewd racing from Evan Purcell to get up to second place. Now it's a test for Daniel Miron. This is something he's not had to do much of this week. They're all going to pounce on him. They're all going to go in now on Daniel Miron because they know if they can shuffle him back, it's that part of the, if a driver who wins every single heat I always worry about this going into a final of what happens if they go back to 4th, 5th, 6th. All of the other drivers, they've had a full week of going back and forth, overtakes, fights, you name it. They know the spots of the circuit to attack and which ones to defend. Daniel Miron's now really started to wind things up as San Juan and Polican look to be out of this race. They're falling down the order. But this is where Just Mulder's got to go now. Just Mulder's got to push hard for the next couple of laps. He could edge away from Purcell, Martinez and Miron Lorente and keep an eye on Alex Martinez. If it wasn't for that retirement in the penultimate run of the heats that he had yesterday, he would have been at the very sharp end of the grid. He has a very quick action racing number 50 underneath him.
He certainly does, but again, they're clipping that curb there. We saw it earlier on from the other bigger karts, the S125s, of course, and the Masters, all clouting that inside curb on the exit of turns 3 into 4. And again, these drivers here doing the same. They've got to be careful, especially only on lap 3 of 17. Just Mulder in the lead, 0.2 of a second. This is that second place battle. Purcell, Martinez still there. Daniel Miron holding firm in 4th place as Jalacea goes through there off the track. Unfortunately, is the 87. That's going no further in this one. That is, unfortunately, Aurelio Agustinelli. David Minchuna, I think, also went off there, but we'll keep an eye on that one because he's been popping up and down on my order. It may just be a transponder. Martinez to the inside. Big move. Axion Racing. It's back on a podium spot here. They saw one in the Masters with Pedro Rivas. Are they going to see another one here with the likes of Alex Martinez?
Very interesting to see how Purcell and Miron play the next few laps. Also interesting to see how Manny Nuvolini's getting on. Manny Nuvolini was very quick in the superheats this morning. Oh, Martinez nearly had a moment there out of turn number 7. So this is not over yet, as here goes Purcell. So that's how he's going to respond. Back down the inside. Miron follows that. There's an incident in the background that we'll come back to in a moment. Martinez fighting back now on Miron to retake 3rd place. This is a good scrap, but this is great news if you're Just Mulder. Out of the race, it's the number 38 off the road of San Juan. So San Juan's had quite the dramatic race. Didn't catch the other driver. Oh, is it David Minchuna? Minchuna's fallen down the order. And look at this now. Jalacea is coming through the field as, again, Miron attacks down the inside for 2nd place. Bit wide there for Martinez. He slots back into 3rd. Sayers up to P4. But look at the gap, Anthony. Mulder's disappearing up the road.
Exactly. You know, we're seeing these fighting here as they're hitting that curb again. The Jamie Green Racing driver going through. Jacob Bachelor trying to get involved in this fight. But Richardson all over the curb, the same as Max Endicott trying to get his nose involved in this fight. But it is Bachelor with the fastest lap of the race. Yes, they're all fighting for position, but it's the wrong position. Your race leader is breaking away now. 1.4 seconds is Just Mulder clear from Daniel Miron, who has got himself back into the lead of this train. And if he's got the pace, he might be able to do the same on this one. There, though, Jalacea holding on to 3rd, but not for much longer. Down the inside goes Martinez and Alaman. They squeeze their way through, and now it's also the kickoff. No, what's going on here? So,
back markers.
Yeah, indeed. I think we have got back markers involved in this one. Let's try and work this one out because, well, there's the 120. That is Bautista de Ligt, the Cali kart that we said had the problems earlier on. He's the one who's now getting out of the way. He's the back marker. So let's see in towards the heaven. Right, okay.
Oh, no.
So I think, that's not gone too well. Yeah, they are arguing on the track. That is a bit silly there. That is San Juan and de Ligt. And yeah, there's one thing you don't want to see, getting right in the way of the race leaders. That will not look good in the eyes of the officials.
Yeah, I don't like saying, oh, Purcell's in trouble. Oh, no, Evan Purcell's had a problem through, and he's retiring. He's stopping. He's lost motive power. One of the favourites retires on lap 6. Evan Purcell trying to get things going. What has happened here? Don't tell me this is more going on. So this is fine from Purcell, and it just dies.
Yeah, it just dies.
It just dies on him. Puts him out of this race. Evan Purcell does very well there just to keep out of everybody's way. That's a real shame for Evan Purcell. He's been having another really good 2025. And, well, we'll hope to see Evan Purcell have better days in the future, but sadly today, out of this race.
Gap is closing as San Juan and de Ligt, both black flags.
Yep,
I was
decision.
expecting that, and yeah, they're off the circuit. They will not race anymore in this one. The gap, 1.3 seconds from Just Mulder and Dan Miron. They have started to close in, and it's personal and purple bests for the drivers in second and third place through Sector 1. They are starting to close the gap. It's down to 1.2. Andrew, this fight is on. We're going to need to wait a while for it, but I'm expecting something to happen here.
Yeah, indeed. We're not even into the second half of this race yet. End of lap number 7, 10 to go. Mulder leads from Miron. Miron starting to turn the screw. That was a 57.231 from the Fusion Motorsport driver, and it was a 57.497 for Just Mulder. So this is where the communications to the driver is going to be really important now. Victory lane karting, we talked about it earlier there. Attention to detail, will be calmly, clearly communicating to Just Mulder now from the sidelines to say, you're being caught, give it as much as you can, but remember to take care of your tyres because there's still 10 laps of this race to go. Manny Nuvolini down the inside, that's a lovely move from the new star from France, the Mercedes AMG driver, junior driver, goes up to 6th place.
Yeah, indeed, sharp and precise there for Nuvolini. Down the inside at turn number 12 and gets that move to 5th place. He'll continue that trend on, I'm sure. Martinez, the next target further up the road, but we'll keep a close eye on that one as, well, I thought Sayer was going to go back for the move down the inside there, but he's thought against it and has stayed behind. Max Endicott there on your screens. Got Jacob Backler for company just alongside these two drivers here. Are trying to push their way back through the field. Endicott is down 3 places at the moment, but don't rule anything out because, again, I'm expecting this race to have some fireworks, and these two drivers, I'm sure, will be right back on the scene given the opportunity.
Yeah, they will indeed. Just need to keep an eye on Dan Alleman as well. Dan Alleman has sampled a podium finish in an IWF final before. I think back to 2 years ago at Portimao, where he was in the mini race and took 3rd place. We've already had someone from Switzerland on the podium in Aurelio Longitano, repeating that result early on today as Manny Nuvolini gets down the inside. This is a great drive for Manny Nuvolini, scrapping through there to take 4th place. The number 41 is under investigation. We'll come back to that as Manny Nuvolini is now being followed by Jarlath Sayer. Jarlath Sayer, the lead Briton in this field. So if the United Kingdom are going to continue this superb run of wins in X30 Junior, you've got to think that Jarlath Sayer is their biggest hope to do that right now. Another new fastest lap of the race from the driver in second. Daniel Miron now is less than half a second behind as Endicott gets down the inside of Martinez. Martinez is starting to fade a bit now, but we need to look at the front of the field because Just Mulder's doing personal best. He did a 57.4 last time around, but Daniel Miron is back into that rhythm where we've been seeing him pull away 3-4 seconds in the lead of the race, pushing himself now. He is closing in on your race leader.
And the crucial thing, as he gets within 4/10, he'll start to get the slipstream. Yep. He'll start to get the toe. He'll tuck in behind the steering wheel. He'll push forward, and it's immediately down to 2/10. That's 2/10 down the start-finish straight alone on this one. He is on him like anything. It's Just Mulder, it's Daniel Miron, it's the two drivers from the Netherlands going wheel to wheel in this race as Richardson tumbles down the order. He's out of this race.
That's a real shame for Aaron Richardson, but Aaron Richardson has had a really, really good season, and looking forward to see what Richardson could do in 2026. But we're going to stay focused at the front of the order here. This is where the tyre management in the first half of the race is going to be really important. It has been a superb last 5 or 6 laps from Daniel Miron. He got through that tough period where he lost the lead down to 4th place, but how much energy, how much performance has he taken out of his materials? Similarly, what has Mulder got in response? He goes down the inside. Mulder trying to hold around the outside. Miron through into the race lead.
Oh, that is absolutely superb there from Daniel Miron. And look already, he's opened up 4/10. He's gone like a rocket at the front of this field. He did not want to hang around to see what Just Mulder can do. And I think he did it in a superb manner as well. He got that move down the inside. It was a really good spot to do it. He forced Mulder to have to back out of the corner, and in doing so into the fastest part of the circuit as well, he put him back. Endicott on the move now is battling away with Sayer. Sayer's gone back down the inside though, with these two continue to scrap for position. We said keep an eye on these two as he's back down the inside. Endicott back into P5. He's got Nuvolini in front of him now. That will be the next target. It's Alex Martinez now is back on the charge down the inside of Sayer. He's got that move done. Here comes Jacob Battler. Can he do anything about this on this lap? I don't think he can. I think he'll have to stay there just behind. Or will he look to the inside here at the chicane? Of course he will. 2 for 1. Squeezes Martinez off the road. Martinez won't be happy with that one as he carries on the pace and slots into the slipstream. He's going to look to the inside now. He's squeezed onto the grass, but Martinez keeps his composure and gets that cut back down the inside.
Barkler's going to throw it back. This is brilliant. This is proper racing. I really hope I'm not going to curse things in the next 6.5 laps of this race, but in an era where driving standards comes up a lot, this is one of the best X30 Junior races that in fact, forget X30, this is one of the best junior races I have ever seen, and it's not done yet because Just Mulder has kicked. Just Mulder has got more performance to take now to Daniel Miron. I thought he was going to be dropped. That is not the case. Daniel Miron now under some real extreme pressure as we come round to complete lap number 12 of this race. Down towards turn number 1, Miron on the defensive line. Mulder, that's great defence from Daniel Miron, control the lead.
We're on lap 14 now, just to confirm that to the viewers at home. This is lap 14 of 17. It is still Miron and Just Mulder 1 and 2 right now, but look at this. It is line astern. Mulder, I thought he was going for it there in towards turn number 7, but it's not going to happen. But right now, this is all kicking off here. We saw Miron get that move done. We saw Mulder break away. But now we're not going to see anything. I think we're going to see a last lap wonder from Just Mulder here on this one. I don't think he's going to stress this one to battle it away. They do not want Alaman involved in this fight.
Or you go for it on lap 16 and hold it out for one lap. That, I think, is the other option for Just Mulder. But Daniel Miron's kicking again. How is he doing this? Daniel Miron, whenever questions are asked, just he keeps answering them time and time again. On to lap number 15 then, in this final in Valencia for the X30 Junior IWF title of 2025. Into turn 3. There's no opportunity there for Just Mulder. Just Mulder looking very good on the brakes. They're going to take all the risks now. Doesn't matter how anxious I'm getting in the box with these curb hits. They're going to give it full send now. Teo Polican is out of this race. Will not see the checkered flag. Before we get to the end of this race, Bruno Grieling, Sukhmani Kira, Rot Pinera, brilliant. 19, 19, 13 places gained respectively. They're fighting for 10th place at the moment. I just wanted to mention them because they have been driving superbly in this race away from our cameras. Not long in this one to go, Anthony. We're on lap 15. 2 more remain. Daniel Miron hasn't cracked yet.
He's not cracked yet, but neither has Just Mulder. These two absolutely line. So that's a big look over the shoulder there. Hey, here we go. It's going to be 2 laps of fighting for these two then. Alaman will be licking his lips right now. He'll be saying, yes, keep doing that. I'm right and involved in this one. And he goes defensive in towards turn number 3. It's a big hit of the curb. It's a risky hit of the curb. And is there going to be an up and under here from Just Mulder? No. It's a great defensive posture from Daniel Miron. He keeps that kart glued to the apex curbs on this lap. But Alaman has closed in. 2's company. 3 is a crowd here on lap number 16. But Daniel Miron is fighting for this place.
This is brilliant defensive driving from Daniel Miron. Dan Alaman, though, has now joined this fight. He doesn't want to be third again. He wants to get another win in what's been a fantastic season for Dan Alaman. Straight down the middle of the road then from Daniel Miron towards turn 17. Great. In fact, Manny Nuvolini's not out of this as well. Here comes the Frenchman on to the final lap then of IWF25.
Here we go.
For X30 Junior. Down towards turn number 1. That's the first overtaking zone round this Valencia circuit done. In towards the second one. Down the middle of the road again from Daniel Miron. They all are looking for the opportunity.
He's got a nose.
Nearly down the inside there was Just Mulder, but still Daniel Miron holds on.
He does for the time being, but there's only half a lap to go and many more overtaking opportunities left. Look at this, there's 5 of them. Max Endecott's involved. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 all fighting with only half a lap to go. Alaman's down the inside, he's out. Alaman tried it, but he tried too hard. And now Nuvolini and Endicott get promoted into another position. Endicott's got through into 3rd. Max Endicott's in P3. It's Miron still in the lead. Just Mulder has done everything he can, but now watch them into the final chicane. Just Mulder on the outside. He's cut the chicane. He's gone through. Miron's around. Oh my goodness me. You can't write it. You can't write it. It's Manny Nuvolini across the line. But did he cut the chicane? Did he gain advantage? Oh my God. Did Max Endicott just win that race? Did Max Endicott just win the IAME Warriors? I can't. No idea. No idea, but that man there is devastated. That man there is devastated.
You've got to feel for Daniel Miron Lorenze. He drove the perfect race for, what, 16.9 laps of this race. Manny Nuvolini is always going to send it in there. It's for a global championship, but he did leave the road, and, well, it's difficult because, of course, the driver that he was going into the corner side by side with went off the road. By the time he came back on, the driver who went to the side by side of the corner was gone. He was facing round. This is a very provisional result, but if there is a change, somehow, I have no idea how, Max Endicott may have just continued the run of British victories in X30 Junior. It was gone. He was down in 5th place at the start with 2 laps to go, and the British team might still be taking the X30 Junior title.
This is that last lap.
This was the Aleman and Mulder moment. That's a real shame for Dan Aleman. Just a little bit too much on the brakes, got back on the road. So that gave a great opportunity to Miron to break away. How did Nuvolini get so close? He was so far back. Mulder, understandably, absolutely furious with what's happened there. So this is the moment, round the corner.
He's not taken the turn.
There. He's not taken turn 18. We have seen that one called, and then drives across the front of Miron, who spins out. Nothing that Daniel Miron could do there. Max Endicott picks up the pieces. This is the controversial moment. No full control at all there for Nuvolini, and bang! There it is. Miron round. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That is a very dramatic end to this race, Anthony Jordan.
Well, Manny Nuvolini celebrates across the line. Understandably, he's the first one over the line on that one. But, well, I'm looking at my screen now. I'm seeing a fluttering of under investigations. I'm not seeing one for the number 94 as of yet. But that is so incredibly close at the end of that one. Provisionally, of course, with a capital P, Manny Nuvolini for France takes the IWF title in Junior X30. Max Endicott, 2nd place. From Just Mulder in 3rd. Alex Martinez and Jarlath Sayer round out the top 5. Jacob Bachelor, Freddie Wood, Daniel Oliver on an 11th place gain, finishes in P8. Dan Aleman, 9th. Bruno Greeling, 20 places gained, rounds out the top 10, as well as Sukmani Kira finishing in P11, and as well as Rock Pineda with a 14 position gain. They round out the top 12.
13th place for Finlay Lines, 14th for Yograna, 15th Nilas Malik. George House, P16 on his X30 Junior debut, ahead of Alfonso Lopez and Ludwig Gonquist. Stigler Adamaker and Jake Kostecki all in the top 20. Lorenzo Cock up 14 positions in that one to P21. Point, Fortuna, Yule, Dental, Grenier, Clark and Gustinelli complete the 28 finishers in what was the X30 Junior IWF final of 2025. Here are your highlights.
Oh, we said it was going to be a busy race, Andrew. I wasn't quite expecting something like this. I was actually shaking at the end of that race. So much happened there. And this one right at the start, Just Mulder. It was your choice on this one, Just Mulder, to break through to the front. He did that. He did a brilliant job of that, actually. And he broke away by about 1.8 seconds from Daniel Miron, and he was later able to close that one. But we'll see all that in this race. In the early stages of it, though, it was all still quite feisty. Martinez trying to go through. This was the moment Aleman cutting the chicane there. And rejoining, but losing out on those 2 places. He would drop back. That was the moment that Mulder went for it. Nevin Purcell as well. So unfortunate for him. He could have been a real contender in this final.
Could have indeed, but that's the nature of a final in a big global karting race. There was always going to be attrition out there. Evan Purcell moved up to second place in that phase of play. This was a really important part of the race, I thought, Anthony, for Daniel Miron, because he could have easily, just completely fallen out of the pack here, but he didn't. He kept himself in there. There were retirements through that race. Out would go Gautier San Juan. Bautista Delict would also not see the end of this race. In fact, both of them were black flags for some afters after that incident through the infield. Well, this was it. I don't like to see that at any age group. And a correct decision from the officials there to say to both drivers, that's it. What must have been going through the mind of Just Mulder, seeing that you don't often see drivers going off the lead lap in this kind of race. This was the moment Evan Purcell's hopes of IWF glory for 2025 ended. A real shame for the driver who's been working with BMR this weekend and, of course, been doing a lot of his racing with Ricky Flynn Motorsport in 2025. He's found his home. He deserved much better than that here today. Manny Nuvolini has been brilliant today, irrespective of what's happened there on the last lap. You have to say he has charged back from that early retirement very well indeed. Aaron Richardson's season ended there with retirement. Good drive from Max Ewell as well up through the field. This was the moment between Daniel Miron and Just Mulder. Right now, though, we're going to head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, what do you have for us?
Manny Nuvolini, no matter what this weekend you have performed out there on the track, you just crossed that finish line. #1 last year, you were champion in Mini. This year in the Juniors, what a performance. Tell us about that final, because it was spectacular.
In the start, I go in the grass a little bit, and after I say in my head it's not finished, I can win. And the last lap I see Mulder and Miron fight, so I say it's not finished. And the last lap I was behind Miron, and I say in my head I pass or I broke, so I'm pass and I win again one time.
So you never gave up, you dug deep, and it wasn't easy out there, Manny. That last lap was difficult, it was challenging, and it was exciting. Tell us that chicane in your eyes. Can you tell us a bit more about what happened?
Yeah, it was very difficult the last lap. I was very nervous, and I just do outside on the chicane, and I win.
You've won that one then, Manny, and 2 years in a row. The excitement, the emotion, what's that like? Because when you came in, it took you a little bit of a while to jump out of the karts. How do you feel like inside?
I'm very happy. My parents also, my team, everyone is very happy.
Well, Manny, congratulations. What a result. That was our Junior X30. This is Manny Nuvolini, but it doesn't stop there. We've got another race coming up very shortly.
We have indeed, Nicole. Great work down there in Parc Ferme. I just want to make one more comment on the juniors before we move on to the seniors. What is it about Valencia and Max Endicott and things falling into his hands?
It's all gone well here, yeah.
Third place due to some very late on happenings, shall we say, and he's at least got a podium by the looks of things here with a second place. As I say, it's strange how these things happen in motorsport and karting. We put the juniors to one side for now. Looking forward to 2026, of course, for them. One more race for IWF 2025. It has been absolutely superb to be back here at the Cartodromo International Lucas Guerrero, where we hoped to have been 12 months ago. We've been waiting for this one, and what a way, Anthony Jordan, to finish the seniors. I said it to Nicole Sutherland before we went for the end of the morning sessions. I just have a feeling that we're about to see a classic. Don't ask me why. I can't provide any statistics and objective reasons as to why I think this is going to be a classic race. I just feel it in the air that we're about to see something special.
Yeah, indeed. I can't stress it enough. You've got quite the list of names here in, well, the front, well, all the rows. I mean, I can't take it away from anything. But you got to start with that front row. Italy versus Spain. That's the big one, I think, in this, Andrew. Danny Caronini versus Aaron Garcia. The former senior IAME Euro Series champion, the current junior champion. What a race we're going to have on it. And this is the class. Senior X30, 14 years plus, 123 entries, 32 different nationalities. We'll go over those a bit later on. But an incredible number that's whittled down to just 36 on it. And to give you an insight of the talent that's in this grid, the final row of this grid is Angelo Melli and Harrison Mackie.
Wow.
That means everything to you. This one here, though, is the class 125cc, 30 brake horsepower, 158's the minimum weight. Any gram underneath that, instant disqualification from the final. They do not want that. A little further look at the actual class itself in terms of tyres that they will use over the course of this one, because again they only get the 2 sets that get allocated to them. They've had to look after them, the Comet K3M tyres, and of course that one there, the 2 sets, well, that says 2 sets qualifying heats, 1 set final. I believe it's just the 2 sets for the entire weekend on this one. But apparently Gonzalo Planta confirming otherwise on that one. So we'll query that one a little bit later on. But there we go. For these drivers, they've got a lot of work on their hands here as they square themselves away. But this one really is the fight, Andrew. Like we mentioned, these front rows, Caronini, Garcia, Lloyd, Drummond, Van der Kerkhoff, Rattel, Lawrence, Gale, Moya, Buckley, Green. They're all fantastic names. I don't know which one to choose.
I'm going to try and help you here with a little statistic. That's the statistic. In the last 4 years, it has been a host nation win 3 times. Edu Dominguez last year at Zuera. Evan Gilter at Le Mans in 2022. But then a certain Danny Caronini in Adria in 2021. Take of that what you will. That's not a prediction. It's definitely not a spoiler in this race. But that will make the likes of, you know, your Aaron Garcias, your Ruben Moyers, your Mark Granadas feel pretty good about things ahead of this race. But you are absolutely right, mate. I can't call this one. I'm trying to, and I can't. You've got Danny Caronini. He lost his IAME Euro Series title earlier on this year to the man alongside him on the front row. He took first on the road here at the IAME Winter Cup, lost it in the officials' room. He is going to be very fired up to win this race for those 2 particular reasons. Aaron Garcia is mentioned, IAME Euro Series champion, trying to add IWF title to that one. Freddie Lloyd won 2 weeks ago at Le Mans for the IAME Euro Cup, so we know he has lots of form. I could go on and on. What's better to do, I think, at this point, though, Anthony, is to head down to Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, take it away.
Back down on the grid then for your last final of the day. And I'm going to start this interview on your second row of your grid. The drivers who are behind Aaron Garcia and Danny Caronini, who we have caught up with a fair bit this weekend. Freddie Lloyd there is just to my right. Fred Lloyd, a driver who's starting on that second row and has got a really good shot within this last race. Fred, I like the T-shirt there. I know who that is. That is your mechanic, Jim, always bringing you a bit of good luck, brought you some success in the Senior X30 British Championship as well, and I'm sure you're sporting his face to try and bring you some luck in this one. We spoke just a moment ago, and you said in this race you're not letting anybody get away.
Oh, we'll see how it goes the first couple of laps, but we have good speed, but see how it goes. Can't say nothing now, but definitely going to be a hack.
And, you know, you're familiar with this grid now. You know how drivers race in this one, especially Aaron and Danny, who you've seen a lot of in the IAME Euro Series this year. But how does it unfold between you seniors? It gets busy and it gets aggressive as well?
Well, it's always hard racing, the Euro Series and also the IWF, but we'll see how it goes. And they're always people I race with, so I'm not really scared of them, so yeah.
Well, see how it goes then, Fred. Thank you very much and good luck for this one. Starting alongside Freddie Lloyd is a bit of a newcomer into this field, Zach Drummond, who is just to my left. Drummond, a driver that's trying to bring some luck for the Fusion Motorsport camp. There he is. He's another name in your field to absolutely watch out for. But we can't call this race, of course. It's going to be just as good, if not better, than our X30 Junior final that you just saw a moment ago. I'm going to clear the grid. We're about to go racing. Anthony and Andrew, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Mate, we've been talking.
We have.
We should really listen to what Nicole's saying to the drivers. But
Sorry, Nicole.
Sorry, Nicole. But we've been having. Who do you think? Who do you think in this one? You've thrown a real curveball in this.
Shall I say it?
No.
No,
don't.
I'm not going to.
Don't,
I am not going to. My commentary curse has been too powerful this year. I'm going to take a picture of it so it's timestamped. So if it does turn out to be true and someone's saying, oh, that's complete rubbish, you're faking that, I could prove them that I didn't.
No, I'll confirm it as well.
I've lost count of how many 1v1s there are in this race,
There's a lot, isn't there?
Just the number of stories. Carinini versus Garcia, we've touched upon. Lloyd versus Lawrence. You know, and taking that British Championship away from a driver who held it for 3 years. Ruben Moya, all of the problems that he seems to have, particularly around this place in time qualifying, where everybody goes up against him and he still keeps fighting back. Toby Gale has a 1v1 rear left stub axle this week. I could go on and on and on. And you know, you've got some other drivers in there a little bit further down the grid who are just going to go for this. George Edgar, I think, is one on his first run in X30 Senior. How about a big result for Roxanne Lantinga? Took the win in the Ladies' Cup 2 weeks ago at Le Mans with a superb drive. But he's going to be a danger in this race, isn't he? Danny Carinini, he wants to put right what he felt was wrong back in February. Mate, it's the formation.
I'm not ready.
I'm slightly ready for this. Take us through the grid.
I'm not ready. Right, here we go then. It is Senior X30. It's the final. It's IAME Warriors Final 2025. The final race of the week. Andrew, how on earth did we get here? Myself, yourself, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. We've all been working Tarsi hard with the marshals out on track, the officials, all the mechanics, everyone here. And this is the grid. Danny Carinini and Aaron Garcia straight away. The title stealer from Carinini this year in the IAME Euro Series starts alongside him. Freddie Lloyd and Zach Drummond in all British row number 2. Vander Kerkhoff and Andy Rattel row number 3. Then you've got Gus Lawrence. He'll be fighting to catch up to Lloyd, I'm sure. They've got moments between them. Andy Rattel starting there. Toby Gale starting alongside him on row number 5. Mark Granada and Zach Green on row number 6. George Edgar and Oscar Goodshow on row 7. They'll have Roxanne Lantinga and Vivian Guillaume. Again, I'd say don't rule out Guillaume on this one. Has been a driver to fight at the sharp end. Alois Uriday and Noel Sundberg round out the first half field.
Second half of the grid, where anything could happen in this one, so don't count out any of these drivers for a potential run to a podium or a top 5. Xavi Llaveras and Casper Hagman start on row 10. It's Daniel Brits. This year's had a very good run in the Spanish Championship on alongside Clement Utron on row 11. Tyke Buckley had a great run in Zuera last year, of course. Starts on row 12 alongside Sebastian Mins, Daniel Brozovic and Kevin Backer there on row 13. Kevin Lantinga's on row 14, everybody. Oof. The man with the most overtakes in IAME Euro Series this year. That's not an official statistic. Let's just roll with it.
Just his.
It's on row 14 alongside Otto Pukkanen. Gabe Stilps won 2 of these IWF finals before in his junior days. Starts on row 15 alongside Hugo Marti. To West Norman and Daniel Motor, row 16. Eloy Gonzalez, he'll have an overtaking shoes as well on row 17 alongside Bertram Sasha. And Angelo Melli and one Harrison Mackie start shotgun on the field. Row 18, 36 of the best X30 karters in the world in the senior category in 2025. What a way for us to finish our time in the box in 2025 together, mates. Now we're ready for this. 20 laps of this fantastic circuit in the hills outside Valencia. Anthony Jordan, take it away.
I'm not ready. Right, here we go. It's Senior X30. They're into the tram lines. It's Italy versus Spain. Let's go racing. It's lights out, fights on. Senior X30 dives into turn number 1. Carinini sweeps to the outside. Garcia to the inside. He gets loose and he runs wide. And Garcia falls backwards in the rest of the field. And now Freddie Lloyd's immediately tackling for the race lead because it's not Danny Carinini. It's Zach Drummond. And there's a huge pile up. And I was expecting this to happen when you've got a field of 36 international drivers and Kevin Lantinga's one of them. Oh, he's got to push him away. Pukkinen's one of them as well. Oh, it's disastrous. Here, though, at the front, though, it's all still kicking off. Lawrence to the inside. He's defending. It's Drummond to the lead. He got a penalty after the super heats earlier on, which put him back. He lost his pole position for this race, but it doesn't matter because he's back there. There's the 232. Getting back in, Daniel Motor. Back in the fight, Carinini. 3 wide, out through 15 and 16. That's ludicrous. And now it's Carinini. And now it's Lloyd. 1-2. Drummond down to 3rd. Here comes Randa Kirchhoff for the P4. He's trying to do it. Moya around the outside. Rattel, Lawrence, Gale and Green. Buckley, the top 10. But my goodness me, I can't keep up. It's only lap 2.
That's the bravest move I've ever seen Danny Carinini pull in his life. I've had the personal and professional pleasure of watching this Italian race in international karting for half a decade. He's wowed me many times before. I didn't think I could be wowed more than his starts at Zuera last year. I was wrong. Danny Carinini leads this motor race on lap number 2 out of 20. Here comes Matthias van der Kerkhoff as well in 4th place. Lloyd, Drummond, the 2 Brits. Will they work together? I will be honest, British drivers do have a bit of a reputation in a race like this. It's either I win or none of you win. Zach Green is going down the order. Gus Lawrence is there in 6th place as well, trying to find a way past Andy Rattel. We're only on lap 3, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Carinini trying to kick away. This is similar to what he likes to do.
Yeah.
This is the classic Danny Carinini. Get that 1 second gap in the early phases of that race and let everybody else chase him down. He is the master of it. But if there's one driver who is able to stick with anyone in the world, it's the man we call Fast Freddy down the inside.
Oh, but it's late.
Touch. Is that going to be opportunity for Drummond? Brilliantly recovered by Carinini, still leads this race.
No, but it's going to be an opportunity for Moya now because they've made contact. My goodness, guys, you're lap 3. Stop it. Race normally. Here we go. He's doing it again. Lloyd to the inside. Surely not. No. Carinini holds on to it. This is brilliant. Now Moya's with them. Now Moya's going for it. Oh, he's pushing him off the track. He does not want Lloyd in the lead, but Lloyd's going to keep his nose there. Oh, dear me. Guys, simmer down. Simmer down. You've got a long way to go.
What did I say earlier? Host nation wins. 3 in the last 4 have gone to the host nation, and look who's there. Ruben Moya, the driver nobody wants to help around this particular circuit because he's just so good as a driver. We're on lap 4. Otto Pickenen set the fastest lap of the race at 55.993 because they're all on new tyres. These are some of the fastest lap times that we've seen this week. The sun is out. The track is grippy. They didn't have this in time qualifying earlier on. That's a bold move from Andy Rattel down the inside on Ruben Moya. Up to P4. Drummond to the inside, cuts the corner. And under investigation now is Danny Carinini. I would imagine that is for the moment that we saw on the pit straight about a lap ago. Drummond is not happy with that at all from Freddie Lloyd. Andy Rattel is like, can we just get on with this, please? I've already done one final today. I just want a calm, nice Saturday evening drive here in Valencia. But Andy, you're not going to get that today, buddy. This is the X30 Senior final for finding out who is the planet's best senior X30 driver in 2025. Now let's have a look at this again.
This is the moment, surely.
This is going to be the moment.
Yeah, he's pushed him all the way off. He's pushed him all the way off there on the start-finish straight. Not once, but twice there down the start-finish straight. And that's not going to look too official. This one, my goodness
Drummond
me.
has no option
no,
there.
He had no option. But yeah, again, the risk-taking in the early parts of this race is astronomical. And now we're seeing everyone pushing through. Garcia's tumbled to the back of this train now. Garcia from the front of the grid. Yeah, seemingly He's still there. He's still there in that lead group. He's got Lawrence just in front. Ratella's still there as well. And with how quickly this race has been evolving, I don't think it's over just yet. However, Carinini, Lloyd, Drummond, they've all separated now. Yeah. They've all opened up. Now it's down to what happens after the race. Because, of course, at the moment, Carinini is under investigation. He's now looking to break 5 seconds.
Mackie.
As, that is Mackie out. Roxanne Antinga's dropped down to 30th place in this one as well. Bertram Saxa is one as well as the other. That's a terrible run in this one. But the race must go on, and it is on at the moment. Lap number 6 of 20. And for the moment, it's all calm here in Valencia. Apart from that, down the inside, that is Toby Gale on Gus Lawrence up into P7.
Very important couple of laps coming up here for Ruben Moya, Andy Rattel and Aaron Garcia. Aaron Garcia's race pace, considering he nearly dropped it on the first corner, looks very, very good to me, hopping across the curb. New fastest lap of the race from Zach Drummond is a 55.755. Clement Lutron falling a bit down the order. Sebastian Mins is on the charge again, up 12 places, and there it is. I've been wondering whether that would come in. Kart number 298. Freddie Lloyd under investigation. I said this would be a key few laps for those three. Look at that. Garcia has got through with a very clean move. Very professional move from this year's IAME Euro Series top runner up to 5th place.
Indeed. So with the first and second place under investigation, you have to look to Drummond, Moya, Garcia right now. These are the names that could be the ones to see the podium, but that is all very provisional, of course, because it's only investigations. This will be, at this moment, again, well, Lloyd down the inside, that move done and dusted, absolutely fine. This was it here, squeezing there, Carinini. This was the opening stages of the race, and just how close could you be through that chicane? 3 wide here, and again, all just darting under braking there, trying to find their way through. Carinini beautifully reading the road there, but then it was that moment where it was the defensive posture. Garcia has switched. That's a big move. That's a P4. That could be an important one for Aaron Garcia in his fight for a podium here in IWF.
So the two Spaniards have got to work together now. Drummond down the inside of Lloyd. Nice, good, clean racing. That's more like it, boys. And through goes Drummond into second place, and just points his finger there to Freddie Lloyd to say, work with me here. We have still got more than enough laps to get Danny Carinini back, but this is what I'm talking about with Danny Carinini. He is, I'm going to say it, in this kind of racing, in, you know, these spec engine series, Danny Carinini is the best in the world at dealing with this. A 1.5 second lead. I don't know how he does it. I don't have the data to tell me how he does it. Zanki Motorsport will have the data to tell them how he does it, but he's so good at managing this situation. Sure, Drummond and Lloyd are going to push here. They should tactically work together, but Danny Carinini is just going to try and win this race now. I call it the Jackie Stewart's way. The great Sir Jackie Stewart was off, oh dear, as one of the victory lanes is off there. It is
that's
the
Sundberg.
Sundberg off in the 2:48. What I mean by it, he's going to try and win this race as slowly as possible, and just try and manage this gap now to around 1.5 seconds. He's not going to let those two Brits behind get close and back into this. This is a good scrap going through turn 1. This is all down the field. This is all drivers who've had problems. I think the likes of Girardet, Bakker, Pickenen, Norman and Lantinga, all who had trouble through turns 3 and 4. Zach Drummond has a lot of experience, but how much will be the occasion playing on his mind? The last time he was in an IWF final was back in 2021 in the Minis. I know he's done a lot of other races since then, but this is a really, really tense one now. And strangely, Freddie Lloyd has not got the pace right now, Anthony, to sit on Drummond's rear bumper.
No, he hasn't. And yeah, Drummond is starting to break away. 1.3 seconds is the gap. Garcia, though, is closing in. He is a true contender here in Valencia, but Lloyd was nearly wanting it back there at turn number 1. Looked to the inside, but he didn't have the legs on Drummond. Drummond just able to slam the door closed. And again, it gives Garcia just that little bit more breathing opportunities, but he's done it. Lloyd down the inside. He's back into P2. The fight for second and third and fourth is on. It's Lloyd, Drummond, Aaron Garcia, who will go to the very end, but now Moya's back.
Wow.
Garcia around the outside, 2 for 1. Muchas gracias, says Aaron Garcia.
Oh, Zach Drummond, sorry, you've just lost your award of overtake of the year because Aaron Garcia is gone. Well, if you can do it on one driver, I'm going to do it on 2 through turn 14. That was glorious, and he had to do it. He's got the pace to catch Danny Caronini, the man who he took the IAME Euro Series title from earlier on this year. There was one thing that Aaron Garcia didn't do in that 4-round championship this year, Anthony. He didn't win a final, but this is the final of all finals that every one of these drivers wants to win. We're on lap 12, 8 more to go after this one. I'm looking at the sector times. Garcia is quicker. Garcia is quicker than Caronini. It's a 2-second gap at the moment. 24.6 from Caronini. He's taken another half-tenth out of Caronini. Aaron Garcia for MDC Racing, all on the line. Nobody remembers who finishes second place in these races apart from statistic nerds like me. Danny Caronini has got a stint. That was a big third sector from Danny Caronini. He's responding.
Look at this.
And this is what he does. Drummond down the inside takes Lloyd's third place away again. They're going to go to war now. It's Scotland versus England all over again. The third place and the last spot on the major point of the podium here at IWF. Down the orders, that Gudshow and Moya having some problems out there. Again, Garcia is quicker than Caronini through the first 2 sectors of the lap.
But the gap's opened
But
up
the gap's
again.
open. It's the third sector. It's the third sector where you need all the power and the detail with Zanki Motorsport. Right now, they are net equal across this lap.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that is just eking ever closer. We'll keep a close eye on it. Remember, Caronini is under investigation. You've got to remember that. That start of the race is still in question. And of course, for him, he's going to try and open up a 5-second gap. At the moment, Caronini's looking at a P9 if something comes from that investigation. Like I say, it's only an investigation right now. Nothing may come from it. Oh, dear me, it's all kicking off here. One of the energy courses getting all high, wide and handsome through the chicane there. That's fighting around about, I think, 25th place. Yeah, Daniel Brozovic through past Pukanin, Bakker and Norman. We'll keep a close eye on that fight, but like we say, it's all still to play for. There is George Edgar just there at the front end of that train trying to close in. Don't rule out certain Andy Rattel on this one here, Andrew. Andy Rattel, very quick over the course of the qualifying heats in both S125 and, of course, Senior X30. He's pushing away. There you can see the MDC family. It's a big family. Big Spanish family is the MDC team. And they are pushing Aaron Garcia as hard as they can in these races. But there you can see the gap still holding 2 seconds. Drummond sticking with him as well.
At a point where there's a bit of relative calm, we like to look at who's having good races up and down the field. Hugo Marti up 18 positions to P12 on the Paralin. That's a superb run. Eloy Gonzalez, we've not got time to watch it now. We'll see it during the highlights. I'm pretty sure was sliding backwards. It was something more akin to the Catalunya rally on the first lap as Green goes down the inside of Moya and gains another position. Somehow Gonzalez is up 18 places in this race, even though he was involved in that first lap incident through turn 3. As good shows down the inside. That's super stuff once again from the French driver. Moya shakes his head. He knows it's not going to be his year.
No, that is such a shame here on his home turf. For Garcia, though, still hopes in the bag here as, well, he's close down to 1.8 seconds now. It's come down a bit, but he's bringing Drummond with him as well. Drummond has stuck to his rear bumper and has closed that gap back up.
I was going to say, I'll slightly disagree with you there, mate. Drummond's pace is incredible at this stage of the race. Now, this could be very good news now for Aaron Garcia because now he's got a buddy. Now there's 2 drivers again. Nobody remembers who finishes second place in one of these races, and right now
Danny Caronini is a 5-second time penalty.
Oh
my goodness. It's been applied mid-race as well. Danny Caronini will not win this race unless he breaks away from everyone behind him by a full 5 seconds. Aaron Garcia is gifted the lead on lap number 16 on to 17. This is your net race leader. There, Drummond in second place. Now, I don't think they will have seen a warning flag. I haven't seen a warning flag go out. So at this moment, Carinini doesn't know he's got a 5 second.
But I think for the next lap or so, they've got to assume still that it might be coming in. They can't afford to really battle. Well, first Drummond's got to catch Garcia. Garcia has driven an incredible race. We always talk about it here at Valencia of just how hard it is to start from grid 2 into that first corner. It nearly all went wrong for him, and he's just got to keep pushing on here. He's got to put that 5 second penalty, whether he knows about it or not, it's got to get out of his mind. Go away, 5 second penalty. Stay focused on what's on the road ahead. That was a really good lap from Aaron Garcia. 17 laps down, 3 to go. It's all going on for third place, by the way, as Andy Rattel's now up into a major podium spot. And here comes Zach Green. Zach Green, the winner of IAME Winter Cup, which as a result, strangely, Danny Carinini took that one on the road as well. And then it was, of course, changed after the race due to a technical problem that day. What is the gap like still on track for Carinini? He still needs 3.2 seconds here, Anthony, and he's running out of laps.
This is... I just don't know at this point. I can't put it on either one of these drivers. And is that Mark Granada? It is off the track. He is joined by Mick Barrett, racing driver of Tig Buckley, off the road. And that is disastrous for them nearing the end of this final. They'd had a brilliant weekend to get to this point, but unfortunately it all goes to blows in this final. This is it. This is it. Aaron Garcia and Zach Drummond are fighting for the race lead, but there is still a couple of laps left in this race. We are on lap 19 of 20 here, ladies and gents. They will see the last lap this time around. Drummond is trying to get the up and under, but he's not close enough yet.
But this is where Carinini might still have a chance here, Anthony. You could quite easily lose 1.5 seconds a lap round this place when you're fighting for a position. Danny Carinini's just got to push on. There's
I think it's a victory lane.
As a victory lane might be out of this race. No, it's
no,
Lloyd!
It's not.
It's Freddie Lloyd out of this race. That's down at MP4. The green at 5. Lloyd's chance of a podium is gone. Didn't see what happened there. We're about to go on to the last lap. As we say, we're calling this as we see on the screen that Danny Carinini has a 5 second time penalty onto the last lap. The gap between Carinini and Garcia on the road as Drummond's having a look now for the race lead.
He is indeed. This is it. It is crunch time all the way to the very end of this one. The last lap. It is Garcia versus Drummond. Carinini, yes, is in the lead, but a 5 second time penalty applied to him. As Drummond now will try and get an up and under if he can through this chicane, but he can't quite do it yet. Out of turn number 6, in through 8, 9, 10. You'll count them all the way to the end. Here comes the braking zone at turn number 11. A real shot here, but he squeezed to the outside. Garcia will defend it beautifully. But now into the final chicane. You've got you are huddled in the corner at the moment, Andrew. I don't know what's going to happen. No one knows what's going to happen. It's Garcia and Drummond to the final chicane. Who will take the win? Drummond's going to go for it round the outside. Surely not. Across the line. Moya thinks he's won, but he hasn't. It's going to be Spain. It's Aaron Garcia. He wins in Spain. And look, oh, he doesn't even know it. He doesn't even know it, Andrew.
It's IAME Winter Cup 24 all over again with Adrian Mustienes. But on our screens, for the 4th time in 5 years, the host nation has won in X30 Senior. Aaron Garcia has done the double. He has taken a national X30 championship last year in Spain. He took the Euro Series title earlier this year. He has today achieved greatness. You have to feel for Danny Carinini. Danny Carinini drove a classic Carinini race. He made one mistake and he's paid the price at the moment. He's sitting in
yeah,
third.
I think he knows. He's questioning it. Am I one or am I two? And he's like, what? I don't even know what to say.
What a
I don't even know what to say. He's going to be disastrous with that. I think he's realised it. I think he knows it now. Aaron, you did it, lad. Yes, lad, you've done it. Aaron Garcia, Senior IAME Euro Series champion, and now he wins the International. He wins the IWF in 2025 in his home country. Aaron Garcia, MDC, are champions.
And he deserves it for me, Anthony. He drove brilliantly. He only made one mistake this race as well, which was turn one, but he held on. Lesser drivers would have spun out and watched this race from the sidelines.
I can't imagine what it's going to be like down there in Parc Fermé.
This is going to be a very interesting Parc Fermé. I hope you're ready for this one, Nicole. So I'm glad the former owner, driver, racer is down there, Anthony, who knows how to deal with these situations, and not us two. But there is your provisional results.
Once again, Garcia steals the top spot from Carinini.
Twice this year.
Twice this year. Drummond second, Carinini third is where he dropped down to in the end because of all that fighting. Carinini will still be on a podium here, but Goodshow finishes P4. 10th place gain for Oscar Goodshow there. That's incredible. Andy Rattel, Zach Green, Ruben Moyer, Gus Lawrence, Van der Kerkhoff, Toby Gale inside the top 10. But that man there, Aaron Garcia, number one. There's the MDC team. They're running back to the paddock, I am sure. Celebrations all around. But
are you okay there?
I'm good. I don't know about that man there, though. I don't know how he feels just yet. But
and as I say, in terms of it was a brilliant championship run built on consistency by Aaron Garcia. But as I said earlier, the one thing he didn't do throughout the whole season, he had a few second places, but he didn't win a race. He didn't win one of the finals, but he saved his best to last. And it nearly all went wrong at turn one. Look at that.
I thought that was over for him there.
Astonishing. That's a new tyre, maybe a slightly cool tyre, and he held on to that. Fell down to, how far back is he here? He's down in about 10th place at this stage. This is where chaos happened.
I thought it was part of that.
Yeah.
This is just so, it was so dramatic all the way throughout. I can't even stress. I mean, I've never called a race like that before, Andrew, and it wasn't just this turmoil at the back, this going on. Lloyd to the inside, Carinini, look at this, 2 for 1 at the fastest part of the circuit. Nailed it through there. It was his Achilles heel on the straight. I think it was this moment out of the chicane. If it carries on here, down the start-finish straight, watch him now. Lloyd will try and go for the attack, and Carinini will try to defend it. I think it was on the next lap, wasn't it? Yeah, it was on lap number 2. It was, or maybe it was lap 3, I'm not too sure. But Lloyd down the inside. Okay, yeah, it was this moment because then Carinini knew that Lloyd was there. Lloyd was attacking at that point, and he knew that, right, I'm going to have to do something about this one. That was incredible. How did Drummond, 1, keep that on the road, and 2, keep that in a podium position? I don't know. Now it was on this moment. It was at the end of 3 and on to lap 4. That's when it was. So much happened, I can't even remember. He went through, side by side, squeezed Lloyd to the ground. He was fully off the circuit. You can't. You just can't. And he, not once, but twice. And that unfortunately gave him the 5-second time penalty at around the lap 16 part of the race. And you didn't realise how important that race behind was for that man there on your screen.
And the shame for Danny Carinini, I think even if he'd had the pace, or if he's not done that and Freddie Lloyd had got through, I think Danny Carinini had the pace to get back past Freddie Lloyd and then take off into the distance. I can't even start to imagine and think what's going through Danny's brain right now. I do feel for him, but the rules are the rules, and I fully understand why the judgment has gone that way. That was a great move. This is a good scrap between Zach Drummond and Freddie Lloyd. 2 quality drivers. Freddie Lloyd can lick his wounds after this one. He goes back, of course, knowing that he's won a Euro Cup and a British title this year. This was brilliant. I've lost words.
Yeah,
that was
a decisive move, that.
It's a very simple statement. That's the best overtake I've seen probably in about 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that was incredible stuff. Oscar, good show as well. Great drive for good show. Just off that podium there. 4th place on a 10-place gain. The fighting continued all the way throughout the grid on that one. The last moments, unfortunately, I think George Edgar was off the track. Lloyd went off the track. Tyke Buckley and Roxanne and Tinga and Mark Granada at that point as well. This fight here, they didn't know how important it was. They thought they were fighting for P2. That was the Lloyd moment off the track. Aaron Garcia here kept Drummond at bay. This was a good fight between these two all the way to the very end. There were celebrations across the line at that moment for Danny Carinini, but little did he know that the true winner was right there in MDC's Aaron Garcia across the line. Nicole's ready. Nicole, I don't know what the atmosphere is down there like that. Can you tell us?
Well, the atmosphere, there is tension, but there are also smiles. A happy and true winner of Aaron Garcia joins me down here. Aaron, what a race out there. It was between you and Zach Drummond for what looked like P2, but actually because of that penalty, it was a race win that you were fighting for when you were driving around. Were you aware of that 5 seconds for Danny Carinini?
Well, I was not aware of that. Thought I was fighting for P2. The start was a bit mistake for me. I go wide on the first corner, so I need to climb back to where I am now, world champion. I think it's nice to be like this, European and world champion of IAME this year. We need to be happy, and yeah, thanks for the team, to guys, to all my family, and everyone knows this is for my dad. So yeah, thank you.
And Aaron, ticking off not only the European Championship, but now the IAME Warrior Final. What comes next for you? Because they're 2 huge achievements, but we know that you won't stop here.
Well, I won't stop here now. I'm focused to Vegas. I will go there, and yeah, really happy to announce this, and we will try our best there.
Well, Aaron, congratulations. What a result for you and MDC today. That's it then. We have concluded our races. We have found our 2025 IAME Warrior Final champions. We'll head back up into our commentary box to Anthony and Andrew to hear the last parts of their rundown. I'm Nicole Sutherland, finished down here in Parc Ferme. Boys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed. I don't know what to say about that, Andrew. Stark difference. You just said it. Stark difference to 2024. There's a celebration. That's what it's all about. That is the pure heart of karting, I think. You see it in other forms of motorsport, but where it really means everything to the drivers is right there. Look at that. Don't drop the poor lad. He just said he wants to race in Vegas. Don't drop him. Oh, blimey. Oh, that's what it means. That is what it means.
Before we wrap up, I just want to say a heartfelt thanks to the marshals.
Great
to
work.
Lucas, to his whole team. We love coming to this place.
We do.
It's just there's something about it, and with what happened 12 months ago, I can't put into words what we were feeling this time 12 months ago. Swearer did an incredible job.
The weather didn't.
The weather didn't. We don't like that weather 2 weeks on, but Swearer did an incredible job, I just want to say, in 2024, stepping in. They did the whole of the Spanish nation proud. But to come back here 12 months on from everything that happened, literally meters from us, and the job that the track have put on for the 100%. Whole club here, 100%. I cannot thank them enough.
No, indeed. It's been a brilliant weekend, a week of racing, and everyone here, I think, deserves a huge pat on the back. IWF 2025 is done and dusted. But, ladies and gents, do not go anywhere. Those incredible podiums will be coming up for all 5 of the categories. I implore you to stick around. Do not miss that one, because at this moment, we still don't know who's going to be there. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, it's been a blast. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready for the podium presentations for the IAME Warriors Final 2025. All gather in nice and close, and we'll hopefully get some nice big cheers for our finalists. And we will be starting in final order, which means we will be starting with the X30 Masters category. And this goes from 5th place all the way to our race winner. And starting, first of all, with 5th position, please welcome onto the podium, representing Ireland, it's Gary Edwards. In 4th position, please welcome, representing France, François-Xavier Venot. And now to your top 3 in the final, finishing just 3.9 seconds behind the race leader. Please give it up for France's Alexandre Benoit-Bessac. In 2nd position, unfortunately coming away with a 5-second time, but it's still standing on the podium. Please welcome, representing Spain, it's Pedro Ivas. And then finally, your race winner in X30 Masters. Please welcome onto the podium for the United Kingdom, it's Jack Dex. Fabulous run for Jack Dex, who stands gloriously high on the podium, P1, after a fabulous week of racing in X30 Masters. We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Big round of applause for your finalists in X30 Masters. Please now welcome onto the podium Marco Moretti from IAME to present the winner's trophy, firstly heading to Gary Edwards. The 4th place trophy heading to François-Xavier Venot. The 3rd place trophy heading to Alexandre Benoit-Bessac. The 2nd place trophy heading to Pedro Ivas. And the winner's trophy heading to the United Kingdom's Jack Dex. Jack's also the recipient of a brand new X30 engine as well, with the winner engraved onto the side. Jack, we probably won't ask you to lift that above your head, but we made the trophy. Drivers then, if you'd like to grab those trophies, lift them up high above your head for me, please. Lift the trophies up, now Pedro, above your head, there we go. Lift them up, perfect, there it is. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there. A fantastic end to the X30 Masters, which sees a smattering of nations, Great Britain, Spain, France, and Ireland on the podium. Well, now, we'd like to present the bottles of bubbly to our drivers as well. So if we're ready, try not to make too much of a mess here. I would say point it forward in this one. Right then, Wait for it. Drive it. Have we got everyone a bottle? I think we're missing. Only 3 bottles. Lovely. Okay, perfect. Are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1. Champagne! And yeah, I think the message of point it forward got lost in translation there, but we'll forgive them on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that's why. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your X30 Masters! I think we might need to put 50p in meter for the bottom half of the screen after that champagne shower, but we'll see what we can do. Big congratulations, guys. Thank you so much. There we go. We got it back. Someone put 50p in meter. Beautiful. Lovely. Jack, don't forget your trophy, mate. There you go. Top lad. Well done, guys. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, X30 Masters! We will now turn our attention over to the S125 category. Bit of housekeeping on the podium here for a short moment. Do bear with us. We will now turn our attention over to S125. For the S125 category, the first appearance in the IAME Warriors final in 2025. Definitely a fantastic innovation of a new engine that we might see on the global market very, very soon indeed. And of course, we will start with 5th position. Please welcome onto the podium, representing Ireland, it's Robbie Buckley! In 4th position, please welcome onto the podium for France, François-David Fontaine. Fabulous drive for both of these drivers. Robbie Buckley gaining 24 places, François with 6 places to stand on this podium. And finally, your top 3. Please welcome onto the podium, representing France, it's Andy Rattel. Double duties for Andy Rattel, both in S125 and in the Senior X30 category. And now, turn our attention to 2nd place. Please give it up for Belgians, Mirko Voltas. Mirko finishing a fabulous 7.9 seconds behind our overall race winner. And finally, your final winner in S125, the inaugural appearance of them in the IAME Warriors final for France, and clear by 7.9 seconds. It was an ideal week of racing. It's Gavin Adam! We will now listen to the national anthem of France. Give it up for your finalists in S125. Please welcome once again onto the podium Marco Moretti from IAME to present the winner's trophy. Firstly, heading to 5th place, Robbie Buckley. The 4th place trophy heading to Francois David Fontaine. The 3rd place trophy heading to Andy Rattel. The 2nd place trophy heading to Mirko Votas. And your winner's trophy and a brand new engine as well heads to Gavin Adam. Well, fabulous stuff. Drivers, lift those trophies as we present the engine as well. A brand new, look at that there, beautiful brand new S125 engine, the best of both, with the winner engraved on the top as well. Drivers, lift those trophies high up in the air for me, please, above the heads. Gavin, there you go, lift that up for us. There it goes, perfect stuff to the end of their racing here in Valencia. A beautiful week of racing that saw some sunshine all the way throughout. Well, once again, we'll like to present the drivers with the bottles of bubbly. And again, we will stress, drivers, please point forward with this one. Right, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! There you go, got lost in translation again, unfortunately, on that one. But a brilliant end to the weekend. Ladies and gents, give it up for S125. Don't forget your trophies, or helmet, or engine. There you go, Gavin, don't forget that. Well done, guys. Great work from the S125s. Hopefully we see them back in a karting paddock near you. We step over now to the main categories this weekend. Not doubting anyone else on this one, but we start with Mini X30. And we will start with 5th position after a very electrifying race in the Mini category. Please welcome onto the podium, representing Hong Kong, it's John Han. John having a fabulous race on that one, starting P5, ending the race in P5 as well. We step over to 4th position. Please welcome onto the podium for the United Kingdom for Fusion Motorsport, it's Alfie Davidson. Alfie as well, a very strong performance. 10 places gained, sees him in the top 4. Please welcome, for 3rd place on the podium in Mini X30 for Switzerland, it's Aurelio Longatano. Perfect race for Aurelio Longatano, 15 places gained to find him on the podium. In 2nd position, please welcome for the United Kingdom, it's Riley Morrow. Great run for Riley and the DK Academy team. A fantastic week of racing for all of their pilots here in the IAME Warriors Final. And finally, please welcome your race winner in Mini X30. For BMR, it's Daniel Ferguson! We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom. round of applause for your finalists in Mini X30. Once more, please welcome Marco Moretti from IAME to present the winner's trophy. Firstly, heading to John Hahn. Fabulous work for John here this weekend to see him on the podium in IWF. The fourth place trophy heading to Alfie Davidson. The third place trophy heading to Aurelio Longatano. The second place trophy heading to Riley Murrow. And the winner's trophy with a brand new engine as well, it's Daniel Ferguson. A fabulous job for Daniel Ferguson. A brilliant weekend all the way throughout. Incredible pace sees him on the podium here. Well, drivers, lift those trophies as high up as you can, above your heads. Here we go, John. You lift it up as well. Brilliant end to the racing here. And again, continuing that big round of applause for your Mini X30. And now, once again, surely their favourite part of the weekend, we'll present the non-alcoholic champagne to the Mini drivers on this one. Right then, drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there you have it. Great end, and Daniel, oh, be careful up there, boys. There you go. Oh, perfect. Sorry. Dropping the trophy as well. Perfect, Riley. There we go. Sorry about your race suit, Daniel, but I'm sure that will smell lovely in the morning. But perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for Mini X30. I think we'll try and assist with an engine block there if someone wants to come and grab it from BMR. Oh, no. Daniel's got it. Aurelio, don't forget your helmet. Top lad. Well done, boys. That poor engine now is dripping with champagne. Might not work. Right. We turn our attention over to the Junior X30 category now. Once again, quite the final in this one, which saw a tantalizingly exciting end, which sees quite the shake-up from what we saw in that final. And we will start with 5th position. Please welcome onto the podium, representing the United Kingdom, gaining 10 places, it's Jacob Backler. In 4th position, please welcome onto the podium, also for the United Kingdom, gaining 4 places, it's Charla Saya. In 3rd position, please welcome, representing Spain, gaining 3 places, it's Alex Martinez. Please welcome now, finishing in 2nd place, representing the Netherlands, it's Jos Mulder! And finally, your race winner in Junior X30. I don't know what he likes about Valencia, but it always works out for him. Gaining 3 places for the United Kingdom, it's Max Endicott! Great work from Max and all of the Junior X30s. We will now listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Round of applause for your finalists in Junior X30. Well, once more, we'd like to welcome Marco Moretti from IAME to present the winner's trophy once again, heading to 5th place, Jacob Backler. Fabulous work for Jacob, finding himself in that top spot, 10 places gained. The 4th place trophy heading to Jala Saya. The 3rd place trophy heading to Alex Martinez. The 2nd place trophy heading to Joost Mulder. And the winner's trophy with a brand new engine as well. Please give it up for Max Endicott. Well, Max, a deserved win there all the way to the very end, and a brilliant run in IWF in 2025. The last time we didn't see a British driver on the top step of a podium in this category was 2014. It has been a dominant trend throughout. Well, we'd now like to present, or actually, first of all, drivers, lift those trophies up for me, please, if you can. Don't forget yours, Max. Ready? Lift those up. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Above your head. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers. Alex, you lift yours up as well. How do you say up? Abajo. No, that's down. My Spanish isn't that great. There we go. Perfect. Well, drivers, we'd now like to welcome onto the podium to present the bottles of champagne as well. And I'll stress non-alcoholic champagne to our drivers as well. Right then, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Definitely should reconsider where I stand during that moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Junior X30 always providing excellent racing, close racing as well. One big final round of applause for Junior X30. Might need a caution wet floor sign on this podium now. Max, don't forget your engine. There we go. Someone's coming to get it. One more podium to go, of course. Thank you so much for your patience here, ladies and gentlemen. And something tells me this might be a bit of a noisy one. So we'll get ready for this. It's now time for Senior X30. This one went right down to the very last lap, but it all starts with 3rd position. Please welcome onto the podium for France in P5, it's Andy Rattel. Fabulous work for Andy Rattel. Double duties this weekend, both in S125 and in X30, singing on both podiums. In 4th position, please welcome onto the podium after gaining 10 places for France, it's Oscar Goodshaw. In 3rd position, please welcome onto the podium, representing Italy, it's Danny Caronini. In 2nd position, please welcome onto the podium for the United Kingdom, gaining 2 places, it's Zach Drummond. I might need earplugs for this next one because I suspect it will get very noisy. Ladies and gentlemen, gives me great pleasure to announce onto the podium, representing Spain, it's Aaron Garcia! We will now listen to the national anthem of España. Well, that's an understandable reaction there. That beautiful double overtake around the outside at turn 14 for Aaron Garcia. I don't think he's only just noticed the replays in the background. Would now like to welcome Marco Moretti once again to present the winner's trophy. Firstly heading to Andy Rattel. The fourth place trophy heading to Oscar Goodshaw. The third place trophy heading to Danny Caronini. The second place trophy heading to Zach Drummond. And the winner's trophy and the brand new engine heading to Aaron Garcia. Well, a fabulous end to the racing here this weekend, and the brand new engine as well for Aaron. A great season in 2025, the IAME Euro Series title, and now the IWF title in 2025 as well. Well, drivers, lift those trophies as high up as you can for me, please, above those heads. Nice big smiles to all of the photographers out there as well. A brilliant end to the racing that sees Aaron Garcia, Zach Drummond, Danny Caronini, Oscar Goodshaw, and Andy Rattel on the podium. Well, now, for the last time in 2025 in IAME Racing, we present the bottles of champagne to our winners. So, drivers, if we are ready, 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, a superb end there to the racing. For the top 5, Garcia, Drummond, Caronini, Goodshaw, and Rattel. It is job done in 2025, and we will see all of these drivers back in 2026, I'm sure, for a brand new season of racing. Well, the celebrations for Aaron aren't over yet. A brilliant drive for all of him and for the photographers as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it, as MDC are trying to come up for a photo. That's absolutely understandable, I'm sure. But the racing is all done and dusted. It's very busy up here on the podium. From myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather, and Nicole Sutherland, thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you in 2026 for IAME Racing. But for now, it's goodbye here in Valencia.